चेक चेक.
हेलो चेक चेक.
मेरे को नहीं. हेलो. क्या करूँ, गाना गाऊँ?
हेलो.
वो बाद में कर रहे हैं, वो बाद में कर रहे हैं.
ओके ओके, अभी नहीं बोलूँ. ठीक है.
मैं पीछे इथे समोर.
मैं क्या बोलती ये सीधी इनके यहाँ लगे, इनके पास है नहीं मैनेजर लगा.
हाँ, इन्होंने शायद बता दिया है.
What makes a meal magical is sharing. Table for one? Why not make it a table for everyone to experience the magic of sharing?
Pursue Amity University online bachelor's and master's degree at your own pace and convenience.
वो कर रहे हैं. It's not changing. Change नहीं हो रहा. हाँ, हो रहा है. अभी हो गया.
NKP Salvi Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center and Lata Mangeshkar Hospital greets each and everyone present here with a lovely morning and cordially welcomes you to the NAC-sponsored National Conference 2022 on NAC-guided metamorphosis, quality initiatives in medical institutions, organized by Intern Quality Assurance Cell of NKP SIMS. Education is the most important pillar of a nation for its development, and so the excellence and relevance of programs offered by the institutions and universities must have a standard. To create or derive an understanding and to evaluate the quality of education provided by the institutes, the UGC has advised every university should get a certificate by the Council, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, famously known as NAC. Unlike the traditional educational system, NAC aims to bring about overall development of students by helping them inculcate skills and knowledge. It also aims to bring the best in every institute and help them grow across research, innovation, student access, governance, and more. But quality assurance is not an event. It is a continuous process and a relentless pursuit to achieve academic excellence. It is an ongoing, dynamic, and a lifelong endeavor of any institution. Ever since its inception, the vision of this institution has been to establish itself as a globally competent and leading health education institute, providing equal opportunities for becoming competent health professionals through quality medical education, promoting need-based research, and providing comprehensive yet affordable healthcare service to the society, preserving ethics. With the same vision, IQAC of the Institute is organizing the NAC-sponsored National Conference 2022 on NAC-guided metamorphosis, quality initiatives in medical institutions.
I request Dr. Devendra Kaude, Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary, Honorable Working Chairman Dr. Ashish Deshmukh, Honorable Dean Dr. Kajal Mitra, and IQAC Director Dr. Mona Majumdar to step forward for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. I also request IQAC Secretary Dr. Aarti Kasulkar and Dr. Trupti Dongri to join the ceremony. Lighting up the Samai creates the ambience of energy and positivity. I thank all the dignitaries and request them to occupy their seats on the dais. I thank all the dignitaries and request them to occupy their seats on the dais.
Now I request Project Director VSPM AHE, Mr. Rajiv Yash Roy, VS, to present a sweet welcome to the chief guest for today's function, Dr. Devendra Kaude.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Vilas Thomre, Vice Dean NKP SIMS, to present a sweet welcome to our guest of honor for today's function, Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. We are also fortunate to have with us our distinguished speakers, Dr. Lalit Wagmare, Dr. Trupti Wagmare, Dr. Preeti Bajaj, Dr. Shubhangi Maske, Dr. A.G. Prathap, and Dr. Vinay Hazare. We also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Sudhir Deshmukh, Dr. Usha Radke ma'am, Dr. Thomre sir, Dr. Deos Thade, Dr. Shenoy, for their esteemed presence. We once again welcome you all.
PPT नहीं आ रहा है. I now request our IQAC Director, Dr. Mona Majumdar, to deliver the welcome note. Ma'am is a dedicated, ever-cheerful and energetic personality, putting her best foot forward in helping the IQAC achieve new heights.
Thank you. Greetings of a blissful morning to our distinguished dignitaries and eminent scholars on the dais, gracious and honored audience amidst this eventful day, and my colleagues and friends. Barkha Rani, the rain queen, is in loggerheads with the sun god in our city, resulting in undermining of harvest and human life. May our city be blessed by the Almighty with fair and favorable weather. Meaningful and challenging day before us to ensign this conference. Our medical institutions and fraternity require strategy to value, process, and formulate measures to be initiated for enhanced quality assurance within our system to harbor flawless services to the society. This is our vote of commitment too. In this strategic endeavor, we are highly pleased with the level of participations. Much elated am I to announce that we have more than 700 registrations, including both offline and online, out of which 142 are from outside Maharashtra. Participants are fortunate to be guided by reputed and learned faculty, thereby higher interactive sessions and qualitative tutelage will be rendered to enhance the knowledge on vital aspects of Naac. The session requires deliberations, discussions, and be it brainstorming. Our indebtedness to Naac for providing financial aid to the event and giving us renewed impetus. Technology as seen to be in mainstream of artificial intelligence, digital science, and machine language, certainly in this global competitiveness. Naac underwent digitalization just before the COVID era. We are the pioneers and amongst the first medical colleges, not universities, but colleges, at least in Maharashtra, to have applied for Naac in prescribed online submission format. So this was a very new thing. And we have had a longish learning curve. But eventually, it was a highly fulfilling and realizing task when we got accredited last year. A red letter day for us to host a national conference, a wider avenue and larger spectrum of knowledge for us to gain from Naac, helping us to lead us towards overcoming challenges and endeavors that in future we foresee in our campus. Much in parlance to remind, words like incubation center, audit, student satisfaction survey, etc., have become the buzzwords in our institute. Hoping that attending this day-long conference happens for the participants a feather in their academic career. I wish them an eventful participation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind briefing. The Honorable Dean of our institute, Dr. Kajal Mitra, is a man of distinct vision, an idol of knowledge and experience with an exceptional leadership quality, and is an inspiration to many of us. I invite Dr. Mitra, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, today's chief guest, Dr. Devendra Kaude, guest of honor, Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary, Honorable Working Chairman, VSPM HE, Dr. Ashish Deshmukh, IQAC Director, Dr. Mona, and my dear friends. When we embarked upon the journey for Naac accreditation, way back in 2016 or 17, that time we realized what Naac is all about. There were so many initiatives we took at that time, and we put forward those initiatives, those proposals to the management. And in subsequent standing committee meetings, we kept on putting those initiatives, and our Honorable Chairman, Sir, Shri Ranjit Babu Deshmukh, and Shri Ashish Deshmukh, and the entire VSPM AHE supported us. And today, in this campus, we have so many novel things which were not known to us earlier. The word HMIs we learnt when we went for Naac. We are producing 800 kilowatts of solar power now. So that is again one of the initiatives taken up by Naac committee. Also, fire compliance. Today the entire campus is fire compliant, and that's really a very, very big achievement. Because recently we have heard that few hospitals are shut down because they don't have fire compliance. So we took up these initiatives long back, and today we can call ourselves a modern kind of campus. At the same time, we have a state-of-the-art STP, ETP, which was not there earlier. We are recycling water. We are getting nearly 6 lakh liters of water per day, which we are using in different things. So all these initiatives were a result of we undertaking Naac process. Today, day before yesterday, we had a press conference, and in that press conference, I was asked by one journalist कि आप ये बातें कर रहे हैं क्वालिटी इनिशिएटिव्स, टीचिंग, लर्निंग एंड रिसर्च एंड ऑल दैट, तो एक दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस से आपका क्या हो जाएगा? सो देन आई टोल्ड हिम, ये एक दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं है. Naac is a continuous process. It's a continuous process. Every moment we have to be on our toes. Documentation we have to collect. Whatever we do, which was not there earlier, that was not the trend, that was not the culture. Today, each and every event here is reported. For the first time, we heard of geotagged photographs. We did not know what it was few years earlier. So now we are taking all photographs geotagged so that we can prove that they were held here in this institute on this date and this time. So it's a continuous process, continuous quality improvement process. And we have been doing that now after we got accredited last year in the month of August. We are submitting AQARs, which is the annual report which we need to submit. Naac has come up with a new format now, which is digital verification validation as well as physical assessment. So that was another challenge to us, and that is a challenge to many institutes. There are certain things which we have already put forward to Dr. Kaude, and he will deliberate on those issues. And that issue is the Naac format assessment is in fact or does not take care of individual colleges which are affiliated colleges like ours, which are not deemed to be universities. There are certain limitations for us. One of them is, of course, curriculum, the curricular aspects. We don't have much say in that. We have to follow whatever NMC and MUHS prescribe us for us. That is a big limitation. And another limitation is we can't have diversity in students. We can't have diversity in students because we can't admit students from outside state. So we have to, by rule, we have to admit students from our state. So there is no diversity, and thereby we lack in that aspect of Naac assessment. So these are certain issues which probably we need to look at, and probably NAC can do something in that. We can change the format for affiliated colleges, sir, I'm saying. We have those limitations. So we cannot do anything. This conference has been organized by the IQAC team, and I'm thankful to the IQAC team led by Dr. Mona. They have worked very hard for this conference. I'm thankful to NAC for sponsoring this conference. I wish the delegates all the best. I wish the organizers all the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Honorable Working Chairman Dr. Ashish Deshmukh is a visionary and a young and dynamic leader with a towering personality. I invite Dr. Ashish sir to express his views.
Honorable Dr. Devendra Kaude sir, the chief guest of today's conference. Honorable Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary sir, the guest of honor for today's inaugural conference. Dr. Kajal Mitra, Dean of NKP SIMS, Dr. Usha Radke Madam, the convener for IQAC, Dr. Mohana Muzumdar, Vice Deans of our college, Dr. Devastaya, Dr. Thomre sir, Project Director, Rajiv Yashrai, Ex-Dean of GDC, Dr. Hazare sir, all the eminent participants of today's conference from different institutes, and as well as our HODs present here. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Kaude sir and Dr. Chaudhary sir to our campus here, which consists of Medical College, Dental College, Physiotherapy College and Nursing College. It has been an endeavor of the management as such to impart best of the quality education, academics, a culture of research and affordable quality healthcare to the people of this region. And no doubtedly amongst the medical colleges under MUHS, whether they are government colleges or unaided private medical colleges, NKP SIMS certainly stands the first, and Dr. Chaudhary sir would certainly be with my view on those regards. And it is also a fact that, as you are all aware, a very efficient minister in terms of Rajesh Tope went all over the state and tried and studied the different institutes because he had to admit his daughter to one of the colleges. And he was very categorical, I don't want my daughter to be in deemed university, because the kind of peer pressure, the kind of culture that is there, he was not very much comfortable for his daughter to be there. And of all the colleges, a meritorious student that his daughter was, and he had opted for NKP SIMS. So certainly we have visitors, we have eminent speakers coming here, guest speakers, and they have appreciated the efforts of our dean and all our teaching staff for being the torch bearers of giving the best possible quality education, academics and healthcare. But it should be very much known to the participants here, unless we are on our toes and till such time we are not satisfied, we won't be able to do much more justice to our students and our patients. So NAC has certainly been a very helpful experience, having gone through it, that has helped in giving a further better atmosphere in terms of academics and research in our institute. We certainly want to be having much more better good practices, and this conference in that terms and the kind of guidance that you both will be given to the participants today will certainly help grow furthermore in this regards. I would like to congratulate Dr. Kaude sir. आजकाल जी भीती नॅकच्यामुळे झाली आहे ती अतिशय गरजेची होती सर. नाही तर पगार मिळतो आहे, 6वं 7वं आयोग मिळतो आहे आणि आपण आता एकदा नोकरी लागलो म्हणजे मी बाकीच्या ग्रँटेड कॉलेजचंही बोलतो, त्यानंतर मुलांचे रिझल्ट आले नाही आले, मुलांनी बंक केलं तरी चालतं, ही जी एक भावना निर्माण झाली होती ती नॅक नंतर मागच्या 10-15 वर्षामध्ये नक्कीच बदललेली आहे. अँड धिस सेम कल्चर इज बीन टेकन फॉरवर्ड बाय दी अनएडेड कॉलेजेस नाव. अँड वी आर प्राऊड ऑफ यू. यू आर अ विदर्भाइट and now a Nagpurite. So I think and wish that your guidance आणि गरज पडली तर कान पकडण्याची देखील मुभा मी आपल्याकडून अपेक्षा करतो, ज्याच्या माध्यमातून आपल्या ह्या भागातले महाविद्यालय आहेत त्यांची गुणवत्ता अजून सुधारेल. त्यांच्या माध्यमातून जो काही केंद्रबिंदू आपला आहे म्हणजे विद्यार्थी, त्यांच्यापर्यंत जगाच्या पाठीवर सगळ्यात चांगलं अकॅडमिक्स देण्याकरता, चांगलं एन्व्हायरमेंट देण्याकरता, चांगलं एक शैक्षणिक वातावरण देण्याकरता आपल्या माध्यमातून नॅकच्या माध्यमातून आम्हा सर्वांना मार्गदर्शन बाकीच्या वेस्टर्न रिजनपेक्षा ह्या भागाच्या कॉलेजेसवर आपण द्यावं. आम्हाला ॲडॉप्ट त्यानिमित्ताने तुम्ही करून घ्यावं. त्याचा आम्ही काही तुमच्याकडून गैरफायद्याची अपेक्षा करत नाही, पण आपल्या या धाकामुळे, भीतीमुळे, सहवासामुळे नक्कीच आम्ही सुधारण्याचे प्रामाणिक प्रयत्न करू, असंच मॅनेजमेंटच्या वतीने आमच्या सर्व स्टाफच्या वतीने आपल्याला ग्वाही देऊ इच्छितो. MUHS चौधरी सरांच्या नजीकच्या काळामध्ये त्यांचं जे इन्व्हॉल्वमेंट वाढलं आहे त्यामध्ये नक्कीच फायदा या भागातल्या महाविद्यालयांना झालेला आपल्याला पाहायला मिळतो आणि त्यांच्या माध्यमातून MUHS आमच्या सर्वांच्या जवळ आलेला आम्ही पाहतो. पण त्या पद्धतीने नॅक आता बंधनकारक झाला आहे चौधरी सर. कॉलेजेसला मी म्हणतो की दर 3 वर्षांनी 5 वर्षांनी MUHSला देखील नॅक बंधनकारक व्हावं अशी माझी अपेक्षा राहील, ज्याच्या माध्यमातून आमच्या अधिष्ठाता सरांनी आता सांगितलं की डीम्ड युनिव्हर्सिटीजच्या तुलनेमध्ये करिक्युलम असेल, प्रॉब्लेम बेस्ड लर्निंग असतील किंवा जगाच्या पातळीवर विविध जे अपडेशन चालत असतं त्याच्यामध्ये आम्ही कुठेतरी मागे राहिलो आहे का, ह्या प्रकारची नक्कीच आम्हाला एक हे येते. आणि शेवटी युनिव्हर्सिटीज जर ॲक्रिडेट झाल्या, त्यांच्यामध्ये गुड प्रॅक्टिसेस झाल्या, त्यांच्यामध्ये जे कल्चर आलं, त्यांच्यामध्ये आंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तराचं आता जे बदल होऊ घातले आहेत आणि आपल्या देशातही जी नवीन एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी आली आहे त्या माध्यमातून जलद गतीने बदल व्हावे, त्यासाठी नक्कीच आपण आणि कानेटकर मॅडम प्रयत्न करतात. पण आपण देखील नॅक ॲक्रिडेटेड व्हावं, अपग्रेडेशन व्हावं, त्याच्या माध्यमातून महाविद्यालयांना पण देखील फायदा मिळेल सर, तर शेवटी विद्यार्थ्यांना त्याचा फायदा पोचू शकेल आणि या जगाच्या पातळीवर विख्यात असे विद्यार्थी आपण या सर्वांच्याकडून नक्कीच निर्माण करू शकू. या दृष्टीने देखील आपण प्रयत्न करावा अशी एक नम्र विनंती आपल्याला करतो. पुनश्च एकदा चौधरी सर, कावडे सर, आपण इथे आलात आणि आपल्या माध्यमातून जे माहुबूल मार्गदर्शन नॅकच्या संदर्भात सर्वांना मिळत आहे ते नक्कीच व्याख्यानाजोग आहे. पुनश्च आपलं इथे स्वागत करून मी आपली रजा घेतो. थँक्यू.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable message. We would like to introduce the guest of honor for today's function, Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary. Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary is the Regional Coordinator for MUHS Regional Center, Nagpur. Sir is an extremely busy and a well-known orthopedic surgeon of the city. He has earned national and global recognition for his distinguished services to public health. Through his innovative initiative, health education and teleconsultation on osteoporosis, he has done exemplary work in providing relief from osteoporosis to rural women. Apart from this, he is also working relentlessly for the rehabilitation of paraplegics. His scientific research work has been published in many national and international journals. He has founded a medical research organization through which he conducts many workshops to educate workers and executives on effective ways for preventing low back pain. He is the project coordinator and mentor of Blossom, a tribal health screening project of MEHS for Eastern Maharashtra tribal area. I invite Sir to express his views.
At the outset, let me express my sincere thanks and gratitudes to Dr. Kajal Mitra and his organizing team of this conference for having conferred upon me this prestigious and the proud privilege of being the part of this prestigious ceremony. Honorable Ashish Ji Deshmukh, my very close and very accomplished friend, Dr. Devendra Kavde, the chief guest of this morning, Dr. Kajal Mitra, Dr. Muzumdar Madam, all the distinguished dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. When I received the invitation to grace this auspicious morning, to me it was a pleasant surprise. I asked myself that how am I qualified to be the part of and to share the dais with such an accomplished dignitaries who were there in the brochure. Each one of them is an academician par excellence. But then soon I realized that my being on the governing council of the university probably made me eligible and reasonably qualified to share the dais with and to be the part of the galaxy of such a distinguished academicians and the vice chancellors. Ladies and gentlemen, but let me honestly confess before all of you that I am a very small-time orthopedic practicing surgeon. I hardly know anything about medical education, its technology, planning, organization, Naac, and everything. If you ask to speak me about how to develop the private practice, perhaps it will be the time constraints only which can kill the spirit of my speech, and probably I will be able to leave several footprints on the sands of time. But as far as this particular aspect is concerned, I am really a no voice. And whatever little I know about the medical education and Naac, it is fundamentally based upon my perception of looking at the medical education and any other education for that matter. When I discuss these things with my friends like Dr. Devendra Kavde, Kajal Mitra, when we spend some time together. Ladies and gentlemen, in the recent past, I had several opportunities of visiting many medical colleges, mostly the private medical colleges in Maharashtra. What common thing which I have observed is that every medical college is developed particularly in the aspect of infrastructure development. Every medical college I visit is one score above the earlier one which I visited. Everything is an architectural marvel. So I was just asking myself that is it really such an important aspect of medical education? Because what I believe is that there is a difference between beautification and development. Beautification only adds to the elegance, but the fundamental strength of the education lies upon empowering the first and the foremost beneficiary of education, and that is the student. And empowering the student, I believe, is something like a complex thing. It is something like a human organ, like in a human body. Like in the human body, there are infinite organs, and every organ is linked and dependent upon other. So empowering the students encompasses so many aspects, like the connect of the faculty to the students, research, innovation, the involvement of the parents, involvement of the community, then practical training to the student about the applicability of whatever knowledge we give to the student, international tie-ups, MOUs, all these aspects, they collectively make the atmosphere of the institute a very vibrant atmosphere, and this vibrant atmosphere is mainly responsible for the career building of the students. So what I personally believe little bit is that all focus should be upon these particular aspects of overall holistic career development of the student. And whatever about Naac, I know that it is the council which is a designated council by the government to assess the performance of the institutions and nationally ranking them with various grades. So I think Naac must be this must be the objective to see the holistic well-being of the students for its overall development and career building. About the university, as Ashish ji has rightly mentioned, that there is a connect of the university with medical college in this particular region. And one of the example I would proudly like to quote is that as the Master of Ceremony has mentioned, that we have launched a project called Blossom. It is a biggest research project on tribal health in the world. And this project encompasses around 18 villages having the population of 95% tribals. There are 90 investigators and the sample size of not less than 12,000 tribals. And it is a multidisciplinary research which involves Ayurvedic, homeopathy, Unani, dental, and so many other faculties. And that is the reason. And the uniqueness of the project is that this project has an aspect called as service, where the university is going to adopt 18 tribal villages and provide community service to each and every tribal houses for 5 years free of cost. So this is going to be a very unique and a globally recognized project once it is completed. So the Honorable Vice Chancellor had multiple choices. There were so many politicians, ministers who were just impressing upon her to take that project into their region. But I don't know what reason which has prevailed probably. The Honorable Vice Chancellor has selected Nagpur for that particular project. And even then, the project itinerary, the project hierarchy, the most important person of the project is the principal investigator, and he is selected from Lata Mangeshkar Medical College. So I proudly announce Dr. Ajit Savji, he is the professor of community medicine. He is the principal investigator of the project, and Shilpa Hazare is the chief investigator of project, and most of the people involved in the project are from Lata Mangeshkar Medical College. And this gives me an opportunity to thank you very much. And about MUHS, sir, you are rightly said that MUHS has really become vibrant, and I promise all the possible help from MUHS, whatever little I can do for you. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. We are fortunate to have with us the chief guest for today's function, Dr. Devender Kaude. Sir is an advisor for National Assessment and Accreditation Council since January 2017. He has worked as a joint secretary in UGC New Delhi and as an international reviewer of the Quality Assurance Team for Institutional Review of the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. Sir is also working as a part-time Central Vigilance Officer in Naac. He was the member of core working group which designed and revised accreditation framework for assessment and accreditation process for Naac. He has coordinated Centralized Complaints Management Committee in Naac, Naac Help Desk in answering the queries of the stakeholders related with quality in higher education and Naac's assessment and accreditation process. He has also coordinated in framework of University Manual, framework of Student Satisfaction Survey tool adopted by Naac. He has coordinated many activities like accreditation exercise of about 200 higher educational institutions, process of issue management system, preparation of state-level analysis of accredited higher education institutes of Maharashtra state. Sir has introduced the concept of outcome-based accreditation. He has completed 2 major research projects sanctioned by the UGC New Delhi and IIPM New Delhi. He has around 6 books published in the subjects of commerce and management, many papers and articles published in various journals to his credit. He has delivered various keynotes and speeches in several conferences, seminars, workshops on quality in higher education. He has been instrumental in stimulating the academic environment for promotion of quality of teaching, learning, and research in higher education institutions through lectures and advice. With these words, I invite Dr. Kaude sir to deliver the keynote address. I request all the dignitaries to occupy the seat in the audience.
Okay, namaste to everybody. I will tell you why there was a pause. There is a reason for everything. It's my pleasure to be here in front of all you very learned, extraordinary academicians. I have, I think so, 45, 50 to 60 minutes. I was being asked up to speak to 11 o'clock. It will be an interesting. So, which Honorable Chairman of this Sanstha, Dr. Ashish Deshmukh ji, my good friend, elderly good friend, Sanjeev Chaudhary ji, Vinay Hazare ji, Kajal Mitra ji, and of course coordinator of this program, Mohana ji, and all respected academicians. I am here not to share, not to speak about any sort of extra knowledge what I have. I will be sharing my experience, माझा अनुभव. आणि मी आताच आशिषजी सोबत बोलताना इन्स्पायर झालो की वी शुड गो विथ मिंग्लिश रादर दॅन इंग्लिश. इट वर्क्स. खूपच छान क्लिक झालं. तुम्ही जे मराठी यूज केलं नंतर मला वाटलं हे मस्त आहे बा. दिस विल वर्क व्हेरी नाईसली. It goes deep inside, because what happens, we as an Indian think Hindi or Marathi in our regional language and then speak English or write English. So that creates a difference. So we will go with English. That will work. As I said, I am sharing my experience. The experience, and this is everything will be related with the quality. First experience what I found when I came out of the airport related with this institution. Experience. We have that driver Vijay Padri. That fellow called me. I was just landed. Sir, मी पोहोचलाय. तुम्ही जर आले तिथं तर फोन करा. म्हणजे कुठं आले तर फोन करू. तुम्ही पार्किंगला आले तर फोन करा. अरे बाबा तू कुठे आहे रे? मी सर ते प्राईड हॉटेलच्या समोर आहे. तिथं काय करून राहिलो? मी तिथं वाट बघून राहिलो. म्हणजे तू आतमध्ये का नाही आला? म्हणजे सर ते अन्नाचे 150 रुपये लागतील. मला वा असंच पाहिजे का? एक्सेलेंट. खूपच छान वाटलं. त्याला बिलकुल तू तिथंच राह. ते 2 मिनिटातच येणार असं तो म्हणतो. दिस इज लेसन वी शुड लर्न. ठीक आहे. मी खाली आय एम habitual of this is nothing. And I called, he came within 3 minutes. The very good thing what I found within him is he saved his 150 or else he might have saved the institution 150. But that is very good. That's an appreciable. त्याच्यात वाईट काहीच नाही. ही चांगली गोष्ट आहे. छोटी छोटी गोष्टी असते क्वालिटी सर्च करण्यासाठी. हे मोठी मोठी असं पेपरमध्ये काही मोठा लिहून आणि टेक्निकली ते जास्त काही कामाचं नसतं. छोटी छोटी गोष्टी महत्वाची. तो क्वालिटी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम दॅट फेलो. आय लाईक इट. एकदम पंच. आय नो हाऊ मच टाइम इट टेक्स फ्रॉम देअर टू ट्रॅव्हल. आय कॉल्ड अँड व्हेन आय रीच ही वॉज देअर. ॲब्सोल्युटली परफेक्ट. यू शुड अप्रिशिएट इट. He saved the institution's money or his money, but it is money which has to be saved. Quality lies in that. समजलं? This is important. Yes, this needed. This needed for that fellow. इथं कुठं तरी असलं असतं तर त्याला अप्रिशिएट केलं असतं. Then, खूप आहे. I am an observer. We have an experience of doing all this business. We are in business. Business of observing, narrating, guiding. About this very good lady, Dr. Mohana, the way she manages administrative, see several hundreds of seminar, webinar and workshop we have granted, we have sanctioned, we have gone, we have attended. The way the follow-up she does, not she is sitting here, so आता अजय तो विजय पारधी नव्हता तर still, it's not that she is sitting. It requires a skill, follow-up right from starting to 2 महिने पहिले पासून follow-up, then त्याचं बिलकुल nitty-gritty, these things rarely I found like this. I asked Mr. Ashik, what is this canopy or what? I don't understand what is that. What is this terminology called? Standings. Excellent. Appreciable. It looks like it's a very big event. It made it interesting. Then a photo बघितले मी. I have seen that photo with Metraji. I asked him. Keenly I observed and I found it was recently it was being taken in front of that. These are छोटी छोटी चीज होती है सब, लेकिन ये छोटी छोटी चीज भी मायने रखती है उसको इंटरेस्टिंग बनाने के लिए. याद रहे ये तो this has made her work, her overall administration an excellent, appreciable, really appreciable to that level. Very good. Third, about our very good elderly friend, my brother, excellent personality. जैसा था 7 साल पहले, 7 years before I met him in UGC conference workshop, same structure वैसे ही. काही बदललं नाही, खूप छान. You have maintained that. Instead of so much of busy schedule, वो बोलता है मैं small time orthopedic surgeon. अरे साहब आप full, आप मैंने I think so you are seasoned orthopedic surgeon. I have visited his OPD. Excellent. He is very busy person and you know everyone very well. आता महत्वाचं जे सांगायचं बाकी तर तुम्हाला ते माहितच. What I observed immediately, he entered and just वो हजारे जी के पैर छूते हैं साहब. मतलब this is something extraordinary. See, giving respect to your elder ones, this is a quality which is needed. हे आपलं कल्चर आहे, दाखवासाठी नाही, मनापासून झालं पाहिजे. लोक दाखवासाठी, आता हे भाऊ तर नेता आहे तर लोक तर असंच तुम्हाला माहिती, तर दाखवासाठी त्यांना काही गरज नाही दाखवासाठी, मनापासून. सब सो मेनी थिंग्स वी शुड बी. आपले हजारे साहेब आहे, एक एकंदरीत लाईन आठवली म्हणून, म्हणजे यांच्यासारखे आणखीन खूप सारे लोक आहेत. वो फ्रूट से महंगे ड्राई फ्रूट होते हैं, फ्रूट से महंगे या कीमती ड्राई फ्रूट होते हैं. वक्त की धूप में पकी हुई चीज वाकई कीमती होती है. कभी तो अंगूर से कीमती किशमिश होती है. इस बार और वो लगते नहीं है, वो तो अभी भी यंग मस्त टनाटन. Excellent. These are छोटी छोटी, these are the things quality oriented which we should observe, we should learn. I intentionally went out. I do all this business whenever to see how the ambience is, to how that bathroom is. It's neat and clean. Excellent, appreciable. Neat and clean you have maintained, means your institution has maintained. All this Mitraji and company. ये साहब तो मतलब humble है, और मतलब being an humble you do all the business very nicely. Excellent. The leadership quality matters a lot. So I am not here for appreciation all that. I am here to share my experience, and this is an observation I shared, and I keep on sharing in all my slides what I will be talking about. Okay. Focus on quality. See, there are some very important line. Quality in higher education provides learners with the capability they require to become economically productive, develop sustainable livelihood, contribute to peaceful and democratic society, and enhance individual well-being. This is a, you can call it as a pan-India concept related with the quality which we should follow. Any of the stream it might be, either it is medical, social science or arts, humanities, any of the stream, it has to be followed. That is very interesting part which we should understand, which we should know, and accordingly our whole process should carry on. एक अनुभव शेअर करतो पुन्हा दे related with this quality. How interesting it is. See, when we go for an education, or when we deliver or provide the education to our kids, we have to make them skillful. We have to make them sharp. And one of the very essential point, because it is a conclave of the elite people in the country, so-called doctors. बघा, समाजात सगळ्यात जास्त रिस्पेक्ट कोणाला भेटते? To whom, who are the people who are respected enormously? Is number one is त्याचेही पहिले टीचर. आणि ऑफकोर्स डॉक्टर, कोणी असो डॉक्टर. Fortunately, we are in a position where we have a club of this doctor and teacher. You are in such a noble profession of being a doctor as well as teacher. So when we are in such a noble profession, naturally, of course, the quality should be expected from each and everybody. आताच बोलताना, while in the stage, Mr. Ashish stated to me that you have that Naac's process very nice and all that. But why don't you come out with that very interesting, and I will put it, we will push it, patient satisfaction survey. This is interesting. Student satisfaction survey to hai. In doctor fraternity, there should be a patient satisfaction survey. Patient satisfaction. And that matters. Choti choti goshti. But it is very elaborative. It may differ as per the person, but it is important. Okay. Now, really further, how this quality is related with the value. Okay. You know, value, it is essential for any of the person. If he or she wants to achieve that parameter of success, he should be valuable. Baga, examples are so many. A boy or a student taking education from the same institute, for example, you can call it, there can be several examples, advocate or a doctor taking education from the same institute, okay, same teacher might have taught, but one person after 15 years having a value in his life by earning some certain amount. For example, he might be charging 500,000 rupees OPD and he has a limited person, while another fellow like Chaudhary Sahab is having enormous professional concept in attached to his success. That makes sense. Why? Because the person like him has come out with that value. We have to see that the student which we teach, he should have that value. एक अनुभव सांगतो. When I went with a slight removal of, you can say that I have that crowded teeth with me. So I have removed 1, 2, 3rd, I have removed it here fortunately. Because of certain reason, I came here to see the things, and it's enormous. I have seen the library here, it's a very good infrastructure, excellent. When I was in Bangalore in one of the hospital, we have a corporate hospital, they're linked with us. There the doctor who was in the process of making the things possible, it's very easy. Samne ke daant nikalna, it's very easy, but when we go with the wisdom teeth, it's difficult. It requires surgery. What happened here, it was fantastic under the observation of Mr. Shinai. And I think so, Ashish ji, the way you keep it and maintain the quality like this, I think there are several other good teachers here, like Mr. Shinai and all that, they also maintain it. It's very nice and appreciable. So his team is very good, it's fine. But I will share the experience of mine in my, that Bangalore. That doctor was very good who removed that, but the fellow who assisted him, probably he might be a budding graduate or who has recently completed BDS course. So he was not able to focus on removing in sense assisting him. So that क्या बोलते sucking machine होती है, what is called suction machine. This terminology, because I am not from that stream, so you know where. That suction machine, instead of he putting it in the mouth, initially he put it somewhere else, like this. वो hurt करा मेरे को. तो उसके डॉक्टर ने उसको जो भी scold किया and all that, but probably the skill was missing in it. See what is happening. I will share with you some figure. We have 136 crores of population with us. Probably it may move up to 137 crore. And WHO says that for every 1,000 number, one doctor is needed. Uske hisab se, if we go, so we need, with the present population, 13,60,000 doctors. 13,60,000, a big number. And our government, our system is pushing like anything that it should happen. Medical infrastructure म्हणा किंवा related things म्हणा through, I think so, productive living incentive scheme. Chaudhary Sahab and this company might be knowing, even Ashish might be knowing. Productive living incentive scheme, government is pumping thousands of crores of rupees to make it possible. Okay. So enough of infrastructure related with this hospitals and the medical fraternity is coming up. The need is that when this infrastructure is there, we found specifically in the field of, say, probably pharmacy and paramedical, many of the places that is not up to the mark. Many of the places. And if such thing happens, so what will be the outcome or the output if we talk about in the form of when they serve the nation, when they serve the population? So the students who are coming out, sabse pehle they should be skillful in their work. That is very important. Okay? And the another important one, because there is the enormous respect and expectation from the society towards them, they should be a very, very good human. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाची गोष्ट. ठीक आहे? This is important. Naac's business, what Mitra ji talked about and Ashish ji also shared. Naac has his business and it is very much successful in making the business possible. Important thing is, Naac's process is voluntary in nature. It is not a compulsion. We don't make anything compulsion. Naac doesn't ask that you come for the accreditation, all that. It is the system, it's the government. I will tell you about the NEP also, there are so many things written there. उसके पहले थोड़ा सा एक title से related I need to explain. This, she has come out with the title Naac Guided Metamorphosis. उसमें मैंने एक NEP add कर दी. I felt that it should be club of that. ये metamorphosis, I was been forced to search in dictionary what does metamorphosis mean. एक वो हो गया, तो वो एक बड़ा question mark था, but still I retained after understanding. It means change if we talk about, it's nice. Then I thought about, इतना मैंने कभी title के बारे में सोचा नहीं. When I started or planned to frame the title of this for this particular program. Role of IQAC for quality, एक आया था improvement, एक आया था initiative, एक आया था upgradation. See, there is a difference, छोटा छोटा difference है. Initiative तो आप लोग already ले चुके हैं. Okay. There is a difference between improvement and upgradation. जैसे इन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छे से ब्यूटिफिकेशन डेवलपमेंट में डिफरेंस समझाया चौधरी साहब ने. Improvement में when something is in existence and we add into it, in existence we are adding into it, that is an improvement. Okay. Upgradation, we add something into the present one and in addition something new we are doing it. That is an upgradation. So we should always focus on upgradation. Got it? So there is a need of quality upgradation in the prestigious institution like this and the people who are hearing online. For them also, because they are all seasoned. You people are seasoned. No need of giving extra technical something. It is with your experience, it has to be sharpen your tool. That is the only thing which has to be added. Now, what happens? Naac provides or facilitates the institution in many ways. Is providing strength, opportunity, and weakness to the institution. You come to know many things. Mitra ji has stated that because of Naac, their academic and research concept has increased. Because of that, they were come out with the solar, then that fire compliance and all, and several things. Student satisfaction survey was something very new. Geotech photo was new for all you people. Records you have started keeping. Many of the institutions has improved because of this Naac assessment and accreditation process. And there is a reason, what he was saying, Ashish ji was saying, ki when we go with this concept of upgradation, it is essential because he might have experience in the granted colleges. Unless there is something who keeps a watch on you related with the quality upgradation, I am using the again upgradation, the people will not be channelized. And because the society expects very much from us, so it has to be channelized into that direction nicely. Okay. Strength, weakness, and opportunity to inform review process. Identification of new areas of planning, institution to initiate innovative and modern method of pedagogy, new sense of direction and identity to the institution. Collegiality in the campus also happens because of Naac process. And even the society and the employers look for reliable information for quality education offered to their prospective recruits. These are several benefits when we go with this Naac concept. When we talk about society, I will tell you, NEP states that till 2035 all the institutions should be accredited. All the institutions, you might have heard, or else I will share with you. We have, it's the second largest higher education system in the world. We have 1043 number of universities, some 11,779 standalone institutions, 42,343 colleges like us. If we total it, it is around 55,165 number of institutions in our country, catering to around 38.5 millions of students. बहुत बड़ा है. If we compare it, we have some few countries, several, लेकिन बड़े country पकड़े, where geographical size is bigger than us. Australia, double triple है हमारे से. उसका population is 25.4 million. हमारा अकेला higher education students का ही population 38.5 million. It's a big one. Canada का population 37.6 है million. हमारा अकेला higher education. इसीलिए the system, the government bets for this, and it becomes our moral responsibility. It's like that. ये मोटा मोटा. That's why it is essential to increase or improve the quality of the higher education system. इसलिए NEP talks about that till 2035 all the institutions should be accredited. By hook or crook, anyway, it has to happen. Because the people will follow that step and there will be an improvement in the quality. Right? Then comes our criteria. Fatafat I will explain with this criteria. NEP, my purpose is to explain about Naac related with that. Explain in sense, benefit and all that. How we should proceed. Then about NEP and then about role of this IQAC. 7 criteria sabko pata, but these 7 criteria are basically the core functions. Every criteria, if you see, there are core functions of the higher education institution. And it is related with, surprisingly, 7-letter word quality आता है. अब देखिए every word, you know, this quality जो है ना, ये बहुत ही कभी जब हम ऐसे casually discuss करते हैं faculty members, सर बड़े boring type का concept है quality. क्या है ये quality आप बात करते हैं. When we go with you call it as textual concept, academic concept, तो फिर ये बहुत बोरिंग है. जब उसको हम इंटरेस्टिंगली उस साइड दूसरी साइड देखते हैं तब बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग. जैसे मैंने शुरुआत में आपके एग्जांपल शेयर किए, क्वालिटी उसको रिलेट करना चाहिए, वैसे रिलेट करना. क्वालिटी शुड बी इन आवर ब्लड, यू नो, हमारे खून में होना चाहिए. जैसे व्हेन वी गो टू ए रेस्टोरेंट, आपण कोणत्या रेस्टॉरंटमध्ये जातो खाण्यासाठी जिथं स्वस्त आणि मस्त. इट्स लाइक दैट. ये मस्त मीन्स क्वालिटी. Otherwise, we avoid it. Got it? Something I learned with this fellow from Ashish ji. Yesterday, I saw in the photo, I dekha times mein aapki. See that the way he manages things. How? वहाँ था full kurta pajama, white और मस्त नेता. Maintaining the things as per the situation. यहाँ academician के बीच में quality. Maintaining up yourself. It's like that. Everybody, साफ बैठे, both means. So this छोटे things are needed. I have seen the library here. I think so. If you people are somebody from outside of the other institution, go and visit the library. I have never seen the library in any institution probably. चौधरी साहब तुम्ही बघितली तर library बघायची. पाहिली आहे, मस्त आहे. There are very rare. I think so. वो भी parking space में library बनाए. वाह वाह. And that too up to the mark. ऐसा नहीं कि मतलब it's maintained. That makes a difference. मैं तो उस दिन सरप्राइजिंगली है, जानबूझ के है, ऐसे ही है, इंटेंशनली. These are all things which matters. छोटा छोटा चीज. ठीक है. It should be in our blood. Now next, related. We have this 109 metrics ऐसा बोलते हैं. 7 criteria में 109 metrics. One more criteria is there with us. We have come out with us because 10 types of medical related colleges. कौन से 10 types? दो चार तो चौधरी साहब ने बताए हैं. 10 types में एक है medical, this dental, physiotherapy, Unani, Siddha, Ayurveda, homeopathy, allied health science, yoga and naturopathy. Accordingly, that one particular criteria is related with related college. It's very easy. हुआ नहीं है कहीं. नैक म्हणजे काही हुआ नहीं. It is what you do. The same thing is being asked. Nothing very special. आता ठीक है, geotag we don't know, but if we are इसीलिए म्हणून 5 years data what we ask, पहिले वर्षापासूनच सुरू करायची. आता हे जिओटॅग के फनी रिझन आहे. इनिशियली वी यूज टू नॉट आस्क. तर काय करायचे लोक माहीत आहे का? वी यूज टू आस्क. आता तुम्हाला समजलं. ICT बेस्ड क्लासरूम फॉर एक्झाम्पल. दुसऱ्या कुठले ICT बेस्ड क्लासरूमचे फोटो आलं लक्षात? So in order to avoid that, we ask them, you come out with a geotag photo that remains a proof, full proof that it is of the same institution. Similarly, any sort of program, karyakram, whatsoever we do it out, just come out with a geotag. That is a full proof idea. And this will continue. Okay. A simple example. So whatsoever we do it, we have to come out with a proper documentation of that. This is from starting onward from 10, 12, 9, first year, second year, final year. How we keep our documents properly. The same way. Even our activities also. जैसे साहब ने एक बहुत अच्छा example बताया. They are running with that blue zone. बहुत अच्छी ideas है. It's very nice, appreciable. Being from medical fraternity, it automatically becomes our moral responsibility, social moral responsibility, because people expect from us. एक गोष्ट लक्षात ठेवा साहेब. And this is important. जैसे हम we drive our car or motorbike, we see that the traffic fellow means traffic police person, has caught somebody who has broken the signal, and he is standing with it on roadside and they are having interaction. सबसे पहले दिमाग में हमारे क्या ख्याल आता है? बोलना नहीं चाहता. You understood? Got it? जबकि expectation should be something else, but we have something else expectation because of an experience what we have gained it and what we have understood or listened. जबकि होना क्या चाहिए? His business should be something, ठीक है, taking care of rules, regulation, that's a different thing. Similarly is case with the doctors also. Similarly is case with the any profession also. So सगळ्यात पहले the best and the most important thing is we have to teach them to be a very good human. This is very important thing. A doctor has to be and I think so, this is the moral which you people might be teaching in your syllabus and all that, but when they come out, whether they run out for the money or whether they are a good human, it should be a combined, both the things. But first, he should be a good human, because it's humanity only. एक फ्रेज ध्यान में आता है, कहते हैं, सब लेके जाइए साथ में इस चीज को, आपने सुना भी होगा, कहते हैं जिंदगी जीना आसान नहीं होता. कहते हैं जिंदगी जीना आसान नहीं होता, इसे आसान बनाना पड़ता है. तो कैसे? कुछ सब्र करके, कुछ बर्दाश्त करके और बहुत कुछ नज़रअंदाज करके. इसीलिए नेवर से माय वे इज हाईवे, बी हम्बल. ह्यूमैनिटी इज द बेस्ट क्वालिटी एन पर्सन हैज. So this humility matters a lot. ठीक है? This is the important lesson which is there related. Now, our concept. Many of the people find it very typical, difficult and critical. Our concept means our Naac process. So what happens when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. The people who has taken it very seriously, seen it as their own growth and the institution's growth has tremendously helped. Okay? This is the flow which many of you people know who are involved into this business. Okay? But those who are not involved, but are related and should be able to understand, उनके लिए ये message बहुत अच्छा है. Process, you know, in this overall process 7 criteria मैंने बताया. उस 7 criteria में number 1 criteria for example is related to that curricular aspect, 2 is teaching, learning and evaluation, research, innovation and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, governance, leadership and management, then student support and progression, and institutional values and best. These core functions are very important for any institutions to move ahead with the quality ladder. Now what happens, affiliated college, अभी इन्होंने ये बता रहे थे, many of the times the curriculum design is not related with us, I understand. But what are the things is being asked that matters? It is, this is CBSE system, choice-based credit system is available or not, curricular enhancement is being done or not, flexibility is being provided or not. उससे related things, important one related with that, academic flexibility and then feedback system. एक काहीतरी एकंदरीत लक्षात आलं म्हणून शेअर करतो. Feedback system is related with the students' feedback, which we often take it, which we go with an online concept, physical concept. In NEP, this is very important for all the faculty members. You people go with the PBS form, performance appraisal system is there, right? NEP states that probably in future, this performance appraisal will be based on 6 concepts. Okay? Number 1, students review, feedback. This is already done. Second, peer review. Peer review, how you interact and behave with your colleagues. Third, impact of your research. Up doctors, I know there is a limitation, but if we count it less, the fourth one is very important, contribution to the society. So these are all related contents which will have an impact on your performance appraisal. You start working on that part from now onwards. Okay, ये हो गया student feedback. Then at present we are having a student satisfaction criteria too. It's simple, and he has just put a thought that why don't you go with a patient satisfaction survey also. This will probably come in near future. I will definitely see that it happens sometimes later, slowly, steadily. At present, student satisfaction survey is related with the teaching learning process which happens like that. Then third is research, innovation and extension. उसमें बहुत ही simple things are there. Otherwise, for specifically university patents and all that is being asked. Here the patents are not being asked. Resource mobilization of research, innovation ecosystem. The innovation is the conversion of human desirability, technical feasibility and business viability. So innovation ecosystem is there. Then research, publication and awards. I know in that case, specifically in the medical, that percentage is less. But extension activity, it can be more. For example, extension activity in the neighborhood community in terms of impact and sensitizing students for socialistic issues and holistic development. That has to be more. That can be there. Collaboration can be more. That can be worked on. Okay, ये हो गया research. Then infrastructure and learning resources, mind-blowing infrastructure is there for this institution. Similarly, for many of the other institutions from where you have come from or the online people. Infrastructure, there is no problem. Except the new budding institutions which are coming, has absurdly, but बाहेर येऊन राहिले because of much more in demand. Probably there the infrastructure can be an issue. Shinai sir was on the other day was sharing that when he went for inspection in several good states, I will not name the state and all that, he found that in that case infrastructure was plus minus not so good. In some rural institutions or likewise, budding institution, कधी कधी असं असते, होऊ शकते. So it remains a question mark. Let it be whatsoever. From our side, our moral duty, our moral responsibility, wherever we are working, we should see that our infrastructure and all that can be best utilized for the student there. This is infrastructure. Then student support and progression, progress of the student, career of the, I came to know that there is no placement opportunity much available for the doctors. बट उसका विपरीत एक और एक चीज़ है, they are always very much in demand. So when a doctor becomes a very good human, पहला quality, automatically his value increases, his skill increases, and his demand will also increase wherever he go for practice, either it is rural area. Somewhere I have read it in paper. In masses, the doctors are coming out in because of several private institutions have come up, but they rather than going, because in rural area maximum population is there, everybody knows, but going and practicing there, they are settling themselves in urban area because of plus minus whatsoever. So they, here in our teaching, in our system, we have to see that they have to serve the humanity first, and if they go with the slogan, क्योंकि अपेक्षा बघा एक आणखीन एक, in our economy 4-5 types of professions are there. For example, number one profession, the people who are businessmen. Exceptional are different. Exceptional सोडून द्या. Businessmen, what they do? They go in the morning. Exceptional छोड़ के मैं बता रहा हूँ. They go in the morning, open their shop, पैसा करते हुए बंद करते हैं. They hardly think about the society at large. Second, for example, the people who work in corporates or in company, they also hardly get some time or related, or in service in government sector likewise. Exceptional छोड़ दो. Third profession, farming and all that, forget. Now बचा किसके पास? Only the people who can think about the society is the teachers. So it becomes our moral responsibility to contribute. One more thing I will like to share with an example here, कि if we keep doing the things related with, or our goal is in such a way framed where it is benefiting the society at large, after certain period of time, the fellow or the person is recognized a reward for that action. You know, the corporates take benefit of the same. Example, Jio, Reliance Jio, what they did when it was launched, जब वो launch हुआ था, they provided free of cost. They make them habitual. Even they entered inclusive to the rural area also. It has become number one company at present with a very big turnover, because they provide first the facility to the people. They provide them help, and now the people has provided them with a reward and recognition for their action. Similarly, is the another corporate example can be Amazon also. You can understand. Our business as an institution is to come out with a environment to upgrade the quality in a systematic manner. How it is possible? एक छोटा सा एक story share करता हूँ. खूपच interesting है. How this माहौल can be created. It is related with that Mahabharata. When you know that Chakravyuh incident, where the Abhimanyu was killed in that Chakravyuh. You might have heard, but it's very interesting and simple. What happened at that time when he was killed, and this Chakravyuh was being made, उसको रचा किसने था? जयद्रथ ने. Jayadratha was that fellow who was responsible directly not to kill him, but was to tease when he was killed. जब अर्जुन को पता लगता है शाम को, क्योंकि जब ये अभिमन्यु मारा जाता था, कृष्ण जी और अर्जुन कहीं और युद्ध में शामिल हुआ, तो शाम को जब उनको पता लगता है कि वो मारा गया, तो उसको दुख नहीं होता है, क्योंकि योद्धा लोग की वीरगति को प्राप्त होते ही हैं. लेकिन जब उसको ये पता लगता है कि जयद्रथ वॉज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर टू come out with that view rachna, and he teased him. उसने by kicking, मतलब वो जब उसका देहांत हो जाता है अभिमन्यु का, तो वो उसको लातों से मारता है, चिढ़ाते हुए बोलता है कि यस ही हैज बीन किल्ड. ये चीज़ उसको हर्ट करती है, और वो फिर प्रण लेता है. आपने सुना होगा ये कहानी. वो प्रण लेता है कि कल शाम तक मैं उसको उसका वध कर दूंगा, अदरवाइज मैं खुद को अग्नि में समर्पण कर दूंगा। ऐसा अर्जुन व्रत ले लेता है। अब इसकी वजह से क्या होता है, दोनों कैंप में हड़कंप मच जाता है। वो एक अब ये दोनों जो कैंप है बड़े बड़े कैंप होते हैं, मीन्स इसको यू विल कॉल इट एज अक्षौणी। मीन्स अक्षौणी एक कंसेप्ट है जिसमें 2.5 लाख लोग एक अक्षौणी में होते हैं। तो इधर 11 अक्षौणी होती है कौरव की तरफ, उधर 7 अक्षौणी होती है, इस तरह से। अब क्या होता है, अगले दिन जब सूरज उगता है और युद्ध स्टार्ट होता है, यहाँ अर्जुन और कृष्ण उसको ढूंढने निकल जाते हैं, किसको, जयद्रथ को, बट उसको मिलता नहीं है। शाम होते आती है, इधर टेंशन इधर में बढ़ता है पांडवों की तरफ, इधर कौरव लोग खुश होते जाते हैं बिकॉज उसको, जयद्रथ को उन्होंने कहीं छुपा के रखा होता है। आखिरी में, लास्ट में सूर्य ढलने को ही है, तो सब लोग अभी कृष्ण जी के शरण में आते हैं, कृष्ण भगवान के, उनको बोलते हैं आप भी कुछ चमत्कार करिए। तो ऐसा बोलते हैं कि कृष्ण भगवान ने उस समय, ठीक है मैं कुछ करता हूँ बोल के, उन्होंने क्या किया, वो सूरज के सामने बादलों को इशारा किया कि सूरज के सामने आ जाए। तो इसके वजह से एक अंधेरे हुए जैसी एक सिचुएशन आ गई, और इधर कौरव लोग प्रसन्न हो गए कि भाई दिस इज समथिंग दे हैव वन, और उन्होंने जयद्रथ को सामने कर देते हैं और खूब मीन्स दे एंजॉय द मोमेंट। एट द टाइम जब ये सब होता रहता है तो पांडव पूछते हैं भाई कृष्ण जी को, ये आपने क्या किया? बोले मैं माहौल बना रहा हूँ। वो माहौल इस तरह बनाते हैं कि अंधेरा हो जाता है और ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि अंधेरा हो गया, और जयद्रथ को सामने करते हैं। जैसे ही जयद्रथ सामने आता है, कृष्ण जी अगेन बादलों को इशारा करते हैं और बादल अलग हट जाते हैं, सूरज दिखाई देता है, एंड ही इंस्ट्रक्ट्स अर्जुन टू किल जयद्रथ। अब यहाँ पर ऐसा भले ही हो रहा होगा कि अर्जुन को लगता होगा कि उन्होंने जयद्रथ को मारा, लेकिन माहौल किसने बनाया था? कृष्ण भगवान ने। तो हमारा पर्पस ऐसा है कि हमने ये देखना है, अब भले ही लोगों को लगता है पूरे भारत में कि हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन क्वालिटी अपग्रेड हो रहा है, सब है, लेकिन माहौल तो नैक ही बना रहा है। तो दैट इज समथिंग वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। जब हमने भी हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में हमको ये देखना है कि इस तरह का माहौल बनाना है कि छोटे से लेके बड़े तक everybody should be involved into that quality upgradation. This will make a difference. This is the purpose of this NAC. Now we'll come to fast में अभी आता हूँ मैं NEP की तरफ। NEP का सबसे बड़ा उद्देश्य है, why this NEP has been introduced after so many years, 1986 में आया था और अभी आया है, ठीक है, because of many reasons it did not happen. This is the first one, that is knowledge, society and economy. And economy ki if we things talk about, in order to upgrade the economy, I will tell you some figures, very interesting figure. Recently you might have read in the newspaper, we have a 3.5 trillion economy, we are now, and it's 5th largest. सुना होगा, पेपर में पढ़ा है अपन ने. Very soon we will be becoming 3rd largest. कैसे होएगा? थोड़ा सा फिगर बता तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है और हम सबको पता रहना चाहिए. 3.5 by beating United Kingdom who has ruled us for so many years. Now we are 3.5 leaving behind them. They are 6th and we are 5th. But हमारे ऊपर 4 लोग और हैं, 4 countries और हैं. We will be becoming 3rd largest in 2029, it is being stated, by beating Germany who is having at 4.1 and Japan 4.8 trillion. यहाँ तक तो ठीक है, इसके ऊपर के फिगर बड़े सरप्राइजिंग है. एंड सो आवर सिस्टम इज बैटिंग फॉर ऑल दिस थिंग्स. You know China's contribution to world GDP in respect of this economy, it's 19.6 trillion. And USA का जो number 1 is 24.1 trillion. हम तो 3.5 में ही हैं अभी. But still, with our very good initiative by our present government, Modi ji specifically, till 2047, it is being assumed that we will be the largest economy contributing to GDP in 2047. ये होएगा, शायद हो भी जाएगा. This is possible not because of their process, because of our initiative, because of your initiative, what you will be giving to your kids. So this is one of the very basic reason that this NEP is being pushed like anything to make the things possible. और ये सब कर सकते हैं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं। उसमें क्या बताया है मैं बताता हूँ, बहुत ही छोटा सिंपल है। मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी की बात की हुई है, एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट की बात हुई, नेशनल एकेडमिक डिपॉजिटरी की बात की। These are very simple. Multidisciplinary is a need of the hour. Means a person is having, it's easy to understand, more than one discipline. You know, corporates, they are successful. Corporates are those who are doing the business in multidisciplinary. This is need of the hour. Tata's को ले लो, नमक से लेके तो everything it come out. Multidisciplinary. Reliance, कहाँ रिफाइनरी था, कहाँ वो सब्जी भाजी बेच रहा है, एंड कहाँ एवरीथिंग इट्स डूइंग इट। जियो आ गया, अडानी ग्रुप ले लो, ऑल बिग विग्स, विप्रो एंड ऑल दैट। सो मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर, सो इट शुड बी इंट्रोड्यूस इन आवर एजुकेशन सिस्टम। तो कैसे हो सकता है? रिसेंटली यूजीसी हैज कम आउट विद द गाइडलाइंस रिलेटेड विद दैट ऑल्सो। कैसे? मर्जिंग ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट्स, दिस इज नंबर वन पॉसिबल। देन इंट्रोड्यूसिंग न्यू डिपार्टमेंट्स और कोलैबोरेशन विद इन द इंस्टीट्यूशन। जैसे यहाँ पे अपने पास डेंटल भी है, यहाँ पे मेडिकल भी है, यहाँ पे अदर इंस्टीट्यूशन भी, वी कैन हैव अ कोलैबोरेशन एंड सी दैट सम सर्टिफिकेट और डिप्लोमा कोर्स कैन बी इंट्रोड्यूस फॉर द स्टूडेंट with that multidisciplinary factor where it is. I don't know how much it is possible with the medical fraternity, but in case of the other it is very much possible. यहाँ पर भी हो सकता है, तो आप वो देख सकते हैं। You can also make it possible in the excellent. See, उन्होंने तो स्टैम्प ही लगा दिया फिर मेरे बोलने पे, तो it is possible. This has to be done. This is the need of the. एक गोष्ट लक्षात ठेवायची, हमको आगे की जनरेशन तैयार करनी है। हमारा तो हो गया, जो हमें अच्छे ही है, इट्स वेरी नाइस, वी आर सेटल्ड। वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन। हम नहीं सोचेंगे तो कौन सोचेगा? वी हैव टू थिंक, तभी तो आवर कंट्री विल बी डेवलप्ड वन। So these are the small things which we have to be very careful while dealing with the aspect. Then इसमें skilled की बात की। I have already quoted some things related with the example. Skilled, why the skills? You know, skills is also related with the vocational education, all that. You have to link with this. It is being stated that 2.3% of our workforce is skillful as compared to, if we compare with the countries like, for example, South Korea, 96% of its workforce is skillful, 80% जापान का है, 75% जर्मनी का है। Slight, तो some efforts has to be taken to see that our workforce means our population. अब ये population is young in nature. क्यों young in nature? For your information, 65% of our population is less than 35. अभी भी यहाँ पर भी हम बैठे हैं, फैकल्टी मेंबर में भी आप सभी यंग हैं, लेकिन मेजॉरिटी आप देखेंगे तो 65% of population is less than 35 and median age is 28.6 years. So we are young country. We should encourage this. Why the other countries are coming here for a business? अमेज़न को क्या ज़रूरत है यहाँ के इतना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए? क्योंकि दिस इज अ बिग मार्केट, वी हैव टू इनकैश दिस मार्केट। एक और चीज़ है, छोटी छोटी फिलॉसफी रहती है, लेकिन हम क्या करते हैं, हमारे पास जो फैसिलिटी रहती है ना, हम उसको अवॉइड करते हैं, जो नहीं है उसके पीछे भागते हैं। बहुत बार ऐसा देखा गया, जबकि हमारे पास ही इतनी सारी चीज़ें। फॉर एग्जांपल, आपके डॉक्टर, आपके पेशे में, इन योर प्रोफेशन, यूक्रेन का इंसिडेंट्स मालूम है, देयर आर अराउंड 25,000 प्लस स्टूडेंट्स हु वर देयर फॉर अ मेडिकल एजुकेशन। और ऐसा फिर तब समझ में आया बहुत लोगों को कि यूक्रेन, रशिया और चाइना में बहुत सारे बच्चे जाते हैं। बट एक चीज़ हमको जो समझ में आई और सामने आई, आपको ही पता होगा, इन केस ऑफ प्रैक्टिस मीन्स जो आप एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं, जैसे दिस इज एन हॉस्पिटल एंड यू गेट मेनी ऑफ द फुटफॉल्स, 1000 पेशेंट आपके यहाँ आते होंगे या जो भी होगा 1000 2000, तो दैट फुटफॉल मैटर्स अ लॉट। तो वहाँ पे वो फुटफॉल शायद उतना नहीं है, तो दे एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के लिए उनके पास कुछ। अब अपने पेशे में सबसे ज़्यादा जरूरी क्या चीज़ है? पेशेंस। जितना ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस, जितना ज़्यादा उतना ज़्यादा सीजन। जैसे साहब चौधरी साहब क्या 100 200 एनी टाइम जाओ वहाँ पढ़े दिखते ही सीजन, वो उतना ही ज़्यादा सीजन, उतना ही ज़्यादा अनुभवी। एंड आप लोग भी होंगे, अब मैं सबको नहीं पहचानता नाम से इसलिए, तो इट्स लाइक दैट। सो दिस इज द प्लस पॉइंट विथ अस। हमारा पॉपुलेशन हमारा एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के लिए इज अ प्लस पॉइंट विथ अस, वी शुड इन कैश। और इसीलिए हमारे डॉक्टर्स आर वेल एब्जॉर्ब्ड अराउंड द वर्ल्ड एनीवेयर, दैट ऑल्सो मेक्स ए डिफरेंस। ठीक है, और एक चीज़ है कि इट्स आई थिंक सो वन ऑफ द चीपेस्ट, ऐसा भी है. तो देर आर सो मेनी दैट यू नो बेटर. और विनय हजारे जी और जो अलग स्पीकर्स है, दे विल स्पीक ऑन, बट स्किल मैटर्स a lot. So NEP talks about skill, so it becomes our moral responsibility. Then contribution to society, already stated. Our criteria number 7 talks about like, हम तो ये बोलते हैं और हरदम बोलते हैं कि, and you also know, this education institution is established with a trust. अब ये इनका काम ही है कि समाज को क्या दे रहे हैं. समाज को आप अगर कुछ दे रहे हैं तब तो उसका अस्तित्व है, नहीं तो उसका अस्तित्व नहीं है. तो जो जितना कंट्रीब्यूट करता है सोसाइटी के लिए जो इंस्टीट्यूशन, वो उतना ही पोजीशन में रहता है, उसका गुडविल उतना ही अच्छा रहता है. ये हमने अनुभव लिया हुआ, देखा हुआ है, क्योंकि वो कुछ दे रहा है तो गुडविल उसका बना हुआ है. एंड दैट इफ इट इज रिटेनिंग एंड मेंटेनिंग गुडविल मीन्स इट्स एग्जिस्टेंस इज देयर फॉर लॉन्गर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. ठीक है, एक बार A++ आ जाए किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन को और वो हवे में ही रहे कि मुझे A++ आ जाए, तो हमने ऐसा वही कई इंस्टीट्यूशन को देखा हुआ है कि वो A++ का A+ भी हुआ और A भी हुआ. बहुत ही सिंपल उदाहरण आहे. एखादा विद्यार्थीला 10वीला 95% मार्क्स भेटले, 95% or 99%, and with 95% of mark, when he get it, he get all sort of respect. समाजात, रिश्तेदार में, सब जगह उसको बहुत अच्छा रिस्पेक्ट मिलता है. लेकिन अगर वो 12th में उसको मेंटेन नहीं करता है तो क्या होगा? क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेशन बढ़ती है. 95 है तो पुढच्या 99 तो होना ही चाहिए ना भाई. तो वो सी है ना, तो विक्ट्री डजंट सस्टेन अनलेस यू इनकैश इट फॉर फर्दर विक्ट्री. दिस इज सिंपल. ऐसा उसको जिंदगी भर करते रहना है. ठीक है, एंड दिस इज रिलेटेड विथ दैट. नाउ HES टू रीएडजस्ट, रिवैम्प एंड री इंजीनियर, दिस इज फाइन. यहाँ पे एक चीज है, NAP wants that we should be Vishwaguru. We were and we will be in the near future, very soon, very fast. This is going to happen. But the most important thing is this is missing, you know. एक इसका ये नहीं काम कर. एक तो वर्ल्ड हायर एजुकेशन रैंकिंग में वी डोंट स्टैंड, दैट वी हैव टू सी दैट वी स्टैंड. इट रिक्वायर्स एन एफर्ट एंड इट इज बेस्ड ऑन सम 5-6 पैरामीटर्स, सिंपल पैरामीटर्स है. उसमें वो बोलता है, एक है इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिव्यू, साइटेशन, रिसर्च, international outlook and industry income. ऐसे 5 major parameters are there for world higher education ranking. We should initiate to participate. And far सोपा है, कारण कि that is reputation survey. See what Ashish ji was talking about reputation survey, how reputed your institution are, उसका survey होता है and accordingly. It's related with the institution reputation, it's related with the research related with the reputation. And this has a major score into that. Steadily, at least, what happens, we should always aim high. अपना benchmark हमारा हरदम high होना चाहिए. तो for that benchmark high, we have to think of all this. And then, decision making. Student decision making matters a lot in any of the concept. अब वो कैसे हो सकता है? एक छोटा सा, there are 13 probable skills, I will tell you, 13 probable skills which are in demand in the corporate or in the society also. The person who is well versed with 13 probable skills is always in a position, and we have to see that it happens. And it's very simple. In addition to your other technical knowledge, वो skills कौन से हैं? पहला है communication, critical thinking, computation, creativity, people's management, very important. ठीक है, positive work habit, problem solving skills, transdisciplinary, NEP talks about technical knowledge, then emotional intelligence, and सगळ्यात मोठी है decision making. In the life, this decision making matters a lot. छोटा सा एक incident शेअर करतो फास्ट मध्ये, and probably you might have heard. हे व्हॉट्सअप ना खूपच चांगलं आहे, त्याचा वापर चांगला केला पाहिजे. त्याच्यात इमेज, स्टोरी, व्हिडिओ येतात. That we can utilize it in our teaching also sometimes, because this philosophy matters. तिथे उसमें एक आया था, once in a corporate, an HR manager was to be recruited. And that HR manager, बड़े corporate में HR manager को recruitment मतलब वो जो recruitment process होती है वो तो tough रहती है, but those people who apply also are very skillful, they are seasoned. तो वो इंटरव्यू हुआ, प्रोसेस हुआ, सारा हुआ, तो वहाँ की प्रथा थी कि द COE ऑफ द कंपनी हैज़ टू गिव दैट अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर टू दैट फेलो। तो एक मतलब वो टाइम फिक्स हुआ, दैट इज द लंच टाइम वॉज देयर वेयर इट वॉज फिक्स दैट ही हैज़ टू शेयर दैट लेटर टू दैट फेलो। अब लंच में वो दोनों ऑफिस में बैठे हैं, ऑफिस में इन सेंस जहाँ पर भी उनका लंच अरेंज हुआ था। ये अपना आता है जो मिस्टर एक्स समझ लीजिए जो रिक्रूट हुआ है, ही केम एंटर्ड एंड सेट विद दैट CEO फॉर लंच। अब लंच के पहले जनरली आमतौर पे सूप ऑर्डर होता है, सूप ऑर्डर हुआ, ये अब साहब COE साहब जो है वो देख रहा था उसको कि वो क्या करता है। वो पट्टे ने क्या किया, अब सूप है उसको बिना चखे उसमें नमक डाल दिया, ही माइट बी हैबिचुअल ऑफ पुटिंग ए सॉल्ट इनटू इट, नमक डाला, अब ये देख ही रहा है उसको, नमक डाला, वो सब खाया पिया हो गया। आफ्टर लंच गॉट कंप्लीटेड एंड देयर आफ्टर COE वॉज वेरी स्मार्ट, आशीष जी जैसा, उसने उसको नमस्ते बोला, बहुत अच्छा हो, खुशी हुई आपसे मिलके, नमस्ते धन्यवाद, चला गया। अब जिसने ये प्रोसेस हैंडल किया था, द एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर लाइक मित्रा जी और अच्छे, तो वो आया, वो बोले भाई आप आज कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, आपने बहुत अच्छा आदमी आप अपॉइंट किए हुए है। तो COE बोलते हैं मैंने उसको अपॉइंटमेंट दिया ही नहीं, अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर दिया ही नहीं। बोले क्यों भाई, इतनी अच्छी प्रोसेस है? नहीं, वो इसलिए नहीं दिया क्योंकि वो उसको ये नहीं समझता है कि डिसीजन लेते समय हमने, भाई अब सूप है, सूप में नमक है कि नहीं है, उसको पहले चख तो ले, पहले उसको, अब हैबिचुअल होगा, कोई कोई हैबिचुअल रहते हैं, तो बोले इतनी छोटी सी बात के लिए आपने उसको रखा नहीं। हाँ भाई, ऐसे आदमी हमारे यहाँ कोई काम के नहीं रहते, जो डिसीजन लेते समय यू हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल कि भाई पहले चीज़ों, और वो भी HR मैनेजर, वन ऑफ द टफेस्ट जॉब इन दी सिस्टम, और मित्रा जी एग्री करेंगे, डायरेक्टर हैं, मैनेजिंग द ह्यूमंस, ये सबसे टफेस्ट होता है, और उसमें अगर आपका डिसीजन गलत होता है तो गड़बड़। तो स्टूडेंट को वी हैव टू मेक देम ए गुड डिसीजन मेकर, दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, दैट इज मैसेज। फिर आगे जाते हैं फास्ट, एक नेक्स्ट आई थिंक सो 10 मिनट्स में आई विल फिनिश, 5 मिनट्स में आई विल फिनिश, टाइम इज ऑलरेडी ओवर। ये मैंने बता दिया। रोल ऑफ IQAC आई विल टॉक अबाउट दिस इज, यस, एक छोटा ग्लिच है यहाँ पे। इंटरनल क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस सेल का जो कोऑर्डिनेटर होता है और जो डायरेक्टर या प्रिंसिपल और वाइस चांसलर, उस पर सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आ जाती है। इट इज़ नॉट देयर बिजनेस, okay, they are taking a making possible or taking a lead role, but it is all the other person's responsibility, all the other faculty members' responsibility to help them to make the things possible. They are assumed to be as the soul of the institution, this IQAC coordinator and the team, okay. So, and this should come with a turn also if possible. Everybody should realize it, because soul kyun? Kyunki they have to manage the management, they have to manage the students, they have to manage the faculty members also. So as an IQAC coordinator, they have to see all this business, okay. Now its role consists of managing both academic and administrative staff. उसमें ये 4 चीज़ है: क्वालिटी इनिशिएटिव, क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस, सस्टेनेंस एंड एनहांसमेंट। ये बहुत बड़ा टॉपिक है, मैं ख़त्म करूँगा एक 5 मिनट में। Quality initiative, already it is being taken initiative on the basis of the documentation or the draft or the manual or the SSR, what is being there. Assurance means what it has to be maintained properly. Then assure karna, enhance, it has to be increased. Everything is very minutely can be observed. And it has to be taken care with a specific measurable, achievable, and relevant and time-bound activity. ये पूरा concept, it has to be done in a concrete way. And this is possible with the help of the stakeholders, that is, of course, the student and the faculty members who are there. So, role of IQAC in doing the business of Naac and applying NAP matters a lot. And it has to be systematically disciplined. In discipline, it has to be observed. Yes, ये जो है 4-5 content है. What learners want, quality learning environment, quality content. ये जो content है, this is from, you can call this as the world education body, which has made the thing, and as an assurance we have to see that this is possible. At the end में सीधा इसमें आऊँगा फास्ट में. I will share this thing, this slide and all that. for to be a quality oriented institution, every individual, मैं देख रहा हूँ यहाँ पे every academic staff is very bright enough, very enthusiastic, very interesting to learn and understand something new. You may share all this slide with everybody because everything has import. जैसे ये इसमें दिखता है, for a green jungle every tree has to be green. Similarly, every individual's responsibility is there to provide a quality input to the institution so that it become a quality. जैसे आप पेशेंट से जब डील करते हैं तो जो जितना अच्छा डील करता है, जो डिपार्टमेंट जितना अच्छा है वो उतना ही ऊपर रहता है. उसी प्रकार से फॉर इंस्टीट्यूशंस आउटपुट in respect of the quality we have to deal in such a way. And essential one, जब भी कुछ करें तो society should be number one, nation should be the first. When we go with this concept, एक छोटी सी स्टोरी बताता, बहुत अच्छी है, प्यारी सी है और अब बहुत पसंद आएगा. 1947 में we got an independence and why it is essential. 1947 we got independence. Before 11 years, उसके 11 साल पहले 1936 में there was a Olympic. 1936 आपने सुना होगा. 1936 में हुआ क्या? इंडिया वन दी ओलंपिक मेडल फॉर हॉकी. सुना है? अब आगे का उसमें क्या हुआ? वो मैच था जर्मनी और इंडिया के बीच में. ओके, अब यहाँ पे जर्मनी और इंडिया की पोजीशन बहुत सारी कहानी इससे रिलेटेड सुनी होगी. छोटी सी कहानी जो मैंने सुनी अभी भी और वो मैं शेयर करूँ तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लगी मुझे. एंड दैट इज़ कि उसमें वो मैच देखने के लिए एडोल्फ हिटलर आया था वहाँ पे और 40,000 ऑफ जर्मन्स वर देयर टू सी दैट मैच. उसमें ध्यानचंद नाम आपने मालूम ही है आपको, ध्यानचंद जी ने 6 गोल डाले, 8-1 से इंडिया जीता. और जीतने के जब प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हुआ तो एडोल्फ हिटलर वो वहीं था. उसने प्राइज देते समय ध्यानचंद से बोला, वो बहुत इम्प्रेस हो गया था ध्यानचंद से. उसने उससे बोला कि आई एम वेरी मच इम्प्रेस्ड बाय योर कंसेप्ट. एंड वो ये बोलता है प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के समय टू ज्वाइन जर्मन आर्मी, उसको प्रपोज करता है ध्यानचंद को. अब यहाँ पे एक माहौल बनता है वहाँ स्टेडियम में, और क्योंकि वो डिक्टेटर था, अगर ध्यानचंद रिफ्यूज़ किया तो इसको पॉसिबल है, सब डर जाते. लेकिन ध्यानचंद तो नेचुरली इंडियन, वो भी बिल्कुल डिवोटेड, वो अपनी आंखें बंद करके बहुत ही माइल्ड आवाज़ में उसको बोलता है, जवाब देता है, इंडिया इज़ नॉट फॉर सेल. बड़ा इमोशन ऐसा टच करता है, इंडिया इज़ नॉट फॉर सेल. एंड हिटलर गॉट इम्प्रेस्ड, उसको सैल्यूट करता है, वो बोलता है आई सैल्यूट यू फॉर योर पेट्रियटिज्म टू योर नेशन एंड इट्स अ लकी कंट्री दैट यू हैव. दैट पेट्रियटिज्म इज असेंशियल. अब दिल से लगता है ना, उसके लिए ताली बजाई जाए ध्यानचंद जी की. दिस इज समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वॉट्स एवर वी डू, आवर नेशन फर्स्ट in our work. When we have this concept in our mind, in our brain, it will work very nicely. So friends, what we do on a daily basis, एक दो कोट में बताता हूँ, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है. दिनचर्या आपने सुना होगा. दिनचर्या says what we do on a daily basis, even though imperfectly done, will bring far better results than we do perfectly but on irregular basis. So if we keep doing what we're doing, we'll keep getting what we are getting. If we want to get the results we have never got before, then we have to do the things we have never done before. तो बच्चों से एक चीज़ ज़रूर शेयर करिएगा, जो मैं ये लास्ट में बोलता हूँ, ध्यान से सुनना, बच्चों से शेयर करना, अपने लिए भी काम का है. सफल बनना चाहते हैं तो तरीका बदलो, इरादा नहीं. सफल बनना चाहते हैं तो तरीका बदलो, इरादा नहीं. खामोशी से इतनी मेहनत करो कि सफलता शोर मचाने लगे. थैंक यू. नमस्ते. ये भी शोर मचाने लगा. चलिए, थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir, for all the appreciation, guidance, and the inspirational words. We would like to express our gratitude towards our esteemed guests. So I request Honorable Working Chairman Dr. Ashish Deshmukh to kindly present a memento to our chief guest Dr. Kavade. And I also request Dean Sir to kindly present a memento to our guest of honor Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary as a token of our love and appreciation. As a gesture to help promote the untapped talent of the tribals of Melghat, we decided to present mementos made by them, which is their only source of income. We also acknowledge the presence of our MMC observer, Dr. Anirudh Devke, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank our chief guest, Dr. Devinder Kaude, guest of honor, Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary, Honorable Dean, Dr. Kajal Mitra, Honorable Working Chairman, Dr. Ashish Deshmukh, IQAC Director, Dr. Mona Majumdar, and all the dignitaries present here for gracing this occasion. I now hand over the mic to Dr. Aarti Kasulkar, IQAC Secretary, for the scientific sessions. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Tasneem and Dr. Supriya. Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, a very good morning to all. I, Dr. Aarti Kasulkar, on behalf of the organizing committee, feel privileged to welcome you all for the scientific sessions of Naac National Conference on Naac Guided Metamorphosis, Quality Initiatives in Medical Institutions. Data management is an integral part of Naac accreditation and achieving good grades. So, the first scientific session for today is Structured Data Management for Accreditation. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Ajit Savji and Dr. Manish Savani to chair the session. Dr. Ajit Savji is Professor and Head, Department of Community Medicine. He is having an academic experience of 23 years in undergraduate and postgraduate teaching. He is having many national and international publications to his credit. He is MUHS and MMC accredited faculty for research methodology and has organized more than 50 workshops in basic and advanced research methodology courses. He is the principal investigator for the prestigious Blossom project of MUHS to be conducted in the tribal population of Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. Dr. Manish Savane is Professor and Head, Department of Physiology, having 29 years of academic and 16 years of administrative experience. He is the in charge of the postgraduate cell at NKP SIMS. He is having many original research articles in indexed international and national journals. He is the member of American Physiological Society. He is founder secretary of Academy of Physiology for the tenure of 2015 to 17 and vice president for the tenure of 2017 and 19. He is the co-editor of Panacea Journal of Medical Sciences. Welcome, sir. I request all the delegates to please switch your mobile on the silent mode. I now hand over the proceedings to chairpersons. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Okay. So, a very good morning to all of you. So, we are starting this Naac conference with a very important topic, that is structured data management. As we all know, data can be classified into qualitative data, quantitative data, then primary data, secondary data, structured data or unstructured data, and so on. In today's world, data is growing in a velocity, volume, and value. If we are able to manage this big data, it will be helpful to the individual, organization, and being in a healthcare, I will say, to the patient care. To enlighten on this very topic, that is structured data management and accreditation, we have with us a very learned faculty, that is Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University, Dr. Preeti Bajaj. She is PhD in Electronics Engineering with MBA and has 31 years of rich administrative, academic and research experience. A tech lady giving thrust to research, innovation and entrepreneurship. She is an active IEEE, that is Institute of Electronics and Electrical Engineering, volunteer for more than 22 years and has exercised many leadership roles in IEEE in India and abroad. Currently, Chair Education Activities Committee, that is IEEE Region 10, Asia Pacific, Member Section Education Outreach Committee, that is SEOC, Education Activity Board of IEEE USA. Expertise in computational intelligence, intelligent transporting system, education data mining and healthcare. She has co-authored 3 book chapters and co-inventor for 3 patents. She has 150 plus publications and having cations of 1000 plus. Recipient of IEEE MGA Achievement Award 2021 for exemplary contribution and dynamic leadership in achieving rapid transformation of IEEE educational activities with several geographical units. Under her leadership, Galgotias University has listed in 151 to 200 top universities of India in NIRF India rankings 2022. The university has received 12B status under the leadership and have set up incubation center and new milestones in the research. I welcome Honorable VC Ma'am Dr. Preeti Bajaj and invite her to enlighten us, all of us, on the topic that is structured data management and accreditation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Very nice. I think there is.
Yes, ma'am, we are receiving.
Yeah, but I think there are 2 laptops. Not You have to. One has to be.
One has. काही लॅपटॉप दोन
There has to be. I get. There is a echo.
बंद करू का?
Okay. Yes, sir. Now is it okay? So, thank you so much. आणि ऑलमोस्ट 3 वर्षानंतर मराठी बोलायला चांगलं वाटतंय आणि इट्स लाईक feeling like back home. So very nicely said by Mr. Dr. Devendra Kavade ji. For green forest, every tree has to be green, and he highlighted on community service and extension activities and nation first. Honorable Working Chairman Dr. Ashish Deshmukh in his absence, Dr. Devendra Kavade, Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary, Dr. Muzumdar, IQSC Director, Dr. Kajal Mitra, and Dr. Ajit Saoji, and Dr. Mahesh Sabane, Dr. Kalpana, who was interacting with me, and all the participants present over here. Very good morning. I'm sorry, I'm not carrying any presentation. So I would say the Naac is also in project management, and many a times in project you get in project failure and you have to manage with the crisis management. I'm at a conference in Hyderabad and having neck to neck 2 sessions, one on Naac and one on my IEEE, and have lost my laptop and presentation as well, but I'm sure I'll able to give you the best what is required at Naac. Recently, we have also been accredited with Naac A+. When working with a university or a college and volume of students and volume of teachers, patients, so lot of data is there, and data is in every format. Like we also have School of Medical and Applied Sciences, so we have to deal with the data, with the patients, with the students, with their camps, with their activities, with patients' data, which is being recorded on day basis, and many other things. How this, I won't say big data, but yes, the data volume is different. Some are videos, some are documents, some are photos, some are proofs, some are receipts, and how do we manage the different formats of the data? Many a times we don't have even geotag photos, because geotag photos have been recently started, so probably for last 5 years of your performance you don't have geotag photos as well. With all that you have to manage. So yes, don't worry, no worries, we will I would also try to refine and would say my presentation is not on data management. When you say manage, I call it manage as managing man, people, data tactfully. So I don't want to tell you that data has to be managed, but data has to be collected, data has to be analyzed, data has to be stored at correct form, data has to be validated, and the clean data has to be presented in the Naac. That will give you minimum queries. It's not that if some template has asked you data and you are giving unstructured data or the data without validation, wherein your 50% entries would be disqualified or they would raise some question. So instead of that, I would say instead of 100 lines, you give 5 lines, but which are clean. So that is the first thing which we all have to understand. Otherwise, the teacher's role, as it should not be how many pages you have written, but how many points you have covered and what you have mentioned in that has to be a knowledgeable. Coming to the very first thing, if I'll start with, so it's a few things I know about allied sciences, because I'm also running the programs in optometry, physiotherapy. I'm running program in MLT, CVT, and many others as well, nursing, pharmacy. But yes, for medical and especially for the affiliated colleges, I don't know whether your programs are fixed or not, but the very first thing, it starts with a perfect office order for the data collection. Because who is the team who is collecting, how they are going to store the data in which format. Is it going to be Excel, Google Sheet? What columns needs to be there? What has been asked at Naac? So everybody is aware about the Naac templates, which is there for the 7 criteria, but the data won't be sufficient for these only templates. So suppose the template has asked you the data, the programs you are running. So are you storing some information about the departments as well, some schools as well? If some codes have been asked, are you storing the codes along with some more information, so that in case of additional information, you don't have to collect the data back, because it would be very, very difficult, because 5 years data you have to maintain. Are you storing year wise? How, or single Google Sheet? Then have you made the column for the year or not? That all would start. So I'll be starting with your template for the health sciences, which would be, say, criteria 1. And some basic things I would like to mention about as well. So when it starts with first criteria, which is on curricular aspect, the very first thing it starts about, what are the programs you had? So the programs which you have, do you have a correct nomenclature? Have you verified your nomenclature? Do you have a ERP system, first of all? And like at my in university, if I'll give you an example, there I found when I started the cleaning the data and reviewing the data 3 years back. So we started basically working for exactly 3 years back. And when we started with, we saw that no, ampersand small programs, or suppose some program is computer science and engineering, or computer science engineering, or say it is MLT, so medical lab technology, or medical laboratory technology. All these matters, you know. So have you seen your degrees? Have you seen your university affiliation, their board of study or regulations or the ordinances which have been given by your affiliated university, and your own documents which you are maintaining? So does this nomenclature is same? That is the validation. So first is how many programs you had from 15 to 20, or say now yours would be say 17 to 22. So how many programs you had? What were the nomenclature? What were the specialization they were offering? Where the BOS for certain programs were common? Whether the, and how this data would be presented on the website. So website structure as well, parallelly we have worked, because you have to upload huge data on your website. Website cannot be changed during the duration for almost 2-3 years. Does your website is ready? These are all small tips. If you can take up these. So website has to be correct. Website data presentation has to be correct. And it is not that simple as we'll see, oh, whatever we have collected, the template is there and we can upload. No, lot of documents would be available on the hyperlink. And how would be that? And how the third party who will be validating your data would be referring those documents, how they will open from one point to second point, can they go or not? These are the small tips I would give you here. When we started with, we have seen the BOS documents, are they missing? So we tried to reach out, data mining was done, the email IDs were open, and we saw some BOS approvals. If approvals, everybody's signature is not there, digital signature will not be allowed. So you need to take the actual circular signature, or else if signatures are not there, then can you invite those signatures, or can those be available somewhere as an part of email as well? That is also fine. Intake is very, very important. How many programs you have? What is the intake? Which year, what was the intake, and what is the document? Like in our case, it was a university. University do not have a fixed intake every year. So where are those documents? Who got in, who gave the approval for the intake? For your case, it is a fixed, so you need not to worry on, intake part. Coming to value addition program. Value addition program, many value addition courses you might have. Or you might not have actual value addition, but then you have offered certain programs which were having duration for 3 days or 4 days. Can you consider the man hours, and can you convert those programs into value addition, and can you collect all the documents? Some press release might be there. You may not have geotag photo for everything, but then Can you have some press release? Can you have wherein those photographs have been taken in government sector, or some authentic information you need to have. Value addition program plays very important role, but then do you have in structured format? So when you are talking about value addition program, the program which semester it has been introduced, which program, which year, and it has to be a non-credit course. So your course and your program structure is there. Is it clashing with the value addition course? Please look at those documents. Otherwise, I have ethics, research ethics as an value addition course, and research ethics is my program core course as well. In that case, it would be a clash. So you need to see data validation, data duplication. I would suggest everyone can do a 3 days crash course on Excel. Those who are handling, especially a Naac, that is good. In Nagpur, we got it done for our faculties as well for GHRC, wherein I was there till 2019. So we got in all our faculties trained for Excel. That will help you, because I understand for medical practitioners also, you will be very busy in your day-long job, and probably you must be having least interaction with the Excel, especially maintaining the data would be an additional burden on all of you. But believe me, if you can do that, your job would be very easy, because the Naac do not have only one criteria as an extension activities, but the criteria remains same whether you are a health organization, or it's a engineering college, or it's a full-fledged university with my volume was, I don't know the volume at NKP Salve. So sir, can I know the number of approximately number of students and faculty with whom we are dealing with there?
In all, around 1200 students are undergraduate students are there, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I was thank you, sir. I was dealing with 15,000 students, 1,000 faculties, 800 around faculties, and then supporting staff. And for programs were 150 every year. So including PhD programs, in 1 year we had 100, then 125, and then 150 programs every year with minute specialization, which were changing every year. So that was the volume which I was dealing with. And many a times you have some faculty, they have some other aspirations, they have left in between, and then data from one faculty to have be handed over to other have many challenges. So the very first thing which I did is the creation of Google Sheets, and the these Google Sheets with the detailed whatever Naac templates have been there. In addition to that, the extra templates, extra fields were created, which were required based on my knowledge, while interacting with the Naac as a chairman, as a member coordinator, and as a expert member, and as an other side of the table, wherein I was dealing with an as was a director and VC as well. The coding of the course, the courses, whatever in 4 years, 5 years of your program, if you have the course, those codes should not be duplicated. So please see that you have that course structure, you have copied that all in your Google Sheet with the detail. If you have elective, you can have a different color. If you have a core course, you can have a different color code. And if it is a university core, you can have a different color code. 5 years courses to be copied in a Google Sheet, duplication to be removed, and then you have to find it out whether those courses are skill-oriented, entrepreneurship, and all that. We did not have, if you look at the template, you will find one template related to internship as well. So how you will deal with internship, wherein if you don't have internship for everyone. So clinical internship, industry internship projects, if you understand the structure for this 1.3.4, which is there in the criteria 1, the denominator would be your total number of students. 1,200 students if you have, that would be your denominator. In my case, it was 15,000 was the denominator. For 3 years back, when I studied this template, we used to have minor project, major project, and so on. We ensured that every student every year is being given some kind of internship, some kind of research, small project, and some form of dissertation. Until and unless you have all the students, this ratio will not be high and you will not be getting full marks as well. Strategy, changes in the academics system, and over and above you can always do. There is always minimum curriculum which is prescribed by the university. Over and above you can do as in college, and over and above you can always do as a part of university. So do we have these systems in the because when I'm talking about structured data, I'm also talking about whether you have understood the template, whether you have understood what is going to be your denominator and how is going to be your marks based on, because one end, I will not do any compromise on the data. At the same time, it has to be a clean data. The third thing is this data should give me a good score as well. These were my policies. The change in syllabus, course curriculum, whenever, the first criteria, again, curriculum aspect, it asks about what was the change in your BOS. We always give the minute format is always the MOM when you are preparing. It is always in the form of, theoretical. Some lines are given, this subject code we have changed, this subject code we have changed. But what was original, what has been changed, we never ask for. Wherein Naac would ask you, what was the original syllabus, what new has been changed. Are we ready for that? How is going to be the presentation, this structured data? So if you have formed the BOS booklet or your department or your program booklet for 4 years or 5 years of your curriculum, how you are going to highlight that? So everything has to be very, very handy. That then there is, what is a crux? They have asked how much is your syllabus has been changed in 5 years, not for individual course, but across all the programs, how many programs have been changed? And if those have been changed, then what is the percentage of that? Then and then it would reflect as an, complete program has been changed. In a program, suppose you have 40 courses. So if only 10 courses have been changed, can you say that program has been revised? For 10 courses, you cannot say program has been revised. Now, in one particular course, only 5% syllabus has been changed. Can you say that syllabus has been revised? You can't say that revision has taken place. Both are very, very important, and that has to be addressed. 1.4.1 and 1.4.2, the feedback part. Are you closing the loop in the data or not? It talks about, feedback system, the feedback for the curriculum. First of all, are you taking curriculum feedback from all the stakeholders, whether it is industry, whether it is, your alumni, whether you are teachers and your current students as well. And then if they have given you some feedback, are you compiling, analyzing, some graphs have been prepared, how it is? And then finally, action taken report is there and that is uploaded on the website. Then the closed loop would be there and that link would be given to the Naac. I don't know how many of you have really gone through the template of Naac, and then it would be very, very helpful. But what I can tell you is, it is not difficult. Only you need to have a proper approach, the data collection, and some initiatives if those systems are not in place. So rather, data management, data collection is equally important. But before data collection, what are the systems? If you don't have system, there won't be any data. So having like for paramedical department of mine, we did not have OPD in place. So 3 years back, we started with the OPDs. Then we did not, the data collection was started. How we are collecting the data, what proof we are maintaining. Number of hundreds of camps our faculties have done in the rural part. Now those, where is the data of those patients? What is the satisfaction? One time camp is done and everything is over? No. So how we are checking, frequently checking whether what kind of system is there, all that has to be managed. And then initially there was an inertia also to maintain the data and put it into a Google sheet. But then there was a system, and once system is set, then everybody was roaming around the same, and then we did not face any challenges. In fact, we have been appreciated for our extension activity. I'm sure as a medical college, you must be doing many extension activities as well. It goes to the next, when criteria 2, when you go for, that has a faculty, data. Now, your challenge would be in medical profession, probably you must be having many guest faculty, many adjunct faculty, and many regular faculties as well. How you are managing this data and how you are writing that data. And again, it would be what is the qualification of these faculties? This is very important. So how you are managing your faculty data, the percentage of PhDs which you need to write down, the faculties must have joined, they must have left, and how much duration in a year they have, how stability, how was the retention rate, how many applications came for your medical application, probably that you don't have, because you don't have authority to admit on your own. Probably that would be from the affiliated university or probably from the government. But you need to have this data, how many applications came and what was the scrutiny criteria, and then how many finally been admitted, how many teachers were there, what was your ratio. The ratio for teacher and student ratio played very important role. So if I can, what was the reservation criteria? How many students were given reservation? Even if you, I'm sure you must be having that. Being a private university, and then we did not have any reservation system, but we have started our own reservation system, and then we fulfilled the same. The next criteria was for you was protocol, the special program which are being organized for the slow learner and advanced learner. Do you have a system for advanced learner and slow learner? So how you are maintaining the data? That was very important, that you need to have some system. You cannot say that being a medical college we don't have. So since it's a college, we need to have a slow learner, fast learner, the system, and the best of best teaching practices as well. Mentor-mentee. Do you have mentor-mentee, and how you are maintaining? So what I did is, in ERP, we have given one provision that one teacher would have 15 to 17 students. We map those students, and we have taken that backup, and we have uploaded on the Naac template, because they would be asking the data for all teachers. They would be asking the data for all students. So you need to mention finally 1:17, 1:15 as in, your final score. But backup is always required. Might be right now the answer is only objective, but when queries would come, they would ask you all the data. You need to have a backup, and data is always very important. This is your very interesting 2.3.2. The institution has clinical skills, simulation training models, and trainers in the skills in the relevant disciplines. The institution has advanced simulators, and then structured program from training and for clinical skills as well. What kind of programs you have, how you will be explaining these programs, how would be your regular classroom sessions, your teachers must be using unique practice, how you are documenting and recording these lectures, and not for this year but for last 3 or 5 years. And if they have used some innovation technique, there are many open source software, encyclopedias, and then you must have procured your own simulators as well. Free simulators are also there. So are you using those while teaching in the classroom? Do you use the technology as well? So all that, and there are wonderful videos are there which also must have been used by your teachers. All that, those records have to be there, and that you have to have some samples right now. At the time of visit, you have to show the complete things as well. do we have, I don't know whether the mentor-mentee is, you have a peer mentoring or you have the mentor-mentee system in the place. But that's again, as I said, is very, very important, and they would be asking. The faculty appointments, adjunct, they will not consider. So do you have number of count, number of students for every year? My data should tell me. And one question would be asked at number of places. So the template and its linking must be understood, and your data is, until and unless it is clean, and one person at the top would be giving to who shall be having custodian of the clean data would give you whether you are going wrong or correct. Like, suppose you have value addition program. In value addition program, you have shown you have taken 100 programs. Now, these 100 programs for 30 hours, where is a provision in your course curriculum if your one semester is having more than 40-50 hours? So please ensure while writing the data, it is not exemplary data which you have. So please ensure that the data is very, very correct. In one place, you have division divided by total number of students, you have said 12,000. At other place, you have said 15,000. Third place, you have said 8,000. So might not be intentionally, but because of wrong interpretation of the template. So please ensure that you have correct interpretation of template first. Very important is research data. Whether you are guiding PhD in your own university or other university as well. Are you a recognized guide? Data collection again. So when you are collecting faculty data, it's not about joining and it's not about resignation or promotion. We have maintained the data for their research approval. If the process is they cannot accept any outside proposal until unless they take the NOC or approval from the VC. We have done one more practice. I have devised with a Google form for event approval. So any event, whether it is a BOS meeting, whether it is an internship, whether it is industry lecture, whether it is a guest lecture, whether it is any workshop, faculty development, would not take place until unless that event is approved and that gets recorded in our database of event. Now I just have to do the sorting. Oh, how many events are there? Research methodology, how many workshops across the university have been done? How many patent filing have been done? How many BOS meeting took place? And when the data comes, I used to have a check with this list. So please ensure that you have an event form somewhere, some system wherein at university level or at college level, because I understand your college is also a big, huge affair, have to be maintained and managed with so many departments. How you are doing is amazing. So with that, you need to maintain the data for everything. Which department has some small program which might be of value to a Naac, which you may not realize. How you are going to track? For that, you need to get in the data management or event management. That's very, very important. So coming to, for your field like PhD, DM or whatever degree you have, in many programs they would ask you whether you have those requisite degrees or not. And approximately, I would say, if it is above 50%, you will be getting, I won't say good grade, but yes, sufficient grade. But ideally, it has to be 80% faculty is qualifying for this now. A very important part will be the teacher's publication. Although they are taking third party implementate, but that's only for one part. Many a times teachers do publish paper for conferences, journals, which are not Scopus, which are not Web of Science, which are not SCI publications. Then what? Have you created a database for the college level, for institute level, wherein each and every faculty's publication would be recorded. We started two measures for this, because data management and for publication was very, very important. The publications copy, not only first page, but the full paper length is required. The publication might be in a conference, UGC Care journal, which you will not able to track in the implementate. You will not able to track in Scopus. You will not able to get in from. So every faculty's ORCID ID, every faculty's Babylon ID, every faculty's Vidwan IDs, we have created these IDs and those were synced to university profile. We have ensured that all these faculties do write in their publication exactly same Galgotia's university. You need to name your institute. That institute has to be there in every publication so that it will be easily fall into the category of your college, and then you can find it out how many publications you have. Every faculty should have 2 or 3 publications. For that, you need to see whether you are meeting benchmark or not. Scopus would be, inputs will be given directly from the Scopus. But what about the conference data, UGC Care, and the other journals which are non-Scopus? For that, you need to manage, you need to collect the data. Many faculties would not give you, you will realize that many faculties would not give you or will not share, their affiliations are wrong. And in that case, we came out with research awards. So as I said, the systems have to be set up. We have came out with a research award wherein every faculty, whatever publication you have done, for that we have defined some code of conduct, and for that we have given some award, some cash incentive. Because of these research awards, the data collection was done, the data was analyzed, and clean data was taken and considered for the Naac. That would be a good exercise for last 5 years research data. If you need to collect, you can do this exercise and 5 years data would be in your hand. So the next was IPR activities. Similarly, the IPR activities, how many activities were done, in what way IPR activities were done, where are the reports, how many students have attended. So you need to see, you might not have those activities in last 3 years. Can you compensate in having those activities in next 2 years or current 2 years? You need to see that. We did that exercise, and finally we had good number of patent activities and patents as well. So the patent filing is important, patent publication is important. Grants, probably, even if you don't have, you will not be losing in the Naac. You will be losing in NRF and other places. And you need to see, and some data must have been collected by the, if your institution has participated in the NRF, you might have some data. That data would give you where do you stand and what efforts needs to be collected. But for research, ensure whether you are giving research funding, please maintain the data. If you are giving seed funding, lot of weightage is on seed funding. Are you having consultancy, so CSR fund collection, lot of weightage on that as well. So your publication, again, lot of weightage is there on the publication. There is if I am correct, there was a good participation from NKP Salve also for Medha. So if your students are participating in outside competitions like Medha, which was medical devices hackathon and all, that would give you, students' participation. That could help you in while you can write down. Those are the activities which university or institute is supporting for having ecosystem of the innovation. Fellowship is again very, very important, and it would be very difficult to manage the fellowship and to get in the data for the fellowship as well. We were lacking in that, because government fellowship is little difficult. But government funding, I could just listen to Dr. Kaude, and through that I understood that lot of funding you have received. So Government grants are okay. If you don't have government grants, non-government grants would be fine. So do you have CSR fund as well? And how you are utilizing CSR fund? This data management again, CSR fund, and then utilization of CSR fund, and then the systems or the offices or the departments which you have built in. What is very important? So third criteria, there are some pointers. Third criteria, research paper through implement, like which is index papers, Scopus, Web of Science. Then second, your non-government, non-index papers like UGC Care, or might be non-Scopus general conferences, national conferences, and then which are having ISBN number or and please remember, those have to be scanned. So when you get in detailed database, that time only you scan and put the linking serial number and ISBN number. This linking is very, very important. Later on, you have to upload all those papers on your website. Then is patent. Then is IPR activities which you have done, the grant in patents, the CSR fund, or the government grants. All these are pointed for criteria 3. And last but not least is 361 and 362, which are extension activities, which is again very, very important. Which gives you, I'm not sure whether you have that extension activity for you or not, but then we used to have that extension activity. And MOUs are very, very important for research. So there are good marks for the MOU, and you need to understand the criteria. The criteria says how many MOUs per year and how many departments you have shown. Number of departments per department per year, 2 MOUs have to be there in general. And then you would reach out, and per year, look at what is the requirement and how many you have. So like that, I have made in every Google Sheet one column for benchmarking and how many we have and what can be the done, what efforts can taken place. And right now, is it possible? If will it affect and help us to get in good grade? So the one master Google Sheet, the criteria wise Google Sheet, and cleaning the data, and then updating at the end of the day. The data has to be updated in the master sheet. Without that, I did not allow anyone to leave the office as well, because updating that data at the end of the day was very important. The documentation criteria wise, sub criteria wise, very, very important. Filing those criteria, signing, scanning. If we'll feel data पहले collect कर लो, पहिले सगळ्यांना डाटा सगळा तो आपल्या टेम्पलेट मध्ये टाकून द्या आणि नंतर आपण स्कॅन करू, that won't work. You have to have all in sync. The criteria 4 is all about infra. I won't take some time. Criteria 5 is all about student activities. Criteria 6 is IQSC. Criteria 7 is very, very important. Even if that is your medical college, then what are the practices for environmental, medical, what are the practices for e-waste? All that will be very, very important. How is your NSS activities? How you are maintaining the, are you conducting some gender activities? Gender bias should be avoided. So what are the committees in place? Are you celebrating the national days or not? All these parameters, again, I have maintained right now, and post Naac also we are maintaining in a Google Sheet, and that is helping us a lot. So it is unending, I would say. Only the planning has to be very, very perfect. The Google Sheets, if you are working, what rights you are giving to whom is very, very important. Many a times I have disaster before submitting my Naac DVV. The course list was shared to someone, and there were rights in the setting that editor can share further. The editor has shared further, and then that Google Sheet was mess. Then I have removed every right. So please understand, the rights to be given to a correct person, rest of the rights have to be disabled if you are using Google. The Excel training would help you. Collection of data, any additional field is always good. The data validation, duplication removal, validation through the code. If one course is appearing at 4 lines, then code is same or not, the name is same or not, all that has to be validated. Excel is very, very powerful nowadays. You can work on that. And uploading and syncing everybody's data is very important. For every criteria, having 2 people is very, very important. So with that, thank you so much for giving me this slot and inviting me to be a keynote speaker. Thank you, NKP Salve, and then Dr. Kalpana in particular, Dr. Kajal, for inviting me to be part of. It was absolutely a pleasure. Because of paucity of time, I have to close down now, although 1 hour time was given to me. And I don't know, without PowerPoint presentation, I could express I could justify the topic which was given to me or not, but I would be, Nagpur is always my hometown, and I would be always available online and offline for the institution to take this project ahead, and wishing you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Preeti Bajaj ma'am, for very elaborative talk on creating a clean data with validation instead of data management. These words I liked. And that too, even without your visual presentation. That was wonderful. I would like to summarize your presentation. It was a structured data management with understanding the criteria data templates. Without understanding, it's not possible. Then the need for FDP on database management, particularly Excel, and the creation of the Google Sheets and Google Forms for various events. That was a wonderful input for us, and definitely we would go for such trainings and such FDPs. Criteria-wise data requirements you elaborated on, and particularly the need for database for research of the faculties, including their ORCID ITs, Publon IDs, etc., with hyperlinks. This input is really very important for us. The topic is open for discussion for the offline delegates, if there are questions. Okay, so offline, there are no online questions. Myself has one query, ma'am. What would you prefer for the hard copies or the data storage? Should it be decentralized or a centralized with an indexing in IQAC office?
So, very good question, sir. And my weekly office has 3 years. My own office, wherein I was 3 years, my office at data, I was the custodian of data, all the files. Director also used to sit in my office. Central data collection should always be encouraged, although the decentralization would be in terms of data collection, but maintenance should be, because somebody would sign, somebody would have a digital sign, somebody would, the resolution may not be correct. My challenge was, after scanning 5 lakhs papers, I have to rescan because the papers were not correctly scanned. 5 lakhs papers we have rescanned, and that was, a exercise which was, because we initially had decentralization. So you need to have centralized data management. That would be my personal input.
Yes, someone has a query.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am. This is Dr. Gagandeep Lamba, and I'm a dental faculty. Ma'am, we had already applied last year and we've got a B grade. So we were handling criteria 1, B plus, sorry. And we are handling criteria 1, in which for board of studies, the university board of study members were accepted, but there was a deemed university, Sharad Pawar Dental College. We had many members who were as board of study members there also, but the whole list was rejected. Any specific reason for that?
Without looking at comments from the queries, DDV queries, I can't comment on this. But yes, as I said, for every process, if you have DOS appointed, so what documents you have given, like even if you have uploaded the names, but then those signs were not there in your every document of the BOS which you have uploaded. So there is a conflict. You are claiming that some BOS members are there, but their signatures are not on your document. That might be a case, or else the BOS suppose people who have been appointed, their consent letters, if they have been asked and you have not provided. So I don't know the case which is there, but yes, you need to have a full proof. If on every document your BOS experts are there for every department, the policy has to be same for every department. The Naac, the beauty is, as Dr. Kaude has said, one department, even if excelling, would not help. You are all X number of departments. I had 19 departments. 19 departments have to work in sync and should have a same policy. So might be there is a case wherein they must have seen some conflict. So please avoid such conflict. That is what, if data goes from one person, we have made in charges for every sub criteria as well. So one person would check all 19 departments value addition programs. One person would check all feedback, or one person would check all BOS documents. That brought in uniformity across 19 departments.
I have one question. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Dr. Mohana. I'm the IQAC director of this college. Actually, I wanted to ask you, when we upload the documents, now some are the primary documents or the immediately important documents, and some are the additional or the secondary documents, so-called. So what we did is we sent everything. We even gave, so our SSR was probably, I'm just guessing, probably too bulky, and we don't know whether they could really understand why we gave those n number of documents. So is it important to give every bit of information about a particular question, or just the important documents, and here they can come and check the secondary documents?
Okay, so these two are different things. One is DVT part and other one is SSR and peer team visit. For peer team visit, you can give the minimal document because they are going to see here, but you need to explain in 500 words which have been asked, and some supporting documents you can always give to for their better understanding. But wherever it is DVV, you have to give the complete data, but still, like I did not give, my placement rate was very high, 70%, 80%. Every year, 3,000 students. So 21,000 placement letters and one letter having 15 or 16 pages. I did not uploaded that. I uploaded only sample data. So you need, some places you can have sample data, some places you can have full data. So, but irrelevant data you need not to give. I gave BOS documents only where there was a change in syllabus. I did not upload it all. That is what I started with my talk, that website management is very, very important. You are going horizontally, you are going landscape, and from one parameter to other parameter, if he has to switch over, how would be the document movement? That is very, very important. It's not about data. It's about data presentation and then document presentation.
Right, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Then.
There are no more questions, so thank you very much, ma'am, for elaborative talk. Ma'am, there is one question.
Okay.
Actually, we are running out of time, but we can take one question.
Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. This is Dr. Nagpal. I have a question pertaining to criteria 1. If you can please elaborate a little bit on what are add-on courses with example, like example from dental or medical institute, if you can give us.
Uh, so, this is about value addition courses, right?
Add-on courses, ma'am.
So, I guess if I can see your template, can you
1.2.
give me specify the criteria?
Ma'am, it's 1.2.
Okay. So is it 1.2.1, 1.2 academic
1.2. 1.2.2 it is.
Yeah. So number of students enrolled in subject-related certificate diploma programs or add-on programs. Okay.
Yes.
Hmm. Uh, it is the courses which are not part of your curriculum right now, but suppose you are giving some student, you must be having community reach program other than your internship, other than suppose, or else you, if you are sending some students to understand the the role of technology, suppose. So that would be your add-on program. You are offering some certificate program in your college or university. That would be. So number of hours also are being mentioned on the Naac website. Those would be. But that is not part of your curriculum. Right? And though that could be a certificate program, that could be a diploma program, that could be any add-on program wherein that is part of a minor program. Suppose my major is something X, and I have asked students to do a study on some minor programs as well. So that together I'm awarding some certificate. That would be sufficient. That would be considered as a certificate program.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
But important is, are you giving the certificate? You need to have a sample certificate as well. So you upload some sample certificate and you need to have those certificates in hand. Every time, whatever data you upload, make sure that you have a backup certificate. With this,
Thank you, ma'am.
I request Dr. Savji and Dr. Savane to present a memento to Dr. Priti Bajaj, ma'am. Virtually. Ma'am, your memento will be couriered to you. This beautiful memento was made by the tribals of Melghat. And you can have a look on of this beautiful memento. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
I said I will be taking that personally when I'll be visiting the institute, and thank you so much.
Okay, okay, ma'am, that will be great. Thank you so much, ma'am.
May I log out now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much again. Now I request Honorable Dean Dr. Kajal Mitra to present a token of appreciation to the chairpersons. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sauji and Dr. Savane, for conducting the session. maintain the quality of any data, auditing is the most important part. And for a teaching institute, auditing academics is a huge task. It is never easy to audit. Hence, our next session is on methodology for conducting academic and administrative audit in Health Science Institute. For this session, we are privileged to have Dr. Vivek Harkare and Dr. Sushrit Fulare to chair the session. Dr. Vivek Harkare is Professor and Head, Department of Otorhinolaryngology. He is having the teaching experience of 30 years and 58 national and international publications to his credit. He has the Famer Fellowship from the prestigious Institute of CMC Ludhiana. He is Vice Chairman of MET Unit of NKP SIMS. He is the recipient of Dr. C.A. Amesur Travel Fellowship by Association of Otolaryngologists of India. He is the member of editorial board of Current Medical Trends, which is an index journal published from Jaipur, Rajasthan. Welcome, sir. Dr. Sushrit Fulare is Associate Professor in Department of General Surgery. He is having the teaching experience of 16 years. He has specialization in neurosurgery and minimal access surgery. He is having 16 national and international publications to his credit. He is the faculty in Medical Education Technology Unit NKP SIMS. He has done the advanced course in Medical Education Technology. Welcome, sir. I now hand over the proceedings to chairpersons. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, myself and Dr. Sushrit would like to thank the organizers, Mona Madam and her team, IQAC team, for giving us this opportunity to chair this session, which is a very important session. And the speaker is none other than our own student, Dr. Lalit Wagmare. And the first most important thing is that he's our student for UG days. After that, he did his MD from GMC Nagpur. And at a very young age, he has achieved so many things. Recently, he has been now promoted and nominated as Vice Chancellor of Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences, Savangi Meghe. Earlier, he was Pro Vice Chancellor. Apart from this, he has served at many positions in that college, like Dean, then Director of IQAC, Director of Naac, is a very important member of Naac. He has more than 35 publications to his credit, and he has written 3 books. Apart from that, he has about 12 copyrights, 18 copyrights, and he is a member of about 12 national and international organizations. And we are very proud that our student has achieved such a height at such a younger age, and our best wishes are with him. Lalit, welcome. And एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमारे फोन उठाना भैया. At least your student, your teacher's phone you must pick up. कभी कभी हम फोन करते हैं once in 6 months. Thank you, Lalit. Thank you so much. This is a lighter note because you are my very favorite student when we were there, right? Right. Okay, Lalit, so I present you. He'll be talking about methodology of administrative and academic audits. Right. Thank you, Lalit. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for such a light-hearted, warm interaction. Maybe many of the participants do not sing also very well, and we were members of orchestra committee with you, Bhave sir, and everybody. Nicely remember those days when GFC was held in IMA hall. And we used to have a lot of fun there. I learned many things from all stalwarts like you, sir, all throughout my career. And I'm very thankful to this institute. Because of this, I am here. Whatever I am because of NKP Salve. With these words, I wish to start the program. Honorable Devendra Kawade ji, coordinator on behalf of Naac for this activity. Respected Dr. Mitra sir, my dean, my mentor, my teacher, all the respected teachers, right from all are my teachers sitting there, right from Farkare sir to Savane sir to Savji sir, everybody is sitting in the hall, and I feel very humbled to talk in front of all of you. Also, my dear friend Sushrut, he and me were batchmates, and we are still maintaining very good rapport. We share a lot of things with each other. So it's like coming home and discussing things with you. Whatever little I have knowledge about academic administrative audit, I would like to share with this August gathering here. Uh, I begin with the topic, there was one question by the previous in the previous session which I was listening to, and it was related to BOS members not being accepted at Sharad Pawar Dental College. So, madam, I would like to tell you that Sharad Pawar Dental College does not have board of studies. So, later has to be created correctly, because Datta Megi Institute is a parent institute and which is a university. So if the letter is in the name of Sharad Pawar Dental College, nobody will accept. So you have to correct that letter to Datta Megi Institute of Medical Sciences, which has a board of studies and faculty of dentistry. So if that must not be corrected, that is why those numbers were not selected. There are so many minor issues, as Preeti madam was discussing with all of you. Uh, every document has to be thought and presented in terms of as if the person reading that document is an illiterate. He will under so any document you are uploading has to match with the question, match with the whatever are the and try. We assume that a lot of things are understood, but computer does not understand many things. So we have to upload the documents in terms of how it can be interpreted, not by the people who are sitting, not by the intellectuals which are sitting across the table, but DVV process has been handled by people who are not from medical background or not from any technical background as well. They will go by SOP. So we have to be very strong in our SOPs related to document. Anyways, that is not my topic of discussion today. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
So I would be speaking in about 30-35 minutes. I will try to discuss with all of you the perspective of conducting or methodology of conducting academic and administrative audit in a health sciences institute. So I will be telling about my experience of conducting AAA. We began the process of conducting AAA since 2011. And now it is almost 11 years we are doing this particular activity continuously. So I would be speaking about our experiences, our learnings, and how it can be replicated for an institute like NKP Salve, where there is a standalone college. So this will be the premise of my talk, and I am dealing with the contents of my talk will be AAA in health sciences. What are the principles governing it? What are the quality assurance standards in medical educations? What are the methodologies and guidelines? On the basis of those guidelines, what are the SOPs which are to be created by an institute? And what could be the best practices and outcomes out of these particular initiatives? Just to brief you, there are guidelines given by UGC, which are very general guidelines as to how academic and administrative audit to be conducted. It is a process for mentoring the institutes, not monitoring the institutes, as is said in those guidelines, that institutes, various departments and individuals need to be mentored properly, and for mentoring they require a lot of hand holding as well as understanding of many systems. So for that purpose this initiative has been started. Similarly, Naac has also given a broad guidelines based on quality assurance processes, and I think here where we are also thinking in terms of conducting the AAA as far as Naac guidelines are concerned. There is a body which is called as Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, which has started with this particular activity, where they had conducted for many standalone colleges the AAA activities. And their purpose was mainly to have the whether the government schemes of Gujarat are conducted in that particular college or not. But the methodology used by Knowledge Consortium Gujarat still seems to be a very strong and prudent methodology which can be followed by any standalone college for conducting the AAA activities. And if we talk about the models in health sciences, there are two models which are predominantly copied later on by everybody. One is a model which is created by Ramchandra University. Ramchandra University is now named as Ramchandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. It is located in Chennai, and under the aegis of Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, who was their pro-chancellor, previously vice-chancellor also. They had formulated a mechanism of conducting AAA, and their mechanism was during a Naac cycle. There are 5 years, so we should have 2 AAAs done by somebody who is equivalent to Naac assessors, and there will be an 3-yearly once activity or 2-yearly once activity where they will be assessing as if they are replicating or mocking a Naac inspection. So that was their model, which is predominantly followed by many of the health sciences institutes in our country. But taking cue from them, we have developed our own model, and we have tried to, we label it as DMIMS model, and we have got a copyright for that model as well. So it is a continuous evaluation with periodic external validation is the model which we are following at the Tamege Institute of Medical Sciences. And I'll be talking about this model in next few minutes. To go to that model, first we have to understand what is quality assurance per se. The quality assurance per se means that we evaluate ourselves, we create some benchmarks for our achievements, and we try to match those benchmarks, and externally somebody has to certify, yes, I had decided that as an institute I will reach from point A to point B, and some external agency will come and check whether we have reached from point A to point B or not. So these are the three basic parameters of any quality assurance activity. If we talk about quality assurance activities in medical education domain, then we have to benchmark ourselves in terms of 3 things. One is the international, or I would not say international because international becomes a very difficult thing to achieve in any of the Indian institutes. So I would say national benchmarking. Second is stakeholder satisfaction, and third is internal quality assurance. Now I'll explain every term word by word. National benchmarking, for every institute we can target as to what could be my role model. So for us, for years together, the role model was Ramchandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. So what we did was we tried to match the quality of that institute. So there was our national benchmark that we wish to reach that particular institute. Now, when we are at par with that institute, we have changed our national benchmark to AIMS Rishikesh. Now, why AIMS Rishikesh, I will tell later. But you have to also, for an institute, identify what is going to be your first benchmark institute. It is very easy to identify a benchmark institute looking into similarity or dissimilarities between us and them. We have to think whether they are similarly located, like standalone medical college, like what are their research profile, what are their ages, what is their time of existence, and we wish to match that institute in first phase. Second, once you reach that phase, you change that benchmark to some other institute. Then again move on from one institute to other. So that makes things easier for us to determine what can be the achievable, quantifiable targets in our own setup. So that is most important thing, that is called as national benchmarking. I will not use international word for now. Then second is stakeholder satisfaction. We all know that we have 6 or 7 major stakeholders. One is student, patients, parents, faculty, community, so on and so forth. We know all the stakeholders. We have to determine what are our expectations of stakeholder satisfaction. Now, what is our satisfaction index for students, what is our satisfaction index for patients, what is our satisfaction index for faculty, what is our satisfaction index for parents, alumni. All those things we have to determine for ourselves. First, identify 6-7 important stakeholders, because if we talk about stakeholders, they could be 20, 25, but 7 or 8 are very important as far as Health Sciences Institute is concerned. And first two, of course, are patients and students. So we have to understand, we have to determine for ourselves as to what is going to be our stakeholder satisfaction level. So it can be decided for a year, it can be decided for 3 years, it can be decided for 5 years time. So that will make a part of your perspective development plan. And third is most important thing is what is internal quality assurance, which we are looking at. Now, internal quality assurance, again, will look at the parameters like this: self-evaluation, best practices benchmarking, and external quality monitoring. So again, we have to look into the totality for whatever we are trying to do in determining dimensions of quality in medical education. Now, I was party to this particular model which has come up at the National University of Singapore in 2002. That is a model of quality standards in medical education. There are 3 levels of this model. One is a level where institutional level is there, that we have to operate between stakeholders satisfaction and the quality assurance and national benchmarking, where we have to determine our mission, vision, goals, and aims on the basis of this particular, in between the 3 important parameters which we discussed here. So national benchmarking and quality assurance are at bottom, stakeholder satisfaction is at top, and on the basis of these 2 parameters, we have to determine vision, mission, goals, and objectives. Then we have to make a policy, we have to create the management mechanism, we have to create human resources, provide appropriate funding, which will determine our educational activities, research, clinical and community services, and ultimately result in the achievement. So this is the model in which we have to operate as far as institutional level quality assurance is concerned. Now, when we move to the quality assurance standards, quality assurance systems, the same model, Asia University Network has given the same model for quality assurance standards as well, where they have given IQAC and the continuous follow-ups as 2 parameters, where they have identified few monitoring instruments, few evaluating instruments, few spatial quality assurance processes, and few specific instruments. Now, one of the specific instruments which has been identified for maintaining the quality standards of the systems is academic and administrative audits. There could be a SWOT analysis, there could be HIS, MIS, whatever information systems, there could be a quality handbook, but the best possible way of dealing with all these quality standard parameters, whatever targets we have reached, whatever targets we wish to reach, can be determined by this academic administrative audit. Now, out of this particular model, we have derived and we have tried to put all these 12 instruments in place, like from student progress, dropout rate, feedbacks, research performance. At our university, we have tried to put all these 12 things in place. But the most important thing, as far as Naac and your assessment is going on in your own assessment is going on in right direction or not, to find out, is academic and administrative audits. Now, if we talk about program level, let's say MBBS is a program, then again, we have to build our model on the basis of what is the stakeholder satisfaction. Now, the students, how they will be satisfied, and what is quality assurance, what will be our processes, and what is our national benchmarks. Let's say if tomorrow you choose to have AIIMS New Delhi as your national benchmark, so you'll have to find out what are the good things about AIIMS, and all those points you have to write down and create your own perspective developmental plan to match. Let's say AIIMS has, let us forget AIIMS, we take an example of any other institute, let's say Ramchandra only. So if we take Ramchandra as your model, as your benchmark, then you have to find out how many publications they produce in a year, what is the patient flow in that particular college, what are the MD seats, what are the DM seats, what are the possible accreditations they have got. So you list down all the good things about that institute criteria wise, like criteria 1 to criteria 7. You can list down whatever are the good things about that institute, and that becomes your benchmark for, let's say, 5 years target. And your 5 years target should be to match Ramchandra's progress in 3 years. Next, considering next 3 years, they will also grow in some particular level. So match that performance by 5th year of your involvement. So if you take this as a formula, it becomes very easy to map and create your own targets for next 5 years. Now, those next 5 years targets will have to be divided into yearly targets. And once those yearly targets are created, add 20% of target, because we generally don't achieve 100% targets which we plan, because the targets are only very high. So add 20% additional to those targets, all quantifiable targets, and that makes your complete planning for a year. If the planning is done properly, then achievement can be mapped, academic administrative audits can be conducted, everything can fall in place. So we have to create that kind of benchmarking. Again, quality assurance process, I'm talking about expected learning outcomes. Again, POs, PCOs, COs, and their attainment. All these terminologies are very new for health sciences programs, but very easy to understand, because all our programs, we have been given graduate attributes. Graduate attributes are defined for a nursing graduate, for MBBS graduate, an allied health science graduate, or a dental graduate. Everywhere the graduate attributes are defined, so they become your program outcomes. Then program specific outcomes, you can have a program specific outcome for anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, all those subjects. And then the course outcomes could be for anatomy, it could be superior extremity, inferior extremity, head, neck, face, all those things. We have to see how these program outcomes are attained. And there are general graduate outcomes and there are program specific graduate outcomes. So they become your part of, then again, criteria, one has so many things, like whether you are taking classes on gender equality, whether you are taking classes on humanities, you are taking classes for interpersonal relations, all those things, they all fall in place if you have defined the expected learning outcomes for that particular program. So criteria 1 can be covered by just defining all these things. Once you define what all things are to be done, automatically you will be doing it, unless and until you plan. Otherwise, what happens is when we see the Naac manual, then we try to find out, okay, value added programs में ये 5 चीजें लिखी है, so we have to manage these 5 things. अच्छा, अपन ने एक program किया था, उसके photos लेके लगा देते, that will be the case. But if you plan properly that, okay, these all can come as value added programs in medical, these all can come as value added programs in dentistry, then you will plan your academic calendar that way. So it will not be a last moment exercise for doing anything for Naac. It will be a continuous exercise all throughout the year, all throughout the month, that somebody is getting addressing that particular issue. So again, all these things, program level quality standards, again will require another 11, 12 different points which we need to address, and that is already been written over here. So this is how you plan about your perspective developmental plan. And academic administrative audit is nothing but whether whatever you have planned is achieved and is certified by someone who is a peer but not the member of your own institute. So this is how we also plan for ourselves. And I will talk about our model, because we have just modified our model little bit more than what Ramchandra was doing for health sciences. We are doing it since 2011, and this will be our 4th edition in 2022, where we will be having an external evaluation done for AAA. Now there are 3 levels which we have created. One is an individual level, second is a departmental level, and institutional level. For us, what we have done is we have created one more level for university also. So I have not mentioned it because I know NKP Salve is not an university, so university level processes will not be required for auditing of these things. There is an internal evaluation done by AAA committee, which is part of IQAC every year, and external review is done every third year. So that is how we have planned our external review. Last review was conducted in 2017, where 2020, sorry, where we had Dr. Mohanan sir. He's a good friend of Kajal Mitra sir as the chairman of the committee. He is vice chancellor of Kerala University of Health Sciences as the external peer member for that particular AAA. So how do we do it? Individual level, we have all the departmental presentations in the first month of the year, that is January. Mostly in the first week, but most of the times, depending upon availability of time to everybody, it is either shifted a couple of days here and there. But in the first week of January, we try to conduct the departmental presentations. Let's say you have about 25 departments, considering super specialties also. So there is a schedule where 5 departments will be visited every day, and 5 days schedule is there. The committee involves everybody from member of management to pro chancellor sir to the vice chancellor, and everybody is there in the committee. There are representatives of Directorate of Research, there are representatives of Medical Education Unit, and there are representatives of Student Welfare Section as well. So everybody visits that department and tries to finalize whatever are the plan for that department for the next year. This will be the first exercise which you will be doing. And from subsequent year onwards, there will be 2 parts of presentation. One, whatever you had planned, whether you have achieved. And second, what is your plan for the next year? So that will be the 2 parts in which that exercise will be done. So individual targets setting is done for everybody. Like, I am a lecturer in the Department of Physiology. I will be given an individual target when I'm presenting. The departmental head is presenting the targets for a year. Then I will be presenting targets for Lalit as well. And Lalit will be doing, let's say, 1 publication this year. He will be contributing to a chapter this year. He will be attending 1 conference. He will be applying for 1 IPR. All those minute things are recorded for each and every faculty. Now, if the total of the faculty, we also know that there are certain departments which will have more faculty. Like say for ENT will have only 4 faculty, while medicine will have around 24 plus 8, so 32 faculties if there are 8 units or whatever number of units currently you have. So depending upon the number of faculty, the targets of the department are also varied. We also know that there are certain faculty members who are not interested, because every institute works with 20-80 ratio. So there will be 20% people who will be doing much more work, and there will be 80% people who will be doing little bit of work. So 20-80 ratio is also maintained as far as the allotment of target is concerned. And we know that there are, let's say in the Department of Physiology, there is my name and I am not available in the department because of my university commitments. So my targets are reduced to the department. All the target setting is done in consultation with the department, but keeping in mind what is the ultimate goal. Now, if tomorrow you plan that we have to reach Ramchandra and we have to have 500 publications in a year, and if your departmental sum total of 25 department is coming to 200, that is not a very good target setting. But also due consideration should also be given to the strengths and weaknesses of the department. Maybe a surgery department will come out with more publications and medicine department may come out with more copyrights. So compensation between the departments is also permitted, but overall final goal of what we want to achieve has to be freezed, and then target setting is done. Otherwise, if we leave it to the heads of the departments and their perspective, I'm sorry for saying it so openly, it will never come to what we want as an institute or as a unit. So we have to handhold everybody, we have to discuss with them, so we have to tell them the overall broad picture and then come up with their targets. And I'm sure all of them would want to achieve something for the institutes over times to come. And then again, that is captured in, so what we have done to incentivize this particular thing. So tomorrow, if there is a target given to Lalit is that he has to publish 2 publications, but tomorrow he comes up in the next year and he gives you 5 publications, then he has to be given a some kind of incentive. So there are research incentives which are already there as per the policy. There is one more system which we have started, that if there is an extraordinary performer in the college, then we give him an additional 1 month's pay. In place of 12 months pay, we give him 13 months pay. So that is a big incentive for somebody who is at a junior level, who is working very well. And if he is incentivized, then it sets a good message to all the others also. So there has to be a positive rewarding system, and all these targets are part of his annual appraisal system. So grading of the institute is done, grading of an individual is done at the basis of whatever is his performance in that particular year, and it is not left to the reviewing officer or reporting officer to change the grades, because the grades are already been decided on the basis of quantitative parameters which are been given and mapped in that particular individual's life. Second is the departmental level, and the departmental level we are sticking to a pro forma which was the previous version of Health Sciences Manual of Naac. Now the current pro forma is totally DVV based, so we cannot rely on that pro forma is what is our opinion, but you can define your own pro forma. But in the previous Naac Health Sciences pro forma, there were 25 qualitative indicators which were given, qualitative and quantitative indicators given, which are the basis for our pro forma for departmental assessment, and it is sum total of whatever are the targets at individual level, as well as there are certain targets which cannot be fixed on individuals, like alumni target cannot be fixed to the individuals, like especially PG alumni. So it cannot be for the individual, but it has to be for the department. Similarly, organizing a CME cannot be a target for an individual, it has to be a target for a department. Similarly, having these many number of computers, these many number of value-added courses, this many number, so on and so forth. So all these parameters we are trying to keep as the indicators for departmental evaluation. Now, this data is collected on an Excel sheet from each of the department by IQAC on a yearly basis. It is evaluated in terms of what was the departmental target fixed and what is achieved. And on the basis of that, there are, I know it is wrong to use a word percentile when there are not even 100 departments, but we are following the principles of percentiles. Like best performing department is ranked as 1. And from them, we are creating a percentiles like scale. I know percentile is only applicable when there is number more than 100, but I'm trying to put it that the concept used is the same, like NEET results. The first performing person will be ranked 1. First performing department will be ranked first, and there will be lesser performing departments. So there will be category A departments which will be between 100 to 80th percentile. There will be category B departments, they will be between 79 to 68th percentile, and below 60th percentile is department C. Now, once you rank departments amongst themselves, there will be initially lot of fight as to in initial couple of years we had very bad looks by the heads of the department who were ranked in C category. But what happens is, once they also realize that okay, it is all performance based and it has nothing to do with the personal likes or dislikes, or as far as you are very objective in this system, eventually you will be able to tide this particular problem. Now, what is an incentive for a category A department? So they will get 20% more grant as compared to what is a grant given to B category department. or C category department, it will be 40% more grant which will be given to that particular candidate. So what happens here is the departments themselves feel that, okay, tomorrow if I want to buy, let's say there are 4 chambers who have got air conditioners in that particular department. So if he's a category 1 department or category A department, he gets additional 2 ACs. He gets additional CME funds. It gets additional equipment support. All those things are determined at the time of next year's budget planning. So if that system is made, then every department will want that we are in the category A, or because that will help them in getting more recognitions at the college level, as well as at the level of international national projection of their departments as well. So this is how we have built a system. But for every A department, it has to handhold at least one or one C category department. That is also a condition, and at least 3 activities which A department is planning, A category department is planning, have to be along with the C category department, so that that department which is lagging behind, in the next year it comes to a level where it can achieve the targets and our institutional dream. So this is how the departmental ranking is done, and it is done on a yearly basis. Yearly basis, the departments are given their ranks, and if there are certain objections to departmental heads, it is placed in a very friendly manner with everybody, and everybody attends those discussions, and they go threadbare. They'll say that our publications were captured, but dental college is the first author and we are not the first author. That is why our publication was not given. All those queries, all those answers are technically answered, technically sorted between them. And ultimately we agree on some particular ranking for a department, and that is to be kept. This document is only for internal circulation. It is not for external usage, because otherwise it will damage the reputation of the institute. So it is internally, it is kept, and the HODs are aware, and concerned departments are aware as to what they lack and where they have to take the department further. So this is how things happen at the departmental level. And institutional level also. I think the institutional audit is completed by actually what we do is we compile the data, because the academic calendar ends at 30th of June. So we compile the data, IQAC compiles the data centrally before 31st of July, and combination of institutional PDP, NIRF ranking parameters, Naac parameters, health sciences manual parameters, we have created that as a base. As I told you, you have to create a benchmark for yourself. So on the basis of that benchmark, where are we as of now is compared and presented by IQAC to the institutional heads, and on that basis an overall satisfaction index is considered. It's calculated. Let's say if I had a dream of achieving 2,500 publications this year, and I am able to do only 2,200, then the satisfaction level will be calculated on that basis. And every criteria, that is mostly based on NIRF quantifiable parameters, because that is the only thing where the parameters are being dealt in that particular manner, and that is why the things are determined in that fashion. So all quantitative parameters, we have freezed all these achievable targets for a year, from 2017 till 2030. We have created a Vision 2030 document. Once and every year targets are given to that particular year, and on the basis of those targets, we assess the performance in that particular year. So this is how we do the institutional audit. As far as external audit is concerned, it is done every 3rd year. And internal institutional audit is not conducted in that particular year when there is an external audit. The committee is, as per the guidelines of UGC, there have to be at least sitting vice chancellor as the chairman, and external committee, and there has to be educational experts, one financial expert, all those things. UGC has given the guidelines as to how to conduct the AAA audit. You can have that document from UGC website. and they usually follow more or less the pattern of Naac assessment only, and the 2 days visit is planned. They are given presentation, so we get trained as to how we are going to face the Naac next year. And they also submit a complete report as if they are presenting a Naac assessment report, and there are 10 recommendations given by that particular committee, and those recommendations are added to our Vision 2030 document if they are not part of Vision 2030 document. That is how Vision 2030 document of our university also gets I mean, it gets modified. The committee is notified by mid-July. We share with them departmental scores as because they are very quantitative scores, and we electronically take their approval for those scores, and a communication is received that the scores subjected and presented by us are all right, and the percentile score of the department is shared with them, and they are not shared that we will be rating the department A, B, C, as it is an internal policy of the college that we rate the departments for internal consumption, not for outside world. And they are just shared the what is the percentile score of each department, and on the basis of that their recommendations are also taken for departmental improvements. This is how the external audit is completed. So how the report is written, it is as far as Naac guidelines are followed, as if we are following the peer team visit. That way the report is created and presented. Report and the grading sheet is handed over to head of the institute or vice chancellor by the committee. Report also provides the SWOT analysis of the institute, because it gives us our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges in front of us, so that we can add all those challenges and opportunities to our own analysis of things. And as I told you, whatever 10 recommendations are there, they are added to our existing perspective developmental plan. And subsequent external audit verifies whether these 10 recommendations given by the previous audit committee, whether they have been complied or not. So this is the system followed over a period of time, and this is how we conduct the administrative and academic audit. Now, what is the outcome of all these activities? We have been able to achieve Naac scores without having lot of pressure in the last year. It is like having Naac every year. So we are geared, the team is geared, everybody is geared to do what is to be done. So last moment data is not required to be created. That is resultant in highest possible grades for last 2 cycles since the moment we started the AAA. We are in NIRF top 100 since the beginning, and this year's ranking is 54th, 24th, and 11th. Now we have also started with off-campus, because one of the recommendations of AAA committee was to start a new medical college. And that has given us an impetus that we can also start a new medical college. And then we started working in 2017, and we got a new medical college in Nagpur in 2020. So this is how these are the outcomes of conducting regular AAA activities, and resultantly many achievements are there. Currently, we have also indulged in international rankings, and it was again a recommendation by one of the external audits of AAA that we should involve ourselves in international rankings, and we are getting good results of that in terms of we are achieving a good diamond score in platinum QS Elite IGOJ documents, as well as second in India and 47th in the world as far as Times Impact ranking on Sustainable Developmental Goal 4 is concerned. So these are all the outcomes. I hope I am able to stick to the time and complete the talk in 35 minutes. I'm open for all the queries and questions from respected dignitaries. I'm sure I've tried to finish the things in time. If there are any queries, I'm open for them to be addressed. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, Lalit. Any questions from the audience? So, any online questions?
Lalit, it was really a very nice lecture. Just I want to ask one question, ki whether departmental quality or quantity parameters can be defined. Have you defined any quality parameters of individual department and how they can be set?
Yes, ma'am. We have defined it for department wise also. There is a different quality sets for anatomy. There are different quality sets for medicine. There is a different quality sets for biochemistry, and that documents are available, ma'am. I can share it with you. We have created, and basically, as I told you, they are based on previous NAC assessment guidelines because there was departmental pro forma which used to come with the previous NAC guidelines. So we have taken those as the base, and any special activity like say because anatomy department is involved in now they are developed their cadaveric skill lab, so that is an additional point which is given to them in that particular year. Similarly, medicine department wants to add some subspecialties this current year, so that is added as their target for that particular year. So what we do, ma'am, we discuss all these things with departmental during departmental presentation of that particular year and give them targets accordingly so that things are worked over a period of 1 year.
Thank you.
Lalit, I had a question. It was very lucid and very fluent and flawless talk. As usual, you speak very nicely. You said that earlier you used to follow, and you started the following Ramchandra Institute initially, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
then you switch over to now you are following AIMS Rishikesh.
Yes, sir.
As far as these guidelines are concerned, I just want to know how it is different. What, because AIMS Rishikesh is a very newly come institute, recent institute.
Yes,
And
sir.
so how different it is from Ramchandra, such a old institute, and you are also institute quite old now as compared to Rishikesh AIMS. So why
Sir,
you are following Rishikesh AIMS? That is I want to ask.
Yes, sir. Why we changed to actually Ramchandra, and we were actually the gap when we started in 2011. We thought that Ramchandra is 20 years ahead of us. But now when we see that we are at par with the achievements which they are doing in those quantities, so no point in continuing with what they are doing. Now, AIMS Rishikesh has a wonderful story, sir. I would like to share it with you in person also, because they have started with so many new innovative programs. Their publication rates last 4 years, two new coming institutes. One is AIMS Rishikesh and second is IIT Guwahati. These two institutes have come up suddenly in NIRF out of nowhere. So in last 3 years, their progress is so high that we want to understand why their progress is so high. So we are trying to analyze those institutes as to, I mean, it is not about the numbers. Numbers, they are having lesser than us. But we feel that in another 5 years, they will have better numbers than us because of their growth rate. Now they are showing growth rate of about 40%. AIMS Rishikesh as well as IIT Guwahati. Rest of the institutes, if you talk about, there is one university also, Chandigarh University, which is showing very good rate of growth. So we are following Chandigarh University for internationalizations, AIMS Rishikesh for many value-added programs, new programs. They have started with so many other activities which are possible in Health Sciences Institute. And we being a deemed university, we have little bit of liberty that we can go beyond NMC guidelines, or university is not a hindrance to us. So we want to understand their way of doing those things. Their research publications are also doubling, tripling. So what research they are going. So that way we have decided to look for AIMS Rishikesh. Actually, three institutes are there, sir. IIT Guwahati also, because their research profile has increased like anything. Similarly, AIMS Rishikesh for the courses and the kind of work they are doing in medical sciences. And third is Chandigarh University for internationalization. These are our targets for these years.
That's good. I think our IQAC team should plan a visit to AIMS Rishikesh.
Yes.
I'd like to join that team.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. होगा? अरे वाह, good. Sir, plan करेंगे.
Yes, sir.
So any other questions? Yeah, you can. Mike, please.
Good morning, Dr. Lalit. I'm Dr. Mohana. I don't think you can see me, but it's okay.
Actually, it's not related to the topic, but because you are a Naac assessor and you are very closely associated with many other assessors, I just want to know, is there a way where we can also share our problems with Naac? I don't know if there is a platform. I have spoken to Dr. Kaude also, but
Yes.
like there are certain things which affiliated medical colleges cannot do. And I think we lose a lot of marks there. So is there a way where we can tell them, you know, whether, like for example, I'll tell you, like student diversity, that is not in our hands. This is just an example. There are some such points. So is there a way of reaching them?
Ma'am, officially, if you ask me, there is only one way of reaching. There is a grievance portal where you can go, but there is a possibility of you addressing these issues by sending copies to Dr. Rangaswamy sir and Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan sir, because they were the two heads of who created that health sciences manual. And they are very open people. They are very senior, respected members of that particular organization. SP Tyagarajan sirs and Rangaswamy sirs email address I can share with you, or that is available on the Naac website also, because of they being the core committee members for defining the health sciences manual. And that health sciences manual is open for revisions. Every year there is some or the other thing added. Now, if you see, there are many things added because of national education
NEP,
policy.
yeah.
There are many things which are added due to dual mode of universities like ODL online. So these changes keep on happening. If there are some pressing issues for colleges, you should represent to these two individuals, because you saying them and they saying them will make a lot of difference, because they are considered masters in their field. So SP Tyagarajan sir is now, he was with Ramchandra, now he is Chancellor of one women's college in Chennai. He was Vice Chancellor of Madras University for 2 terms. And Dr. Rangaswamy sir is an orthopedic surgeon. He was based out of Saudi, came back to Bangalore, and is currently in Bangalore itself, resides in Bangalore, retired from. He was also Vice Chancellor for some time with Ramchandra and sometimes with Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. So they two are the individuals who have designed and defined the health sciences draft. So you can get in touch with them. They can put it in a proper way.
Thank you.
I think there is an online question from Dr. Ashwini Dutt, which I can see in chat box. Whether the models developed need to be validated. Yes, they need to be validated. You can internally validate them in terms of your experts, or you can seek help of somebody who is doing it for so many years. Like for us, for a first evaluation, we spoke with Ramchandra. We got certain inputs from them, but later on we decided that okay, this might be good for them, but it is much. There are many other issues which we need to address, and later on we changed it for our own convenience, keeping in mind what is our target. So that way you can modify, validate it internally as well. That is the answer to that question.
So thank you, Lalit. I take this opportunity to again congratulate you for your recent promotion in the Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences as a Vice Chancellor. And I hope that you will get more achievements in future also.
Thank
So
you.
I know that you are a very good friend, but today I got an opportunity to see or to watch your knowledge actually as far as this Naac protocols are concerned, and your in-depth knowledge as far as the various processes of the Naac are concerned. I again congratulate you and thank you the organizers for giving us an opportunity to share the dais. Thank you, Lalit, and thanks Naac team.
Thank you everyone. Unfortunately, I could not visit physically, but I wanted to touch feet of all my teachers, respected teachers sitting in the hall. Only issue is that things become difficult now to be physically present because of. But whenever opportunity is there, I'll visit and take your
Yeah,
leave.
definitely. At least 50% is here. Your better half is there now. So,
That is what I wanted to say.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lalit sir. Now I request chairpersons to present a memento made by tribals of Melghat to Dr. Lalit Wagmare sir virtually.
So for Lalit behalf, Trupti will take.
Yes, she can take on my behalf. तृप्ति वापिस करना मेरे को. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
I request Honorable Dean Dr. Kajal Mitra to present a token of appreciation to the chairpersons. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Fulare and Dr. Harkare for conducting these sessions. Now here we are breaking for the lunch and the next session will start sharp at 1:45 p.m. Please join in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your inviting me.
check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. One, one. Hey, hey. Check, 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 check. One. Hey, hey, test.
मॅम 48 होते मॅम 48.
I checked, it's already, I mean, don't have to.
Just 5 minutes रुकने को बोला मुझे, वो बुला रही है अंदर से, आरती मैम. I request everyone to please occupy their seats in the audience. We are starting with our third scientific session. होगा मैम, होगा होगा नहीं, अभी ये होगा, आपका भी होगा. उनका सॉर्ट आउट होने दो फिर. After the delicious lunch, I, Dr. Trupti Dongre, wish you a very good afternoon and welcome you all for the third scientific session, that is outcome-based assessment and evaluation. In a professional student's life, the academic assessment is of paramount importance, and so is for the faculty. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Madhur Gupta and Dr. Prachi Dikshit to chair this session. Dr. Madhur Gupta is professor and head Department of Biochemistry. Along with that, she is also Medical Education Unit Director and in charge undergraduate cell. With over 75 publications in international and national journals, she also has a Feimer Fellowship in her name. She is associated with numerous organizations related to ethics and medical education. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Prachi Dikshit is working as Associate Professor in Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. She is a member of Medical Education Technology Unit. She has authored chapters in renowned textbooks. She is also member Task Force Maharashtra University of Health Sciences for implementation of curriculum-based medical education. Welcome, Dr. Prachi. I now hand over the mic to the chairpersons for further proceedings. Thank you.
So, this is a coincidence, right? The MOC and the speaker share a common name. Yeah, so we start with, this is an honor for both of us to invite Dr. Tripti Srivastava Vaghmare Madam for the next talk. Professor Tripti Srivastava is head of Department of Medical Education, Datta Mekhe Institute of Medical Sciences, a deemed university in Wardha. She's convener of MCI Recognized Nodal Center for Faculty Development. She has done Feimer Fellowship. She's MPhil, HP, and PhD in medical education. Serving as editorial board member for more than 7 scientific journals. It's actually creditable, ma'am. And it is a privilege for me that in my advanced course of medical education also, she was my guide, because I was a very insincere student. But I've heard her personally talking and taking the session for those 3 days, and the knowledge in depth she has regarding the subject. I will request Madam to please elaborate her views on the talk.
Hello. Thank you, respected chairpersons. I thank Dr. Kajal sir, Devendra sir. Sir was here in the morning, I couldn't meet him. Dr. Mohana, faculty members, and the faculty members who are present online. So this is a post-lunch hour. I can see there are 3 more topics to go. I would like to keep it very crisp, but at the same time discuss what is very important in outcome-based education. The main theme of my talk definitely will be assessment of outcome-based education, but to understand assessment, we really need to know what is OBE, that is outcome-based education, and hence I would like to throw some light on outcome-based education as well. Now there are the contents which I'll be going through. First will be, we'll try to decipher what is OBE. We all as medical teachers are aware of competency-based medical education. Thankfully, that it came in 2019, because hadn't it come in 2019, this would have been a very big task in front of us, but now the task has substantially reduced. We'll see how. Difference between the traditional curriculum and OBE. So how it is different. Defining outcomes. So when we talk about outcome-based education, of course, it is all about outcomes. So how do you define outcomes in health professions, since we are largely dealing with health professions, that is medical curriculum, dental curriculum, all. Mapping outcomes with assessments. So this is something which I would dive deep into this. That is how you assess the outcomes. Also, I would like to touch upon a model of our assessment of outcomes, that is DMIMS model. It's a copyrighted one. Basically, we have tried to evolve ourselves, keeping the principles of outcome-based education. We have tried to make an outcome-based medical education. So I would like to we'll discuss more on it. Then few examples of the electronic question bank, which is mapped with competencies, that means outcomes together. And attainment analysis, another important part of assessment of OBE. Before I go into the details, I would like to understand where we are presently with regards to our curriculum of medical subjects. So how have we designed it? Is there a specific way in which we have designed our curriculum? What are the inclusions of our curriculum document which we are using? Anyone can just tell me so that we can have a more detailed discussion on it? From the audience, chairperson.
Okay. Actually, what we are following is whatever we get from the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, because we are affiliated to it.
Right.
So all the departments go as per the syllabus which has been given over there.
Yeah, so I would like to just know what are the sub-themes of that particular curriculum. Do we have, say for example, graduate attributes? Do we have competencies? Do we have program outcomes? Do we have syllabus, teaching learning methods, teaching learning hours? How is it organized?
As per the syllabus and curriculum, actually it's what you can say from the guidelines of the NMC, the MUHS has placed in 2 parts the outcomes which are to be followed, and maybe the timetable and the teaching hours. So whatever is coming from there, that is being followed dicto to dicto by the departments.
Fine. So we do not have as such very categorically talking about program outcomes, course outcomes within the curricular document, which you are getting from the Maharashtra Medical Council.
No.
Fine, thank you. So when we talk about NAC accreditation, this part of having program outcomes, course outcomes, program specific outcomes was not there earlier, but it came in the 2019 Health Sciences Manual. So when the Health Sciences Manual was formed, this part was introduced in the manual. It's a very age-old practice of defining outcomes of technical institutes and engineering colleges. So their programs, they cannot run a program without defining outcomes. But it was something new which came to health sciences. And parallelly, during that time, even the NMC was revising its curriculum to competency-based. So there were two parallel changes which went on during this period, that's 2018 and 19, where UGC and Naac, they proposed that all health sciences should have outcomes. And there was NMC who proposed that all, the entire UG curriculum should be competency-based. So both the things had to be taken into consideration because we are ruled by Naac. We follow the Naac guidelines for accreditations. We also have to follow NMC, and in your case, you also have to follow the Maharashtra Medical Council. So everything has to be taken together. And it was a new concept of outcomes in medical education. A very simple sentence which defines outcomes is nothing but your target. Even when we talk about competencies is nothing but the end result. What a student should learn at the end, what he should acquire, the competency which he needs to acquire at the end. An outcome is similar. It also is nothing but what the student should know at the end. So based on these parameters, CBME and OBE, they go hand in hand, or I can very safely say that they are synonymous. However, OBE is more elaborate than CBME. So there are certain elaborations which we have to do in our CBME document also, so that it caters to CBME also and it caters to OBE also. This is a typical model of OBE, which is familiar with all of us. And we can see it starts with having a vision mission. So we have vision mission of our institute. There are program outcomes and course outcomes. We don't have these outcomes, but we have goals, we have objectives, we have graduate attributes, we have IMG, that is the Indian Medical Graduate, which has got 5 roles. So we'll see where the 5 roles of this Indian Medical Graduate fits in. However, that is the planning part of a typical OBE document. This is the planning part, outcomes. After outcomes, you have teaching learning. So naturally, even after competencies, you have identified teaching learning methods. So similarly, for OBE also, you have to identify the teaching learning methods. After that, you have to identify assessment methods. Here also, in CBME, we have identified assessment methods. And there are continuous quality checks in the form of curriculum revisions based on the feedback of stakeholders, which you can have periodically every 3 years or every 5 years. So the model of CBME and the model of OBE is almost similar. I reiterate again that OBE is more elaborate in its structure. And that structure we have to incorporate in our curriculum if we are going for some kind of accreditation. Well, that is what I can technically say. But why at all outcomes? Because it was realized that the graduates who are coming out of professional institutes, particularly medical schools, they do not have the requisite skills. Because they do not have the requisite skills, they could not practice. So these requisite skills should be very categorically stated, very categorically assessed before they move out of a medical school. And hence all this entire exercise. I think the slide is stuck somewhere. It's not moving. Yeah. So understanding the word outcome, 2 important words are very, very, very necessary when we talk about any outcome. So when you will be writing the outcomes, it should be a demonstrable one. So when I say demonstrable, we all know about Bloom's taxonomy. So the verbs which we use should all be from the Bloom's taxonomy depending on the level of hierarchy. And it should show a successful attainment. So your assessment should pinpoint that he has attained this outcome. The student has, say for example, he has learned to give an IV injection. So that is your outcome, and that outcome should be assessed. So a demonstrable evidence of a successful learning, that is an outcome. And this outcome is where within the curriculum it is explicitly stated, it is explicitly assessed and explicitly measured at the end of assessment. Generally what we do right now is we take formative assessments and summative assessments and we stop there. We do not analyze whether the outcomes were attained or not. So there is a formula. Nowadays, lot of softwares are available which can give you that calculation of attainment of outcomes. However, that can only be done when our outcomes are explicitly there in our curriculum document. So, a transition is simple. The transition is what needs to be learned or what needs to be ultimately a final year graduate, what all competencies or what all outcomes he should attain, which is student-centered. Why I say student-centered means you have to tell these outcomes to the student at the beginning of the program itself. So all these, there are so many, when I say program, when I say course outcomes, there are hundreds of them. And these hundreds of them should be made known to the learner, because unless he attained all those hundreds, he cannot pass. So it's a self-paced kind of curriculum, which might take more than 5.5 years. But the outcomes have to be attained. And that is flexibility. When I say flexibility, is flexibility of time, flexibility of the manner in which you teach. That flexibility is given to the teachers. So if I want to teach an outcome in a different way, you are almost welcome. The difference which is shown here is between the traditional curriculum and the outcome-based curriculum. So whenever I say outcome-based, just think of CBME, because that is something which you are more familiar with. CBME is more about outcomes or competencies. It is not variable. For us, CBME is still 4.5 years. But a very typical, if you say principally, competency-based should always be flexible in terms of duration. Though it is not possible, but you should give multiple opportunities to the student to attain the competency. Till then, the student should not go to the next level. Assessment is central. Therefore, the topic which Mohana gave me was outcome-based assessment, because assessment actually drives the entire OBE. Focus on learning and individualized curriculum. By individualized, I mean every learner is different. So different learning styles, different ways of teaching. You must have realized there's a slow learner, something coming out from the, there's a slow learner, rapid learner, advanced learners, potential learners, your methods to deal with them. These are all nothing but you are making your curriculum learner-centric, because every individual, every student is different and it has a different learning need. So based on all these different I can say principles of outcome-based education, let us come to 3 important terminologies: PO, PSO, and CO. So what is PO, what is PSO, what is CO? I'll take you back to our CBME document again. Do we have an Indian medical graduate with 5 roles? We have. Well, we have a health professions education which has got under the domain of HP, you can have medical, you can have dental, you can have physiotherapy, you can have nursing, you can have pharmacy, right? So you have multiple faculties under health professions. Within that faculty, for example, I take the faculty of medicine, you have multiple subjects, right? So you have medicine, you have physiology, you have anatomy, you have biochemistry. Now let us fit those things into this model of OBE. The first one, program outcome. Say for example, your program is health professions. So for us, it is health professions education, which encompasses medicine, dentistry, Ayurveda, nursing, everything. Okay? So you have certain outcomes which is of a health professional. So as a health professional, what are the things which a student should be able to demonstrate, right? So it's a very broad, very generic, I would say. Program specific. Within HPE, you have medicine, you have dentistry. So for a medical student, the attributes will be different. For a dental student, it will be different. For a physiotherapist, it will be different. For a pharmacist, it will be different. So that is program specific outcome. And within medicine, say for example, again I'm going deeper into it. And within medicine, there are different subjects. So subject of physiology will have different outcomes, subject of anatomy will have different outcomes, subject of biochemistry will have different outcomes. So this is how you match CBME with OBE. Now, this is not written in any of the books. Let me be very clear. You will not find this kind of analogy anywhere. It's an analogy which we tried to decipher, which we tried to understand, because it was a need, and it was, of course, it was a necessity that our curriculum should also cater to the outcome-based education. At the same time, follow CBME. And then we discussed with the people, the technical experts, and we could bring up this model very well. So I'm going deeper into this model again. However, we are clear very here. HPE is program. Within HPE, medical may be program specific. Within medical, different subjects may be courses, right? Let us go forward. Another way to look at it. So a broader category of health professionals. Within that, faculty of medicine as program specific. Within that, different subjects as course outcomes. Now remember one thing, all these are nothing but statements. Whether it is PO, PSO, CO, they are nothing but statements, but these statements have measurable and observable verbs. And as you go from PO to CO, it becomes more and more specific, okay? And the beauty is that they all are aligned. So when I talk about COs of anatomy, COs of pathology, COs of medicine, when we take them all together, they should align with the PSOs of medicine. When different PSOs of medicine, if we take together, it should align with POs of a health professional. So it is called mapping. And that mapping is missing from CBME curriculum. We do have goals, we do have competencies, but they are not mapped. So that means they are not linked with each other. In OBE, they are all linked. In uneven, logically speaking, it is about whatever you are teaching, whatever the students are learning, it is ultimately giving the desired outcome. So mapping is a very important milestone in outcome-based education. Now let us go further and understand how do we map it. A typical outcome-based education or curriculum should have all these things organized together. It should have organization of contents, then the teaching learning methods, assessment approaches, which should also include the frequency and types of question, and educational environment, or I can say the strategy in which the student is taught. And it should be accessible, that means it should be subject to assessment at the end. It should be specific to observe, it should be specific to be measured. And the flow, how it occurs. If you can see on this slide is very important, because this is a process by which, even if you wish, even you can adopt this process to make your curriculum outcome based. It starts with graduate attributes. So what we have done, say for example, undergraduate curriculum document of UG program, UG medical program. Indian medical graduate is a graduate attribute. So we wish that at the end of the program, an Indian medical graduate should have 5 roles, right? These 5 roles, we have actually elaborated to 7 roles. We have included 2 more roles here. One is the role of a critical thinker, that is the 6th one, and 7th is researcher. So we've made rather, instead of 5, we are having 7, right? And these 7 for us are nothing but program-specific outcomes. So the 5 roles are even deciphered into 7 program-specific, From program specific, we have made course outcomes. So every PSO should have at least 3 to 4 outcomes, which are known as course outcomes, which are mapped to competencies. I'll show the actual sheet also how it is done. So PSOs are now mapped to COs of physiology. Now we have competencies of physiology, right, with us. Before the competencies, we have mentioned the course outcomes, and then comes the competency. So after mapping the course outcomes, POs, and COs, we have finally made our question bank aligned to the course outcomes. So our questions are also mapped to COs. Unless this step is done, we will not be able to analyze the attainment of outcomes. So that is very important, that your question, whichever you are giving in your question paper, how it is aligned to the outcome. Because unless it is being aligned, you will not be able to see whether that outcome has been attained or not. So another bottom line, every question should be catering to one outcome. So it should not be a random questions, but the questions which are very, very typically mapped. So let us dive deep down, since it is becoming more and more in-depth analysis. See, this is a table. This is a table of how you map outcomes. So on one side you write COs, and on horizontal you write POs. Okay, so POs and CO, this grid is important. And you can see this grid has got PSO as well as PO. So program outcomes, program specific, and course outcomes. Going deeper, now this is a typical example of biochemistry. On the column of course outcomes are written 4 course outcomes of biochemistry. Now they are not being made by us, but they are the competencies which are given in the GMER, or Graduate Medical Education book. Okay, in that book it is mentioned as generic competencies of biochemistry. We have taken it as course outcomes. So these are the course outcomes for the subject of biochemistry. They can be 4, they can be 6, they can be 8, they can be 10, but they should not exceed beyond 20, because it's very difficult to map otherwise. So they are the course outcomes. On the row, we have mentioned the program specific outcomes, and they are nothing but clinician, leader, lifelong member, team, okay? Then the critical thinker and researcher. So 7 for us. And then we have tried to, what are these numbers? 3, 2, 1. 3 is the maximum possible relation. Can you see here? 0 means no correlation. That means PO1 has no correlation with CO1, right? So 0 is no correlation, 1 is slight correlation, 2 is moderate correlation, 3 substantial correlation. This is a principle universally adopted. So not made by us, but a universally adopted principle of mapping POs and COs. So it is just telling you how they both match, to what extent. So one CO can be very well matched with one PO, or maybe absolutely no matching with another PO. So this is a mapping grid, which is an important part of outcome-based assessment, right? So once this exercise is done for all different subjects, that our job becomes very easy. And we go to a slightly deeper level. In the previous slide, we saw that there were course outcomes and there were program outcomes and program specific. We have in between inserted the competencies also. So can you see the competency number? These are the competencies adopted from the competency document of biochemistry. So the first course outcome describe the structure and function of cell, extracellular, blah, blah. For this course outcome, those many competencies match with it. So those many competencies are matching with the first course outcome. So we have also inserted the competencies. So that's a big table. This complete table does your job completely, because उसके बाद का जो calculation है, that is mostly for softwares. It is not done manually. But till here, you need to do it. This is an exercise which has to be done at the departmental level. Now, any questions here? I should stop here. So we discussed the PSOs, we discussed what are the COs, how we map them, a very important step. And we have also inserted the competencies because we have to address. Now, why I inserted competencies? Because when I make my questions, say for example, MCQ, BAQ, LAQ, SAQ, I make with regards to the competencies. जो भी competencies अपने book में दी है, उससे against हम questions बनाते हैं. CO is more broader, it is more generic. But when we make these questions are already mapped to competencies, and of course these competencies are mapped to CO. तो ये मैपिंग इसलिए ज़रूरी है कि जब हम अटेनमेंट एनालिसिस करने जाएंगे तो हम कॉम्पिटेंसीज देखेंगे, और क्योंकि वो कॉम्पिटेंसीज ऑलरेडी मैप्ड है CO से, तो हमको पता चल जाएगा कि CO अटेन हुए कि नहीं हुए, तब तक पता ही नहीं चलेगा. Let us take another example. To be more specific, I will tell you a drop-down way of doing it. You start with program outcomes, course outcomes, subject-specific competencies. Once this is done, you have to make your question bank. I don't know whether question bank is important for Maharashtra Medical Council or whether we have made question banks accordingly. But these questions should be mapped to the competency. So कौन सी competency को कौन से questions हैं. जब आपका ये बन जाता है, तो उसके बाद का step becomes very easy. And this is just a snapshot of how question bank is prepared. You can see here, there is question paper theme, topic, competency. Okay, a column of competency is there. You can see B1 6.6, B1 6.6. So that's a competency 6.6 of biochemistry for which these questions are made. So a huge document of biochemistry question bank mapped to competencies. Now this entire exercise, once done, your job becomes very easy. This is just another way of depicting it, that we have shown anatomy, paper 2, topic, subtopic, competency, question type, distribution level, difficulty level, and the question. So this is done for all questions. So why are you looking at me and laughing? Prachi. And once that is done, we come to question paper setting, because outcome-based education is all about assessment of outcomes. So how do we assess them? And therefore, when we set a question paper should be based on the templates. That will ensure your content validity. So all of the content has been assessed. And there's a primary and a secondary template. This is not very well visible, where we are not even concerned with primary template, but we are concerned with the secondary template. Now this is a secondary template of paper setting, where you can see the themes are mentioned, the weightage is mentioned, the number of hours is mentioned, the marks allotted to each theme is also mentioned, how many questions in LAQ, how many SAQ, how many BAQ, how many MCQ. Level 1 and level 2 is nothing but, level 1 when we say it's the first 2 levels, and level 2 is last 4 levels. MK, DK, NK we are all aware of. What you need to really appreciate is the mention of competencies in the blocks. Can you see? So these are the competencies. मतलब उस competency का question वहाँ आना चाहिए. ये हमने already बनाया हुआ है question bank में. तो जब हम paper set करेंगे तो I know that PA MK में सारे वो competencies, मतलब LAQ में वो competency से question डालना है, level 1 का, level 2 से वो competency का डालना है. इस तरह से वो पूरा mapping किया हुआ है कि कौन सी competency का question उस paper में डालना है. This ensures that entire syllabus is covered. And we have already mapped this competency with course outcomes. So when the result comes or when the paper is being analyzed, वो check होके जब paper आ जाता है value होके, उसके बाद उसके marks को आपको grid में डालना पड़ता है, and automatically it will calculate your course outcomes, attainment of course outcomes. So this is how the process is important. What I have shown is just theory assessment of a theory. Similar kind of mapping should also be done for practicals. And then practical is more subjective. It is not that standardized. And therefore, we try to map the OSCE stations based on the competencies. We try to make questions in objective structured viva voce with respect to the competencies. So this is how the entire process of question bank is mapped with competencies, which is mapped with COs, which is mapped with PSOs, which is mapped with POs, and you get the outcome. That's attainment of course outcomes, and that is outcome-based assessment. So, in a nutshell, it is not a job to understand it in 45 minutes. It requires a kind of workshop to sit together, to take your curriculum in hand, to prepare, and you know, it leads validation, constant discussion, and finally it evolves out like this, because we have been doing this since last 2 years, and we are still struggling with minute corrections here and there. We are more struggling now with attainment part, because we are making our software which will give us automatic results. But initially we were struggling with mapping of questions to the competencies, making secondary templates. So we have passed that stage now. So it takes time, it takes efforts, it takes understanding. Just wanted to give you a glimpse of how this is all done. And this part I'm not touching, it's more software-based calculations, but it gives you, for every outcome, how much, say for example, there are 7 course outcomes. So course outcome 1 में बच्चों ने कितना सीखा, course outcome 2 में कितना सीखा, course outcome 3 में कितना सीखा, इस तरह से आपको एक analysis मिलता है. And that will help you to restructure or redesign your teaching methods, teaching strategies. So this is what I wanted to touch upon. I know this is very, it's more overwhelming to think that itna kuch karna hai aur itna sara karna hai, but believe me, half of the job is done because we have competencies with us, we have generic competencies of different subjects with us, we have the roles of IMG with us. So it is just that we have to sit together, reorganize those contents, and of course, questions co-organize as far as competencies are concerned. So this is what I wanted to interact with the audience here and the audience online. My acknowledgements to Naac for giving us this insight, and probably we'll be able to evolve with OBE more in health sciences. And of course, the National Medical Commission for giving us half of the job completely done for OBE. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tripti. Just in nutshell, what I have understood, and maybe I'll be able to tell is, it's high time that we start incorporating this OBE into whatever has been coming from NMC and the MUHS. All the departments need to sit together, identify their syllabus, from that the course outcomes, and from, you said a maximum of 20. So from all the hundreds which are given, we had come down, narrow ourselves to 20.
Very important.
And place the competency numbers in that 20.
Yeah.
This is going to be the first step. And then again, going ahead, we'll have to give a mapping to it.
Yes.
And then we'll put the mild, moderate, and the 1, 2, 3 numbers.
Yes.
And accordingly prepare the question bank. We have the question bank with us, but yes, we have not mapped it.
Yeah,
to
so
be
we also had
honest.
the question bank initially, honestly. But when this came OBE, then we thought that we do have a question bank, but since that's not mapped, let us revisit that question bank itself rather than making a different one. So taking a competency and then making questions, we went the
Other way around.
We took the questions and we tried to map it with the competencies.
Right.
So this is how we placed the competencies, and ऐसा लगा कि कहीं पे नई questions है, कोई competencies है तो बनाए.
तो बनाए. हाँ, तो even I think
that is the better way because you have the question bank.
Yeah, so maybe we need to rethink about the whole thing, and yes, it's a big job, but we'll do it.
Yeah.
And congratulations for doing that exhaustive job and copywriting it.
Yeah, so we are learning since last 2 years.
So much of in-depth insight into it, yeah.
Because there is no, you don't have references to it for health sciences. There are generic review articles and all, but there's no in-depth work on OBE and CBME club together.
Just one question. Like once you have mapped this, you have done the assessment part. When we are talking about this outcome based, when we are filling in the Naac document, what is that they require? Is it mapped to the results which the students?
They require both things. There are three places where they have asked for it.
Yeah.
One is the curriculum document.
Yeah.
So in the curriculum document also you should have this outcomes clearly stated. So your POs, PSOs, COs with mapping.
Okay.
That's one part. It should be a
Okay.
part of your curriculum document.
Okay.
Second part, they have also asked just for POs, PSOs. So where you have to just add PO, PSOs. And there's one point where they have asked for attainment. So you have to tell the how you assess the attainment of outcomes. Where you have to give the results of attainment. So there you will require the auto-generated results of your software showing the attainment levels. Yeah.
Paid software.
Yeah, you can. Recently, in pods is work. उन्होंने काफी अच्छा बनाया है. We are making our own in-house one because we have our own question, basically assessment software. So we are trying to incorporate this part also in that software. But otherwise, commercially available in pods, you can just have. I have the number also. I'll share with you. So they have done quite a bit on it. No, that you will have to do it and give it to them. That they will upload it on the software.
Yeah, so we can have a base plan, we work on it, and then we can ask them and whatever is the requirement. Thank you so much. It's always wonderful listening to you. Lots of knowledge which we get, and in a very simplified way. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please convey our compliments to
Definitely, sir.
Questions, audience.
Yes, I am.
Both of them are, I guess.
Any questions from the audience, please?
So, ma'am, actually we do practice. We have that advantage of having our own ways and methods of doing it. But probably for you, whatever question bank has been already prepared by MUHs, you will have to map that so that nothing new adds up to it because they follow that same question bank. So yes, we do practice it.
Should be allowed to speak.
So you can guide MUHs.
Yeah, to
Ma'am, probably because now the colleges are going for accreditation, MUHs ये कर लेगी. मतलब क्योंकि ये basic requirement हो गई है अभी, तो ये ज़रूर होगा. मतलब उनकी तरफ से भी आ ही जाएंगे ये आपको guidelines. Yes, it's a tremendous job. Yes, and as I told you, there are 3 areas where this has been asked. So you can imagine the weightage which is given to the outcomes. It is a huge weightage.
Online, we have received in the chat box that Dr. Ashwini Datta, she is very happy. She is saying a very good presentation, ma'am. And they have implemented this OB framework into their university, which is the Yenopia, deemed to be university at Mangalore. What she is asking is, how is the indirect component which involves the feedback, how it is considered in the attainment of, you can say, the outcome calculations?
Yeah, so there are 2 ways of assessing OBE. One is direct and another is indirect. So direct was something which we were discussing right now. And indirect is all about surveys and feedbacks. So in the calculation, the final calculation which comes, there are, again it's formula based. So what all surveys have been mapped, the answers have to be mapped to the outcomes, that is the COs, and finally what marks the student is getting, that has to be entered in that grid, and then it gives the final percentage. So indirect assessments generally is not taken into the final consideration of attainment matrix. It's more of the direct assessment which is taken, because indirect is more subjective, more ill-structured, and therefore not taken. But when taken, it's considered to be very robust way of OBE. It's a formula-based one. You cannot do it manually.
Thank you so much. I hope, Dr. Ashwini, your query has been solved. Any other questions, please? Okay.
If no questions, thank you very much.
Yeah,
And
thank you
thank
so
you, my
much.
teachers, respected seniors, for listening patiently to me. And in case you need any help, we are always there. Thank you.
Over to you, Mrs.
Now I request Dr. Gupta and Dr. Prachi to present the memento to Dr. Tripti Wagmare. I request Dr. Dipali Unkar ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of Anatomy, to present token of appreciation to our chairpersons. Thank you, Dr. Madhur and Dr. Prachi, for conducting the session so masterfully. The student of present generation is very active and enthusiastic. It is a challenge for the teacher to channelize their energy positively. Participatory learning is one of the best way to do it. Our next scientific session talks about participatory learning in Health Science Institute, problems and opportunities. For this session, we are having with us Dr. Pragati Karmarkar and Dr. Kalpana Date to chair this session. Dr. Pragati Karmarkar is Associate Professor in the Department of Pathology with teaching experience of 28 years in undergraduate and postgraduate. She has many national and international publications to her credit. She is also chairperson for Criteria 2. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Kalpana Date is Associate Professor in Department of Microbiology. She is the chairperson for Criteria 5. She also is the faculty at MET workshop. Apart from this, she has completed project of RNTCP, a funded project, and has won an award at national level for outstanding training of JCI India. She represented India as cultural ambassador to Mexico in Rotary Group Study Exchange Program. Dr. Date is a national level table tennis player and also editor of Splash newsletter of Institute. Welcome, ma'am. I now hand over to chairpersons for further proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trupti. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 4. In this session, we have Dr. Shubhangi Maske ma'am to talk on topic participatory learning in health science institutes, problems and opportunities. Participatory learning is an active involvement of learner in a learning process. It also helps and empowers students to improve thinking, understanding and promote involvement of the students also. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Shubhangi Maske, who is professor and head in oral pathology at People's College of Dental Sciences and Research Center, Bhopal. She is PhD guide and supervisor. She has written 5 book chapters. She has many publications and a patent to her credit. She was member of Board of Studies and now member of Board of Management at People's University, Bhopal. She is a chief editor of journal People's International Journal of Dentistry. She is a director and coordinator of fellowship in forensic odontology and dental education and founder member of Sampurna Nidan Oral Cancer Center, People's Dental Academy. She is a chairperson of Naac Committee, Innovative Teaching Committee and Institutional Ethical Committee. Welcome, madam. I request you to begin your session.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Kavade, sir, respected Dr. Devendra Kavade, sir, for kind recommendation. Dr. Kajal Mitra, sir. Sorry for my voice, I am having a little sore throat. Dr. Kajal, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Mohana ma'am for giving this wonderful topic of participatory learning. Thank you, chairpersons. So my topic for presentation is participatory learning, problems and opportunities. I hope my slide is visible.
It is not.
Your screen is not visible yet.
Screen is not visible. Okay.
It is visible now, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Right. So I'll begin with today's session. Hope I'm not late. Yeah. So participatory learning, problems and opportunities. Just a minute, the slide is stuck somewhere. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to begin with one of my favorite quote by Benjamin Franklin, which is very aptly suitable here. Tell me and I forget, teach me and may remember, involve me and I learn. So this is what is participatory learning about. What is happening? My slides are not changing. Okay. So it is all about training the competent doctors. So just now we had a wonderful presentation by Dr. Tripti about competency-based education and outcome-based education. Excellent presentation by Dr. Tripti. Yeah. So there's a paradigm shift in the curriculum now, which demands the changes in curricula and pedagogy as well for the best outcomes for patients. So this requires we all to be team oriented, to have an interprofessional coordination, and for this increasingly demanding CBMA pattern. So the Indian medical graduate attributes, which says the goals for the medical graduates are that one should be holistic, compassionate clinician. Second is it should be a leadership and should show leadership qualities in healthcare, should be a good communicator, and should be committed, lifelong skill learner, and also follow ethics and profession. This is the screenshot of the recent presentation. Dr. Tripti's presentation slide, I took a screenshot of this. I like this slide very much because this is going with the outcomes. So if you see the POs here in the vertical columns, PO is one is clinician, two is leader, team member, three is communicator, fourth is lifelong learner, fifth is professional, critical thinker, and then researcher. So these are the outcomes which are to be mapped, the program outcomes which are to be mapped with the course outcomes. So this is how systematically the competency-based curriculum has been designed. So it will take, this transition phase is definitely difficult for us now, but we need to understand it. And I really appreciate the efforts taken by the IQAC team for taking up this as a session for on this Naac seminar. So the transition in medical education demands change. The graduate competencies have shifted from knowledge to the ability to solve complex and to communicate. So the regulatory councils and accreditation bodies are also focusing on core competencies now. So we are expected to modify the conventional teaching. So it's not the way we learned. So it's not the way we learned, and I would again like to quote here, don't limit a child to your own learning, for he was born in another time. So for this time or this generation, we are expected to modify the conventional teaching. We need to innovate, we need to collaborate, and thus have participatory learning methods. So what is participatory learning? Participatory learning is a new informal teaching tool focusing on core competency. It is an active student-centered teaching learning technique which focuses on the competency outcomes of the learner. This is taken from a glossary of education in emergencies. So the participatory learning major components or the major requisites are that it is student-centric and it shows active learning, and small group is one of the participatory learning method. So for participatory learning, forming small groups is most essential. Now, what we follow in our regular teaching or the traditional methods is didactic lecturing. Okay? So didactic lecturing versus student-centric methods. This is a typical classroom setting, and this is a small group participation setting. So here we can see that there will be a one-to-one interaction between the students, whereas in a traditional setting where we teach or we lecture 100, 150, 200, 250 students, and we are not sure whether we are reaching, we are audible to the last benches, whether we are audible, whether we are visible. So we just deliver our content and we have to assume that the students have learned it. So the didactic lecturing, though there are advantages that we have the complete control over lesson and delivery, it is the oldest and trusted instructional method. But the disadvantages are that it is difficult to measure whether the students have absorbed the information, and the major disadvantage is that the students don't take active role in learning. So that is why I'm talking about again and again, that there is a paradigm shift to active participatory learning or the student-centric methods, that is small group teaching methods or small group discussions. So CBME curriculum has given special emphasis on this small group discussion. After lecture, some small group discussion, they have also defined this terminology, what should be a lecture and what is a small group discussion. Any instructional method involving small groups of students in an appropriate learning context. So it is about focusing on competencies along with small group. Now skill enhancement methods are also mentioned here, like DOAP, demonstration, observation, assistance, performance, and skill assessment. Okay, so the core and core competencies and non-core are also mentioned. Then it is basically based on the Miller's pyramid level of competencies, where the lower level of pyramid is knows how, and as the pyramid goes up, the competency level increases with demonstration and performance in practice. So the knows is fast recall, knows how is interpretation and application in case presentations, and S is shows is demonstration and simulation or OSCEs, and does is or shows how is performance in practice. So in the didactic lecturing, we are not able to achieve this higher level of competencies. So it requires a change in teaching learning process. So to achieve the higher competency level, or know how shows show how. So the lecture will be reaching there will be limitations to achieve those competency levels, whereas this participatory learning or small group teaching methods will aid in achieving the higher competency levels. So this is understanding the competencies table. You can see again that if we see the suggested teaching learning methods here, small group discussion has been given special emphasis wherever the core competencies are there. Okay. So like if the domain level of knowledge, here the domain level is knowledge. These are the competencies. Course outcomes, what Madam Dr. Tripti was explaining us. Course outcomes, the domain of learning, knowledge, skill, attitude, and communication. And level is knows how, shows how, and perform. So here we can see these domains, and this lecture and small group discussions have been given special emphasis wherever there is higher clinical subjects. So participatory method of small group teaching. Small group teaching has major components that it is based on constructivism. Constructivism means it reinforces the basic sciences content. Whatever the student has learned in first year, second year anatomy, physiology, the basic sciences, it reinforces that information and integrates in a vertical context or vertical integration in a appropriate clinical context. It helps the students to integrate and apply that knowledge. Then collaborate and cooperative learning. It provides students with opportunity to work collaboratively with and learn from their peers and interact or allow for a higher degree of student-faculty contact. So it is constructive, integrated, cooperative, and interactive. So small group participatory learning. Small group participatory learning is an essential part of the medical curriculum, wherein there is a difference between the divergent thinking and convergent thinking. So in divergent thinking, in the lecturing, we can see that there will be many questions in the minds of students. So whatever idea or whatever information we are giving, that will raise many questions, but they'll not be able to participate in interacting with the faculty or with their peers. That what is this answer? What is the answer of the question? What is there in my mind? So the ideas are diverging here. Whereas when we consider participatory learning or in a small group setup, these questions, they can be answered and there can be a convergent thinking in that. So they come more closer to the fact. Okay. So in a setting of small group teaching, the role of facilitator is passive. You can see this is a picture of small group setting, wherein there are the table arrangement, as we have discussed, it is like that. And the infrastructure can be modified. Now in this particular institute, in this small group setting, we can see a plus shaped table instead of a round table, where it is allowing more one-to-one interaction with the students. And we can see the facilitator is having a passive role. So role of teacher. Now it's not a teacher, madam already has discussed, and we all know that now we are facilitators. So in small group teaching, the role is passive and peripheral. Initially, we can brief whatever session is to be taken, and then we should give the liberty to the students to discuss among themselves. And when the students discuss, here you can see that this group of students are working on their task, and they are using different colors of pen, and they are trying to form good flow charts, having creative ideas.
It's 3 o'clock.
It's the concept or the content delivery is proper and more percolated in the students. So the facilitator can interact with each participant learner, and thus there will be active learning. So role of student is active and central role. It builds upon existing knowledge. So there are queries asked to the peers and to the facilitators, and the concept building is good. So this is a Tuckman and Bruce model, little bit about group dynamics, what actually happens. So there are 5 stages here: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. In forming of the group, because we form different members, in the group, there will be little agreement, the purpose will be unclear, there will be no guidance and direction in the initial stage when the group is formed. Then there will be some conflicts in the storming and then norming. There may be agreement and consensus, and performance in the fourth stage. The clear vision and purpose, focus on goal achievement, and delegation for the task. So when we set ground rules for group activity, give everyone opportunity to participate, respect what people say, don't dominate, be on the same level of participants, don't make assumptions, don't rush, be flexible, and try to make it a fun activity. So for efficient and active participative learning, see that the group formed is heterogeneous. So there are some slow learners and advanced learners. There is a clear group goal. Small group of 4 to 5, the goal is met early. Check individual accountability from moving group to group. Provide a list of expected behaviors and give some expected behaviors like all group members should participate actively, carefully consider and encourage each other's ideas, and stay with the group till the task is done. So there will be, in a nutshell, the traditional model and active learning model. So the lower level of domain is achieved when we give didactic lectures. So new information is conveyed to passive didactics. Here we can see. And the students are expected to achieve these levels on their own outside the classroom in a traditional model. Whereas in active learning model, new information is self-directed. So the student come prepared with aids, remember and understand, and the higher level of domain are achieved in the classroom itself with a interactive discussion in the small group and participative learning methods. So participatory domains of learning, achieving lower to higher domains. So small group teaching models, what are the different models for this participatory learning? Small group is must for participatory learning, and some of the methods are flipped classroom, peer teaching, and problem-based learning. So I'll discuss in short what is flipped classroom. Flipped classroom is having 3 stages: step 1, step 2, and step 3. Step 1 is pre-class activity, step 2 is in-class activity, step 3 is application. So these 3 pre-class, in-class, and post-class means pre-class means the material itself or the PPT, whatever topic is to be taught in the class, scheduled class. That material should be shared much before in advance to the learners before the class. That is the pre-class activity. In-class activity means in the classroom. The classroom should be kept free for discussion. So it should be assumed that the students have come prepared, and then the groups may be formed. The different group activities may be done in the in-class activity. And after the class, the assessment or evaluation can be done. So pre-class, in-class, and post-class. There are 3 stages. Flipping the classroom setting. Flip class. So advantages are that it is a blended kind of a learning. Online we share and offline we discuss. So prepare, practice, and process. The 3 P's here. Prepare before the class, practice during the class, and process after the class. So this is again the Bloom's taxonomy, the difference between traditional and flipped classroom. Whatever the activities we can take in group activities, in the in-class activities, think, pair, and share, and other group activities. So I'll not go into much detail, otherwise it will be a medical education class session. So advantages for this learners, as I said, one of the major advantages, it is a blended kind of a learning. Next is the peer-based learning. Peer-based learning means it is teaching by companions or peers. It is the peer-based learning is self-directed, activity-based, team-based. It promotes analytical thinking, and it can be interdisciplinary also. So advantages of peer teaching: it increase memory, improve confidence, it initiates better critical thinking and reasoning skills, and it is at a better comfort level because peers are at better comfort level. They are more approachable to each other. They improve and understanding of the subject is there. Okay. So there are many articles, if you see the literature for this peer-based teaching or peer review and team-based learning. So some of the articles say that to increase student engagement, there should be a transparent process which should incorporate verbal feedback and team discussion, and the outcome should be monitored by the faculty, and there should be an adequate form of a training. Now, this is one of the article where in team-based learning and problem-based learning were compared. So they have scheduled week-wise, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, and week 6. So this is the orthopedic department. And if you see the team-based on peer-based learning, week 4, they have given interesting titles. Okay, I like the week 5 and week 6. If you see, week 5 says, I must be getting old, the title for the group activity, which is osteoarthritis. Okay, week 6, why me, the title of the group activity, peer teaching method, rheumatoid arthritis. So such kind of interesting titles may be given for this peer-based learning. And how to conduct the sessions, there are many references available, how to conduct this activity schedule. The 2-hour session may be divided into 10 minutes for the individual reading before, 20 minutes for team readiness. Team reading means the material should be handed to the individual candidate or individual peer first, then for 20 minutes, team readiness assurance test can be given. Another 20 minutes, feedback from facilitators may be taken, and the activity proper may be given a clinical problem solving activity for 60 minutes and a closure activity for 10 minutes. So minimum 2-hour session is required for a team-based activity or peer learning activity. So this problem-based learning, what is problem-based learning? It can be again conducted the same way. So here I have just taken a picture of Dr. House. What is problem-based learning? A learning method based on the principle of using problems as a starting point for the acquisition and integration of new knowledge. So here the learning begins with a problem. So it is a problem is the triggering point for acquisition for learning. So principle of this problem-based learning is it is not a teaching method, but a learning process. So the teachers do not teach, the students learn by themselves. Process, problems are the primary source of learning. That's already discussed, and it can be done in a tutorial-based study under student. So there are 2 sessions for PBL. Pre-session, explain the, Pre-session, explain the problem scenario to teams, and post-session, discuss the problem-based problem or the PBL-based outcome after the session. So this PBL has advantage that it stimulates critical analysis while providing feedback to the instructor and the student at the same time immediately. And based on the clinical and relevant cases, if these problem-based scenario is given as a case, then the instructor or facilitator should not disclose the diagnosis, and there should be a progressive disclosure of the case. So one by one, it can be revealed, and there should be a cold approach, and afterwards the open-ended session should be allowed in the session. There are many benefits of this method, and there are challenges as well because it is time consuming. So for example, the PBL clinical scenario, your planning management of trauma, you can see the peers are discussing this management of trauma. When it comes to Naac and teaching learning, so in Naac, as we all know, that there is highest weightage for teaching learning and evaluation, 280 when it comes to institute. And out of that, 2.3 and 2.6 are based on teaching learning process and learning outcome. So big weightage is given to this. by Naac and this teaching learning process. So in this, when it comes to this participatory learning, it is mentioned in 2.3.1 in qualitative metrics. Student-centric methods are used for enhancing learning experience. The weightage is 10 for this particular metric, which is a qualitative. And when there is a qualitative matrix, we are expected to write 500 words in for the SSR, and after that, this will be assessed in the peer team visit. So when we are writing the QLM or the qualitative matrix, when we are writing the 500 words description essay for this, I have written down few points where you should take care. Avoid explaining the terminologies of the methods. What is a student-centric method or what is participatory learning? But rather describe the method followed by the institute with examples. Reforms in teaching learning methods, whatever you are doing, will be appreciated if you mention them. Outcomes related to graduate attributes or POCO mapping may be mentioned. And these are some samples of SSR images of some SSR. SSRs are in public domain. We can easily download them from the Naac website, and you can just go through them for different inputs. Okay. So few institutes, very good institutes, are also not able to write this properly. So as I said, we are in transition phase, so the concepts are still not developed. But yes, if the proper structured formats are prepared, we will be able to write this properly. Okay. So Naac is sensitizing the institutes, health science institutions, for this education technologies also, as in collaboration with the medical education. So this can be written like this. So here you can see experiential learning, integrated and interdisciplinary learning, participatory learning, and skill acquisition. Here, this institute has mentioned in arbitrary information is given, and it is not specific. So you can always use some charts and diagraphs or flow charts or images what may reflect the activity in your institute. So this will not be, this will not be counted in number of words, but definitely it will be explanatory. So qualitative metrics, try to implement maximum of all methods. Each teaching learning centric method should exhibit evidence of successful implementation. And the templates may be designed properly. So you can structure different methods with your own methodology. So there is no definite guidelines for this. Geotag photos for each method may be taken. Any innovation in any of the student-centric method may be documented. So after you submit the SSR, for the qualitative metrics, there will be peer team visit. As I said, there is no definitive format based on which you will be assessed. So it is up to the discretion of the institute that they can design their own formats for the methodologies, for teaching methodologies, and that they should maintain the documentation. It's all about a properly, objectively designed documentation, which should be maintained at department level. The student-centric method evidences should be there, and at college level, institute committee minutes may be there. Okay, so some photographs of some of the visits I'm sharing here, how the documentation can be displayed. Okay, innovative teaching methods and practices. Here you can see that this department of this institute. This is a department photo, and they have showed this innovative teaching methods and practices, and each method is having a separate file for each method. Okay. So, and you can see the Viva cards also here. Viva card, DOPS, and other methods are mentioned here. So it is all about documentation. Here you can see one of the institute has displayed centrally this criteria 2. Okay, here you can see the pyramids, the Bloom's domains of learning, Bloom taxonomy, domains of learning, competency pyramid, LS pyramid. Okay, so based on this, they have designed some structured formats, and you can see the files, the box files here, wherein the documentation for the teaching learning methods. So this is entire documentation file for the teaching learning methods or criteria 2. So in the peer team visit, if we have doubts, we sit and we read out of curiosity. Some may read, and some queries may be asked for the outcomes, the pattern. So it should be very convincing to the peer team members. So if good documentation is there, a complete 360 degrees method description is there, it will be valued more. So the structured formats are very, very essential when it comes to Naac documentation. So the topic given to me was to discuss challenges and problems. So managing time is one of the major issue or a challenge. Student-centric methods are very time consuming, and this time management definitely requires special skills to manage the clinics, teaching, and this participatory teaching methods. And logistic issues definitely are there. Material designing, resource material should be well designed and pre-tested and very well validated. And lack of resources, physical infrastructure definitely needs to be changed in the existing setup. Other challenges are the structuring operative framework and assigning roles for the stakeholders for content delivery. And if the structured format is not there, it may be confusing and it may confuse or perplex the learner if the scheme is conflicting and not validated. So there will be definitely faculty inertia, which is a major drawback or which is a major setback when implementing these methods. Faculty inertia, resistance volume methods, because they don't know the formats and some are unable to hold discussions. So there is lack of motivated and skilled medical teachers, which may afflict the educational paradigm. With the opportunities, with the challenges, there are definitely some good opportunities also. So I would like to quote here the opportunities. Everyone deserves to learn, and everyone deserves an education that supports their potential. So the opportunities for participatory learning, multidimensional competence. So the levels are in all domains are upgraded. There is definitely a scope for creativity. So innovative ideas in curriculum development can be implemented now because it has just started, and digitalization of the resources of material can be made. Policy making, because there is a scope for modifying policy, as there is definitely a drastic change in the mindset of students and the authorities. And as everyone is emphasizing on this, there are very few publications. So we have good opportunity to publish good material on this, good formats on this. If you design some good formats, you can publish it, and which may be in the database, and the institutions will follow that globally. And you can diversify the workplaces for your need. So there is also scope for this creative diversification. The major opportunity is that there is this phase, transition phase is a transforming phase. Okay. So this new teaching learning system has the potential to transform how we prepare the physicians of the next decade. So take home message, participatory learning is a good capacity building method, and definitely it has potential to transform the competency at par with the global standards, and structuring on of focused formats are required, which can lead to a successful medical education roadmap. So I would like to conclude, every child can learn, just not in the same way and the same day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhangi, for elaborating on such an interesting topic of participatory learning. Agree with you totally that this is a student-centric method of active learning, and also it involves smaller groups where the students can open up and communicate with each other really well. Again, agree with you that there is a paradigm shift, because initially the center stage was to the teacher, but now with these teaching learning methods, the center stage is no more with the teacher, and that's really difficult for the teachers to accept that they are no more on the center stage. They are only there as a facilitators. Now these methods have distinct advantages because they empower your student, they improve the communication skills in the student, make them more confident, or even help them understanding the subject better. But of course, with these advantages, there are some disadvantages too, and there are some challenges too. I like to speak about the challenges first. I agree with you that there is inertia from the teacher's side for any new method, because already they have a lot of work to do, including the Naac work. So there is inertia, of course. But another challenge is the number of the faculty members in a given department is quite less, and for such small group teaching activities we really require a large number of facilitators or teachers. That's a big challenge for us. But in the CBME now they have put up a lot of weightage on self-directed learning as well, and so many other things. And of course Naac has given a lot of weightage to these participatory learning methods. So we have to implement, overcome the challenges, and we have to do something. But I really like the way you have documented it, that is making separate files for each of the method. That's really interesting. So I now ask if anybody has questions for Dr. Shubhangi on this topic. I think most of these things are discussed in our MET workshops as well. And because of MET, we are implementing a lot of these techniques here, like peer learning or PBL, CBL, etc. So most of the faculty members are aware, but Dr. Tanuja has a question.
Yeah, because it was outside my domain. I wanted to focus on the Naac domain first. Sorry,
Yes.
I'm not able to hear the question.
The documentation part of this is really difficult, but you have shown it that making separate files and documenting it's a very nice idea. Over to Dr.
Madam,
Tanuja.
just I want to ask, how much number should be restricted in a small group discussion?
How much number for each
How
group?
much number should be there for small group discussion? 5 to 6 or even 10, 15 students can be considered in small group discussion.
Yeah, madam, actually, the smaller the group, the goal and outcome will be much faster.
Yeah, that's true, but always there is facilitator are less. So
Yes, yes.
15, 20 can be considered as small group.
No, 7 to 8 should be a group.
Okay, thank you.
Small group, not more than 8.
Yeah,
Actually.
agree with you that that's the ideal number. But then how do you manage with the facilitators number?
Yes,
Is
we
it
can
easy to
plan.
manage?
Yeah, that is why there are challenges, ma'am. The logistical arrangements, ideally, whatever the small group teaching or participatory learning. Am I
Yes.
I can hear the
Yes, yes, you
sound.
are audible, madam.
Okay. So in this participatory learning or whatever small group teaching is there, so I understand the practical difficulties what we face because the student numbers are more and managing the small group teaching in a setup in a batch of 200 or numbers when there are 200, you have to plan in a practical class activity. Okay. So if you give a goal to a group of 15-20 students, then that goal might not be met. So the major objective of small group participatory learning is that every participant should participate. So it is the facilitator's role that everyone they have to encourage every participant to take some active participation based on their competence.
Right. So in our institute, actually, I would like to share that we had tried to pull the facilitators from other departments as well. So we had conducted a small training session for those facilitators, and then we could maintain that student-teacher facilitator ratio of 7 to 8 per facilitator. But for that, we had to pull facilitators from other departments as well.
That is a good initiative that you are taking. You are, I think, integrating and multidisciplinary activity you are conducting, trying to
Yes,
take
it became a
interdisciplinary.
sort of multidisciplinary, yes.
That will be very
And I
useful.
think Dr. Tanuja has conducted some peer learning, yes, peer assisted learning sessions as well. Will you like to say something on that?
Good, good. Congratulations, Dr. Tanuja. Really appreciate.
Thank you. In fact, I was not aware that such method is already available. I named it as peer assisted teaching and it was interdepartmental. I belong to medicine. So some of the things, for example, PR examination, it is important for medicine PG students, but it is never taught. So I have arranged sessions so that the PG student of equivalent cadre from the surgery department taught to one-in-one basis. They taught to our medicine resident. And same thing I have done in pathology as ABC of CBC and as well as fundus examination with ophthalmology.
Great.
So they had a great experience and there was, because there was no threatening environment like that, they learned a lot.
So, how was your experience? How could you document it? How could you measure the outcome?
Yeah. Actually, I thought of taking MCQ test, but only in one session it was possible.
Madam,
It's
really
really tough for
that
the
is why
assessment of outcomes of these procedures, no? The small group teaching outcome assessment is a little tough.
we can start with the feedback questionnaire first. And afterwards, you can take the MCQ test. Definitely have the structured format, right from the teaching learning session until the evaluation.
Okay. So that's a good suggestion from you and we'll try to implement that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no more questions. So we'll end the session here. Thank you very much, Dr. Shubhangi, for sparing your time and sharing your knowledge and experience with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Karmakar and Dr. Date to present the memento virtually to Dr. Shubhangi Maske ma'am. I would like to mention that this memento is made by tribals of Melghat.
Nice.
This memento will be couriered to Dr. Shubhangi ma'am as soon as possible.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. That will be very special for me. Thank you. Great.
I request Dean Dr. Mitra sir to present token of appreciation to our chairpersons. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Karmarkar and Dr. Date ma'am for conducting the session so well. Here we would be having a tea break. Next session will start after 15 minutes.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates. I, Dr. Shilpa Hazare, welcome you all to the next scientific session. The institute, which goes beyond the prescribed curriculum and have practices for overall development of students and faculty, is nurtured and admired by Naac. Our next session is Nurturing Best Practices in Medical Institutes. I would like to invite Dr. Tanuja Manohar and Dr. Pradeep Pazare to chair the session. Dr. Tanuja Manohar is Professor and Head, Department of Medicine. A vibrant personality with many publications in her kitty, she is also an active member of Medical Education Technology Unit of NKP-SIMS. She is also member of COVID Care Team. She is executive member of Vidarbha chapter of Association of Physicians of India. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Pradeep Pazare, Associate Professor in Department of Pediatrics, has also done MBA in Healthcare Management. A cheerful persona, he is a trainer for Pediatric Advanced Life Support. He has many national and international publications to his credit. Welcome, sir. I now hand over to the chairpersons for further proceedings. Over to you.
I am really happy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. A.G. Prathap. He is registrar in MS Ramaya Medical College, Bangalore. He is coordinator of the IQSC cell of his institute. He is professor and head of Department of Microbiology. He is rated as a best teacher in microbiology in many occasions. He is a member of Naac Expert Committee and he is trained and recognized Naac Assessor. He is invited as internal auditor for Naac in many institutions. He is a member of Board of Studies of NITE University, Siddharth University from Tumkur. He is also a member of UG Board of Study of RG-UHS. He is invited as a panel member for ICMR Bangalore. He is Innovation Ambassador of MHRD 2021-22. He is a textbook reviewer and reviewer of International Medical Journal. So welcome Dr. A.G. Pratap, and I request you to start your deliberation on nurturing best practices in medical institution.
Thank you, madam and sir. First of all, greetings from Ramaya Medical College, Bangalore. And I would like to thank Kajal Mitra sir and for having given me this opportunity to present my ideas before you, and Dr. Kalpana Date madam for having coordinated the activities so far with me. And with this, I would start off telling you a few things with respect to how we usually do things, but Naac also requires us to do a few more things in a way which is going to be visible to the stakeholders as such, and also to be documenting those processes. One of the things that I would start off by telling here is I always remember that the gulab jamun that was made by my mother was something that I cherish even today, and I think it is the best. But one of the things that if you ask me, has it been documented? Do you know how to do it? Or do you know to pass on the recipe? Or has it been tried by somebody else and has it given the same results? My answer would be no. So one of the things that we do is when we talk in terms of best practices, one of the things that we need to know is the things that we do routinely in a medical institute broadly may involve things related to medical education, service sector, imparting patient care, or research activities. And then now we talk in terms of innovation, and we may have to pick up certain aspects of what we do as a part of a regular practice and think in terms of how we project that as our best practice. So what I was telling you right now is, let me start off with the slides as to how this discussion is going to proceed. So initial slide is going to mention about the overview, which talks in terms of introduction to best practice. What is it that we need to think of about best practices with respect to medical institutions? Then objectives, context, process and practice, and evidence of success. So this is just evolution of how we probably have to project ourselves, document, and also prove by getting the required outcomes, and also getting stakeholder feedback. So when we talk in terms of best practices, now we have to think in terms of certain procedures which are prescribed or recommended, which we may adopt or may have adopted from another institute and currently subjected to practice. And as I mentioned, this is also a continuously evolving process. The reason I am mentioning this is a best practice is evolved over a period of time, which can later convert into something which may probably call as good practice. And this involves the active engagement of all our stakeholders. So when I say stakeholders, it involves the student community, the faculty, the management, the alumni, the parents, and the society at large. So in order to achieve the intended outcomes or the desired outcomes, we may have to go through a series of steps which we will elaborate in the slides which we discuss later. One of the things that we may have to document is the evidence of success, which is finally going to be measurable. So when we write down a practice, it starts off with us visualizing as to what we probably would like to see as our best practice over a period of time. And we write down our goals, which have to be smart. One of the ways of writing a SMART goal is to see that it is measurable, which is always going to depict to what extent you have succeeded in putting out your best practices of the institution. And definitely with the provision for feedback at all levels. The advantage here is the best practice of one institution can be replicated in the other institution. Opportunity for transfer also provides a chance of collaboration either at the local level, at the national level, or even at a global level if the best practice is something worthwhile looking at and emulating in another setup too. So when you talk in terms of best practices in medical institutes, all these aspects which I just mentioned in terms of either academics, patient care, research, or so on, and the other criterion wise matrices which people have discussed from today morning. Initially, we all start with the concept of a quality initiative or promotion. Then it moves on to quality maintenance and sustenance. Then we talk in terms of enhancing the quality of whatever we plan. And finally, quality assurance helps you to put in two systems in place. One is to talk in terms of whether whatever I am expected to do, am I doing it to the best possible effort that I can put in. And once I know that there is a system in place, then you get a process of quality control too, to look at the entire process of quality assurance. So as far as best practices are concerned, we do have a format which we have to follow when we actually project in the self-study report, because it is one of the qualitative matrices which actually has to be explained in about 500 words as mentioned by some of the previous speakers. And one of the things that has to be taken care when we actually talk in terms of best practices that we're going to project, we have to follow the format, and the format also gives us an idea as to how to evolve or how to start off or how to nurture the objective. So when you talk in terms of objectives, one of the things that we need to keep in mind is to evolve strategies to implement the vision and mission statements. Or what I'm trying to say is, it would be nice if we have a best practice in line with the vision and mission statements of the organization as such. And this is what I was actually telling. Now, say for example, my objective today is to think in terms of making. We are basically from South India, so one of the things is making poha for us is going to be a task. Or if I will not be able to tell that the masala dosa that we make, the next dish poha that I make is going to be as good as a masala dosa. So if I have to embark on a new journey where I have to think in terms of nurturing a best practice, if I have already completed one best practice, and if that has become a good practice right now, so I am going to start on a new requirement of mine. Here, the new requirement of mine, just I mentioned as some dish that I would probably start making. Now, just taking a cue from that, I could talk in terms of any of the 6 components that I would like to project, or the 3 major activities that we do in any medical institute related to education, patient care, or with relation to research. But one of the points that I'd like to emphasize here is, when you choose your best practice, it should involve participation of all your stakeholders, and preferably we have to brainstorm with respect to what we put in as probable best practice that we would like to see at the end of 5 years. And I would prefer if the best practice is something that is going to help the student population or student as a stakeholder and add to it more. So it depends on what you want to choose as your best practice. So this involves planning and trying to put it into practice. So the reason I have put 4 P's here is, initially you plan, then you start performing, then you practice how to actually do it better, reach a point where you can probably say it is one of our best practices, and then, as I mentioned, you may have to propagate it to see whether it is going to be reproducible in another health institute, and so on. So you can have various reasons when you talk in terms of why you choose a particular best practice, maybe professional or commercial benefit. Here, when I say professional or commercial benefit, more often the term commercial is misunderstood, but let me clarify. I'm just going to give one example each of professional and commercial. So one of our professional duties as a teacher is to see that we achieve better learning outcomes. So if, as one of the previous speakers was mentioning and talking in terms of how you blueprint your question papers, one of the targets that I would like to start off with is, well, let me think in terms of how I can do blueprinting of question papers, and then reach a particular level of mapping the learning outcomes and say that this is one of my best practice when by the time we reach the next assessment level to show improvement in terms of quality. The commercial benefit can be shown in the form of saving energy or promoting some sort of management technique within your organization to see how you can actually work towards improving upon say your management techniques with respect to finance and so on. And finally, the objective should be to meet the stakeholder satisfaction with the benefit passed on to as many levels as possible. This is a diagram which all of us are familiar with, the PDCA cycle, where we plan, we try to implement, We have checks to look at where we probably need to improve or do better, and then put it as a process. Now, when we talk in terms of starting off with how we plan your best practice and why should it be done as an institute, as a department, as an individual, all of us would like to see ourselves in terms of improved organizers, or being very good organizers, or I would like to look at whether I'm a more organized individual, a more organized department, a more organized healthcare institution, which is going to deliver whatever I am expected to do in the best possible manner. And obviously, it is also going to make a difference to my or our, at a level of a team, self-esteem. So we need to seek clarity as a team, as a group, to look at how we would like to nurture our best practice, or which is the activity that probably requires to be considered to look forward to improving and making it a best practice in our organization. So finally, we have to think in terms of how we are going to choose 1 or 2 or 3 and look at over a period of time as to what is going to be the best for us to project and make a replica of that in another organization too. So all of us know a little bit about needs assessment, which is going to involve the process of gap analysis. So we could actually look at any of those criteria wherein we would like to improve 1 or 2 particular things, where there is a wide gap between what is desired and whatever is currently there as a process or system in our own institutes. This could be related to education and training, learning and professional development, change in practices, or like I mentioned, alternate management or new management systems. So the context also involves strategic planning. So how do we look at that? So act on potential new opportunities, identify the resource gaps, maybe in terms of personnel or process, or in terms of other requirements in your current workflow. Streamline the resource allocation, create checks for process efficiency during the process of nurturing, and put in an action plan to implement your whole idea or the entire idea. So here, for example, let us take an example of education. Here, we probably would like to see that all our learners will be committed to self-improvement. All learners will be co-developed as teachers, coaches, and colleagues for the teams with which they work. All learners will be leaders who are driven to excellence in maximizing the benefits of training to people and communities we serve. Evidence-based education programs that are innovative and transformational will be continuously renewed, or the learning community will be linked together and enabled by a robust infrastructure and a learning platform that facilitates the creation and implementation of new knowledge. If we take this as a possibility of a case study with these as probable areas which you would like to work on, let me take the point 2, where we can further elaborate with planning. That is, all learners will be co-developed as teachers, coaches, and colleagues for the teams with which they work. I generally have understood that there is a very good community medicine teaching program all over Maharashtra. And if you just correlate and try to understand the following slide with respect to this aspect, wherein there is a lot of participatory learning which happens. There is a lot of teamwork which is that is required when students go out for community-based learning. So I have taken strategy 2, where all learners will be co-developed as teachers, coaches, and colleagues for the teams with which they work. So one of the tactics would be to educate our community of learners on this expectation and why leadership roles are believed to be important. The second one should be model and celebrate effective teams as well as team-based learning. Tactic C is to co-locate resources, including from industry, and evidence of best practices into a repository and home where learners can turn for more opportunities. This is exactly what I was mentioning in terms of creating replicas of that in other organizations with the benefit passed on from our institute as a best practice, which is going to lead to collaborations. The other idea is to co-locate assessment tools, both individual and team-based, coordinate with other units, such as Office of Clinical Affairs whenever appropriate, so that we know that it is going to make an impact on their final outcomes. And tactic E could be to establish mechanisms to inspire all learners to engage and have this included in their portfolios, reflecting their learning and personal growth. Example, individual development plans. This itself can be one best practice that we probably think, because we generally do not have the habit of having student portfolios, which is going to monitor their evolving right from their first preclinical years till the time they actually become doctors capable of practicing or certified to be practicing. So how do we go about doing this? I have already mentioned. So set goals, which are going to be SMART goals. So yes, I know we all understand that S means smart or specific, M is measurable, A is achievable or attainable, R is reliable, and T is time bound. So we need to set SMART goals. And when you have a group, once you have identified with your gap analysis as to what exactly you want to do, provide clear expectations to your group, invite ideas from all stakeholders, have a brainstorming session, and make sure that you provide opportunities to everybody to get involved in discussions. Create teams with defined roles and have a definite roadmap with defined timelines. So this is how you start or put in your process, or this is how you nurture your best practices in any health institutions. I repeat, so when you put it as a process or practice, you initially identify your gaps that you probably would like to overcome, set your goals, provide clear-cut expectations, invite ideas from all stakeholders, have sessions which brainstorm these ideas, making sure that you provide opportunities for everybody to get involved in discussions. And during that process, you will still be able to create teams with defined roles, mostly based on their interest, because that will sustain the process of carrying forward the idea to best practice, and have a definite roadmap with well-defined timelines. The process also involves following up with implementation, and even when you have your ideas, there may be situations where you may have to do the firefighting and adjust practices according to your organizational needs, promote team building, and encourage active involvement, hold regular meetings to monitor compliance or progress, record your challenges or constraints that you have faced, and you also have to put in how you have overcome these challenges, and that will actually help you put in a system where you know how exactly you have used your team to overcome these challenges, and converting a gap or a need into something which is going to be called as a best practice, and share your findings to reorganize and proceed. The reason I say share your findings and reorganize and proceed is when you have regular meetings to monitor the progress, or you may invite teams from outside to look at your process. So it is always necessary to share your findings, to reorganize and then move forward. And evidence of success finally has to be documented in terms of the practice getting converted with acceptability among all the stakeholders. This is what I was trying to, mention to you earlier. Conversion to good practice. When you have something which is going to be converted to best practice, and you feel that it is an established system in the organization now, that is something that you refer to as good practice. What the question can be, once we have put a system in place, is that going to be a permanent solution? The answer is no. The conversion to good practice can change over, either because of change of technology or something that you feel should be upgraded, and you can again look at whether it needs to be fine-tuned. Similarly, you also have to show evidence of success as something that you can incorporate as a part of quality assurance. You can have to definitely take into consideration peer feedback and analyze your benefits. This is one thing that we don't do. We say this is our best practice, but when you started it, what is it that you wanted? Have you achieved the outcomes? And have you analyzed as to what is the benefit that you have obtained out of this whole exercise? And as I mentioned, transferable to other organizations definitely makes that more effective and leads to better collaboration and recognition. Thank you. And I would like to now look at questions, if any.
Thank you, Dr. Pratap sir, on your elaborative talk on nurturing best practices in medical institution. Rightly said, sir, it should not be limited to academics, but also to the patient care and in the research. And very nicely you have shown how the students can be evaluated from the first year till they reach the internship. And that all the best practices should be measurable, and you should have a feedback, and there should be transfer of your best practices, and there should be collaboration with the other institutes also. I would like to invite any questions on that.
One question, sir. If we mention one or two best practices on a 1 year, is it necessary to upgrade that practice in the next year, or we can add another best practice?
Ma'am, there are two ways of looking at it. as a part of Naac assessment, we are going to have an assessment every 5 years, but every year we are supposed to submit an annual quality assurance report. So one of the things that I'd like to emphasize here is, suppose I convert, or I'm in the process of converting a gap that I've identified into a best practice. Over a period of time, you will be able to project that you have identified something at the end of one cycle, and how you move from one cycle to another on a yearly aspect, covering a certain aspect of what you have identified as a gap. And finally, by the time you go in for an assessment the next time, you would be able to show it as a best practice that you have put in place, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Mohana.
Good afternoon.
What I wanted to know is, so what we thought till now is that best practice means something which is unique only to our college and should not be there anywhere else. And sometimes it's difficult to find such a thing always, like it's not always possible.
Ma'am, if you look at it, there are two things as a part of the question. One is best practices and the other one is institutional distinctiveness. Now, when you talk in terms of institutional distinctiveness, it refers to something that is distinctive in your institute, which may not be there in any other institute, unique to your organization, at least when you go in for an assessment. When you talk in terms of best practices, it is something different from institutional distinctiveness, where you would have done a gap analysis of whatever your processes are, and where you identify that this is, you can take it from the SWOT analysis. If at all you have gone through the process of internal audit or an assessment, you would have had the peer team assessment report with respect to what your weaknesses are or where you have opportunities. Yes. You can actually convert it to something that has been identified as a gap. Look over a period of time as to how you can overcome that by converting into one of your best practices when they come in for a next assessment. Okay. That is why I said our understanding will always keep evolving, and it is very difficult to actually look at this aspect, because criterion 1 to 6, at least you have questions where you are expected to answer in a specific way. There are formats given to you for specific documents to be submitted towards those questions. But here there is an abstract presentation format wherein everything has to be written with your understanding, which is going to be converted to their evaluation when they come onto the site, and it is a QLM.
Correct. It's like an essay question, actually. Because we have seen other institutes SSR, and what we've seen is one institute has shown as small as, celebrating a festival as their best practice, to a very, high level best practice. So we were, okay, so now this clarifies that we can take it from our SWOT analysis.
Yeah. And the other thing that I just want to give you an example of what we did, why we showed we had two best practices that we projected. One is with respect to our community-based training program, which we otherwise call as CBTP. We in Ramaya Medical College almost 20 years back have started this at first year level. We used to start it off with the first year students going on to the community, and then finally culminating with 5 different faculty groups going together. So we had students from medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, physiotherapy and nursing. So we called it as integrated community-based teaching program. So one was with respect to our specific learning outcomes of learning in a community, then building up a team, a healthcare team as such, involving faculty members, getting a feedback from all stakeholders, even in the village. And this is one of the ways, and we could document all these things over a period of time. And the second aspect was with practice of geriatrics. Initially, we didn't have a geriatric setup, a separate department. It used to be a part of the general medicine department. Now, when we looked at geriatrics, what we actually did is established a separate geriatric facility, and then We also have a voluntary body donation program in our anatomy department. So all the people who belong to the geriatric age group were given some kind of help or facility in the geriatric health facility, both OPD, investigations, etc. And then we had our students, the undergraduate students taking up small research projects or collection of data with respect to geriatrics. Then we had our postgraduate students who were allowed to do fellowships in, related to geriatrics in Indira Gandhi Open University. And dissertations in the Department of Medicine, some of them we chose topics related to geriatrics, which got converted to publications. And then we had our senior professor in medicine, Dr. Medha Rao, who's one of the authors for the geriatric component of Davidson's textbook of medicine. So what we could project was right from activity where we didn't have that in our healthcare facility to student activity, both UG and PG, our faculty development here, and our faculty finally coming up with the, her role in publishing in Davidson's textbook of medicine. So you also have to look in terms of, what you can actually do and project as your best practices, ma'am. Yes. It can be different in different institutes.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
It be infrastructure related, or it should be related to academics, patient care, teaching, learning process itself?
It can be anything, ma'am. But one of the things that I would like to emphasize here is they would be really, viewing it positively when it involves the students as stakeholders.
Lucid talk, sir. What I understood from your talk is this is not a retrospective process, but it is a prospective process. Before planning any best practices, it is very important to do gap analysis, and these weaknesses should be found from all departments, and then the best practice can be planned, or it can be planned in departmental levels, and goals should be matched to the institutional goals. Yes, and you have very nicely elaborated on 4 P's, that is plan, prepare, perform and practice. So definitely we will try to do all these things in our institute and try to develop best practices.
Every day is a learning, ma'am. We definitely have a lot of learning from each other. I learned a lot from the deliberations over the period of today's program. And wherever there is a requirement for us to help each other, I am readily available. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Manohar and Dr. Pazare to please present memento virtually to Dr. A.G. Pratap. Sir, this memento is made by tribals of Melghat, sir, and we would be sending this memento to you by post.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, madam.
Now I request Dean Dr. Kajal Mitra to please present a token of appreciation to our chairpersons. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for chairing this session so incredibly. Let us move on to the last session of this conference. If something good is followed by the academic institutes for long, it becomes a benchmark for the others. Developing best practices is just like setting up guidelines for good outcomes. Hence, the next session, Nurturing Best Practices in Oral Healthcare. To chair this session, I invite Dr. Deepali Onkar and Dr. Rajesh Dehenkar. Dr. Deepali Onkar, a very gentle personality, heads the Department of Anatomy. Along with many national and international publications, she also holds postgraduate diploma in clinical research from Symbiosis International University and a certificate in genetic counseling from IMA. She has authored a chapter in international book, Bergman's Comprehensive Encyclopedia for Human Anatomical Variations. She is also a member of advisory board of JP Publication. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Rajesh Dehankar is professor in Department of Anatomy. Being a very dynamic individual, he is actively involved in academics and extracurricular activities. He has national and international publications to his credit, as well as he has edited a book of MCQs and short answer questions for first MBBS students. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to hand over to the chairpersons for further proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa. Good afternoon. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Vinay Hazare to you. Dr. Vinay Hazare completed his graduation from Naac University and post-graduation in oral pathology from Bombay University. He started his career as a research dentist at Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai. He joined Government Dental College in Nagpur and worked in various capacities and retired as Dean GDC Nagpur. He has received various fellowship awards like Commonwealth Medical Fellow awarded by Royal College of Surgeons, King George School of Dentistry, London, American Cancer Society University Fellow by UISSC Conference, Washington, DC, and participated in ACS Leadership Training to Advanced Community-Based Cancer Control Program, New Delhi. He is a recipient of prestigious IDA Sushruta Award and Mahatma Gandhi Vyasan Mukti Puraskar by Government of Maharashtra. He has served immensely to the growth of Indian Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathologists and was the president of the association during 2006. He has many publications in national and as well as international journals to his credit. With this introduction, I invite Dr. Vinay Hazare to deliver a lecture on nurturing best practices in oral healthcare.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Mohana and Dr. Kajal's team, I am really grateful that you have remembered this old man. I am very happy that my colleague, Dr. Haribhav Kanade, is with me. You must appreciate our patience. Believe me, I am the last speaker, believe me, but will be giving you example of the best practices in oral healthcare. I was told to talk, but then I have modified it in oral cancer healthcare or oral cancer control. See, disclaimer, all these slides, presentation studies are original. And whatever I'm talking, it's the success story of NKP SIMS and VSPM Dental College under the leadership of Dr. Ashish Deshmukh. I am taking you back to 2006 in Washington, DC. This was the photograph when, of course, you can see on left side myself, and then there are leaders. This was a 2006 International Cancer and Tobacco Control Conference, Washington, DC. We were invited, myself and Dr. Ashish Deshmukh. And you can see the stalwarts, Dr. Prakash Gupta, champion in tobacco control or oral cancer control policies. And on the right side, Professor Srinath Reddy. Most of the medical people are familiar with these names. And here was the bunch of us. And this is, 2006. But believe me, I will take you to the real scenario on what happened or what we did in 2016. Since morning, we have been listening to three important words: quality, 7-worded, and you have 7 criteria to do, isn't it? So that goes. Second, stakeholders, teachers, students, logistics, ambience. These are the students and teachers, but important stakeholder was pointed out. Of course, it is there when we reach to the community, the patients. What I will be delivering through my presentation is the leadership qualities in implementing this, especially for the benefit of the important stakeholder, that is the patients. the communities. Of course, urban communities are well cared for. There are 5 to 6 excellent cancer care centers in city. But what about rural communities? And this is what this presentation is going to take you. And we know national flower lotus, national animal tiger, and we have rightly displayed on our this thing also. But what is the national mouth? This is the national mouth. This is the national mouth, worst scenario. The patient cannot open the mouth. Tobacco, areca nut, popularly known as kharra. And unfortunately, Vidarbha is leader in, kharra manufacturing, and it's diseases. Overall burden of kharra is tremendous. You will be amazed to know the figures. So, in fact, there was a cancer also. This is what is early cancer. But there are success stories with the persons like Dr. Pankaj Chaturvedi. He is heading Tata Memorial Hospital. He is oncosurgeon, but believe me, he goes to the societies. He goes to communities. He goes to legislation. He has delivered his talk in Supreme Court, where he sensitized judges, where he sensitized, he met most of the chief minister of the different states, and he sensitizes the chief ministers, and this is what he has been doing. And it's a very catchy voice of the tobacco victims. And this is the concept which has brought paradigm shift in sensitization of the public towards tobacco. You have all heard of tobacco, hoardings and other things. There are many, many aspects of the tobacco control, and it is a game-changing concept. So I'm going to share a game-changing concept in oral cancer best practices, which we have done it. Oral cancer prologue, everybody knows, 10th most common cancer, 500,000 new cancer annually throughout the globe. 2/3 in developing countries, Southeast Asia, and accounts for 1/3 of all cancers in India. So we are aware of this huge cancer burden, commonest cancer in Indian men, about 60% present in advanced stage in India. This is the point to be, pondered. Why? Then nodal metastasis and final outcome depends on the early diagnosis. So these are the few important, like natural history of oral cancer. I'm just briefing for the sake of, my understanding and my, expression of the desired best practices in tobacco control. Vast majority are tobacco related. Some of them, of course, non-tobacco, and where viruses play an important role. We have been, coming across young girls or boys without tobacco habits, and it's majority are preceded by visible precancerous lesions or conditions, what we know as leukoplakia lichen planus. But again, the principle of medicine, eyes do not see what the mind doesn't know. So we need to train our young dental professionals to look for the precancerous lesions. And risk of progression is different for different lesions. Leukoplakia may be the least. And the worst is nowadays known as proliferative verrucous leukoplakia, which we come across, and oral submucous fibrosis. Highest is for speckled leukoplakia. It's a nodular leukoplakia. It is in fact a carcinoma in situ, and malignant transformation rate of this oral submucous fibrosis is 7.6%. And Nagpur, you will find oral submucous fibrosis cases plenty. So we have to, anticipate that enlarged burden in this city, on this city. And this is what, with this, of course, prevalence of tobacco use, 35% of all Indians use tobacco. That's a huge figure, up to 74 millions. 163% millions use smokeless, and this is worst. 63 million smokers, 42 millions use both. So this is the scenario. And we have to make strategies for different scenarios. So tobacco is generally, I have been discussing with a lot of policymakers. They say it's a state subject or it's a health issue. Some says tobacco control is a political issue. But here I must say tobacco and oral cancer control is academic and political issue, and it requires academic and political will. And this is what we have done in this small presentation. WHO, of course, advises on different policies. There are Empower. It's an acronym for different monitor tobacco use and prevention policies, protect people from tobacco, offer help to quit tobacco use, that is cessation, warn about dangers of tobacco, that is, like our digital methods and other thing, enforce ban on tobacco advertising, promotion and sponsorship. All these, film industries, they are lobbying to promote tobacco. Unfortunately, we have to, we are tolerating them. We have to resist them. Raise taxes. So there will be definitely different best quality practices upon these Empower policies. So this is a well-known scenario in India, in Nagpur. So I don't, for the rest of the people, those who are online, this is what is known as kharra, commonly called as mawa. It's a combination of select lime, and essential combination is erica nut and tobacco. And they are chewed overnight. So lot of emphasis have been given to tobacco, but I would like to quote here, erica nut is also addictive and the fourth most addictive substance in the grade of addiction. So we need to think of de-addiction of tobacco, not only tobacco, but erica nut and tobacco. Borgia's law, 2 poisons are more lethal than 1. This causes lot of diseases, and this is the scenario. We have the worst scenario in India, and many of our policies have failed. We have gutka ban, we have kharra ban, but you see, openly they are sold. In fact, pictorial warnings were very, very important. But this man is chewing, this is a sachet, where in fact it is shown tobacco can cause cancer, but he is mixing his quid or kharra on that. So this is the scenario. So we have to blame, partly we are also responsible that we are not really going to the, sensitization of these issues. Of course, pictorial warnings have played an important role, but for the cigarettes. When we talk our burden, it is mainly smokeless tobacco. So this is unfortunately the advanced cancer, and here we have limitations. We know. So my mentor is Dr. Daftari. I have been taught by lots of mentors, and one of the first mentors, he was from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. We did basic dental research of tobacco habits, and we have gone to rural areas. I was just part-timer there for 3 years. And what he says, biorealistically, oral cancer is not effectively targetable lesion to a certain extent, because we have seen the advanced cases. However, oral precancer is. So we have to sensitize our dental young professionals that, you diagnose precancer so that the cancer cannot happen and cancer will die. It's, natural growth at a precancerous stage only. So this is what I was telling you. I am not going to tell you different types of leukoplakias. The nodular leukoplakia, which is also called as, speckled leukoplakia. It is distinctive, but my students need to be told there is a nodule, there is an induration, there is a redness, and when you take the biopsy, it is almost a carcinoma in situ. So with this background, if they do diagnose it And treated cancer is treated in its bud stage, at a precancerous stage. This is our, motto. And of course, what I told you, since morning we have been, talking about indoor classes, indoor activities, all those 7 criteria, how it can be improvised. It's a technical model. And of course, whatever I'm going to talk has come from this campus and best policies in oral cancer control and tobacco control. Lion's role played by NKP Salve. Dr. Kajal Mitra was with us in 2016, VSPM Dental College, Government Dental College. I was there at that time. RST Cancer Institute, Datta Mege Institute of Medical Sciences, Varda, who gave us mammography bus. I'm not talking only of oral cancer. I will be dealing to a certain extent for other cancers also. And DHS. So, Zilla Parishad hospitals or primary health centers and Lata Mangeshkar Hospital at Katol and Nagpur. And No Tobacco Association, which our leader is president, Dr. Ashish Deshmukh. I am the secretary. We have been doing lot of sensitization and very useful programs in the city. Each World No Tobacco Day, we have our definitely efforts to sensitize public, and that has been a hallmark of this college. And I'm really admiring Dr. Ashish Deshmukh's leadership qualities. So he and our group thought, and we had a discussion, and he came out with the idea of cancer-free constituency. He was MLA Katol at that time, and constituency-wise initiatives by member of Legislative Assembly. This was the paper, this study we were invited to present at Malaysia and World Cancer Congress. There were 2 presentations, and this was a unique presentation. This has never happened in this country or never in the globe. Of course, there are cancer sensitization camps, but constituency-wise, MLA has his responsibility, and that's what we have done it. And this is what we know. Our 2011 census, 29 states, 7 union territories, 4,120 constituencies like MLAs. So this is the first cancer-free constituency project. Cancer awareness in about 3 lakhs population in rural India, Narkhed and Katol together, there were 76,000 homes. So multiplied by 4 to 5 members, so we have reached to 3 lakhs population. You all know rural India, major challenges are lower socio-economic class, scarcity of facilities, and trained health workers and professionals, illiteracy and lack of awareness about especially health. The aim was to create public awareness of all types of cancer. That's why the name Cancer-Free Constituency. To provide investigations for mammography, pap smear, and of course, oral health care. Capacity building of ASHA workers and our young dental and medical professionals. So capacity building is also important, point in this endeavor. And this is just a background. And this is Minglish. We were talking of Minglish. This slide is of Minglish. Cancer Mukta Abhiyan. We started 19th October 2016. It ended up in 2nd December 2016. Karkarog Nidan Upchar Shibir. So very simple name, but the objective was very, very broad. So 10 rural camps were held in different primary health centers. We had, of course, worked out for 3 months. For these 10 camps, we had to work for 3 months, Katol and Narkhwet constituency, 72,056 homes visited by ASHA workers, 300 ASHA workers, total strength was 300 volunteers. Main stakeholders or the main responsibility lies with the ASHA workers and our dental and medical young professionals. 5,170 were suspect to have cancer-related signs and symptoms or complaints. I would call complaints. 813 suspected cancer patients. Mammography we did under the van with the expert team from Datta Mege Institute of Medical Sciences, and pap smear was also done and was reported by, I think, pathology department. I know certainly that. Mouth self-examination, we have come out with the concept. Oral self-mouth examination, like self-breast examination, we have come out with the concept of self-mouth examination in diagnosing and detecting the cancers or pre-cancers at an early stage. So this is where I am going to take you to the rural areas now really, and this is that mammography van, the team and the reports, another thing. And as I have told you, sensitization was already done by ASHA workers and mobile dental van. And we had a team of gynecology, surgery, pediatrics, ENT, and dental, and of course, nursing students. As I told you, self-mouth examination was a key point in, I will come to that in next slide. And we were, all of them were referred to, treating hospitals, including NKP, Salve Medical College, and dental hospitals, and of course for radiotherapy, the RST cancer. So there was an attempt to, health promotion and also motivation to quit the tobacco. So the second paper which was accepted, which was done in this period, was self-mouth mirror examination. Self-me. Selfie is a proper word, now it is a common word. Self-me, self-mouth mirror examination. It's a boon to prevent tobacco-related potentially malignant lesions, those leukoplakias and erythroplakias and oral cancer. This was also again a joint presentation at Kuala Lumpur in Cancer Congress. So this is simple. In front of the mouth, patient is told to examine his own mouth, but it was also, we came to know that if the two persons, they examine each other's mouth, that is more beneficial. It rewarded us. We have produced a lot of, literature, publications or leaflets. Those are still valid. And these were those leaflets. The descriptions of white lesions on the left side and the real cancers on the right side, those. And they were told, they were shown to all these, tobacco chewers especially, and we told them to, write down what they feel. I'll come to the sensitivity and specificity of this oral self-mouth examination. We worked out scientifically also. It has to be evidence-based. Professor Ajit talked about evidence-based. This is evidence-based, I'm telling you. So sensitization, and we have done all this, and very simple. We did not require any sophisticated, of course, mouth and mirror and all these things. But simply for oral submucous fibrosis, only visual, insertion of fingers, 4 fingers normal mouth, that amounts to, we calculated, say 50 mm. 3 fingers is a warning sign that, something is going wrong if you are chewing tobacco. 2 fingers, definitely something is wrong. You cannot open more than 20 millimeters. And this was very easy. And 1 finger, unfortunately, this is the lady, we got it in, I know Trupti is, admiring me, because Amol has to do a lot of things Yeah. So it's a, I mean, I take it, pride, privilege. I know all the three Triptis. So this is a very, we don't have to go for gadgets, especially for, oral cancer awareness or submucous fibrosis awareness to that extent. There are definitely well scopes and other scopes available. We definitely, these are the institutional, we should use them. But simply, if you see best practices, I'm not just exaggerating myself, but if you go to GDC college, see the lift itself, the panels outside are, pasted with this, these leaflets. So passerby, the patient, they will definitely see. So Dr. Kavde has told you, simple things, small things is going to make a difference. So this is one of the, what I think I'm trying to make a difference. These are the sign symptoms, of course, burning sensation and other thing. We people in dental college can, differentiate from oral lichen planus, which is more common, and of course may not be habit associated, but leukoplakia, erythroplakia, submucous fibrosis definitely, and we can, diagnose. So this is what exactly we have been teaching. Of course, these are, I told you in disclaimer, all these photographs are original. This was one of the 10th camp. And our young dental professionals are, you can see the folder in their hand. I'm not, I'm giving you evidence-based. And this is the age. At this age, they must be taught, or they must be sensitized. Sensitization is, I think, more scientific term. And you can see the onlookers also, and this was a real camp scenario. And this is what I was telling you, that sensitivity and specificity of the oral self-mouth examination. We had, of course, 900 dental OPD, 152 oral submucous fibrosis. I have done lots of research on oral submucous fibrosis, but I am now more on, community service to educate the public about the ill effects of the kharra. And if they are, with this 4-finger, 3-finger, 2-finger, 1-finger technique, if they can be, educated, that's our simple goal. Of course, 12 cancers I have already talked to you about, and these are the different lesions. I mean, you can see that boy, he is just hardly, he is opening 3 fingers or 2 fingers. I know you don't look at those side. Maybe this is a very common practice in, any rickshaw puller or, even sophisticated society. It has become a status symbol, unfortunately. We are trying to do lots of advocacies. We have been, No Tobacco Association especially have done lots of advocacy. And that itself is another good practices, but I'm just, generalizing what we have done. So I was talking about sensitivity and 48.6%, specificity 99.5%. So self-mouth examination is a boon to prevent oral cancer. Again, with simple, leaflets or posters. So what we have done? 5,170 examined, 813 patients suspected, 55 abnormal reports in 472 females, 38 abnormal mammographies in 132, 6 breast cancers, 7 cervical cancers, 12 oral cancers, 152 OSMF amongst 179 leukoplakia and other things. 25 cancer treated at tertiary hospitals during and after the cancer-free constituency complete. So we created cancer awareness, not only oral but overall cancer awareness amongst 3 lakhs population. So I must, I'm coming to conclusion. Academic will, we are all academicians, but the political will is lacking. If the political will is there would have been strict implementation of gutka bans, kharra bans, and proper implementation of all these policies. So academic and the political will, of course, you have seen it. Our MLA, ex-MLA now, but he has shown the political will. I really wish he becomes MP, so the larger population is benefited. He is a very good friend of mine. He is a very good friend of mine, but I am not speaking in terms of that. I am speaking for the need of the society. And 3 lakhs population, 300 our team leaders, so it's a simple, very cost effective. Everything has to be cost effective, isn't it? So this is going to take, and this is what habits die hard. We have come across it the same. I was telling you, we examined this boy and he had a big chew of kharra. So habits die hard, and it's a die hard mission. Kajal, we are die hard workers. I know you, and all of us are die hard, academicians, and maybe the ambassadors for the cancer-free society of this region. There are a lot of responsibility lies with us, and this is what evidence. This is the case treated by my friend, Dr. Vivek Arkare, ENT team. And see, at an early stage, I told you that worst stage 4 or advanced cancer. But this is what was early cancer detected in and operated at ENT department, NKP Salve. So this is evidence-based. We did lot of sensitization. We did lot of counseling, so people could stop, smoking and tobacco habits. So that's, it's a holistic team. We were a holistic team. Lots of psychiatrists were also with us. Pediatricians were with us. That was a beautiful mix. We had a very, very, pleasant time. And I complimented Vivek for that, wonderful surgery he did. And we were, it's a one man's job, It is, of course, collaboration is required. We have been very fortunate to have collaboration from NKP Salve SIMS and the Tamil Institute of Medical Sciences. Regardless of, I don't know, I am maybe not proper in uttering this word, political differences, but the political will was there in both the institutions. The Tamil Institute of Medical Sciences is also doing a wonderful job in all this oral cancer control. In fact, they are setting up School of Oral Oncology at Varda. It is also our dream project that under Dr. Kajal Mitra will have a oral cancer or oncosurgery unit over here. We have been thinking, we had held few meetings. Let's hope, because the need is there. You have seen the burden of course, ENT department is managing oral cancer and gynec and other departments are managing. RST cancer played an important role for providing the, and it was, since camp-based, it was all free. So this is what, of course, I have to acknowledge the, primary health centers. And this is again, English. This is white paper. What have we done? This is a preamble, all of the Metamorphosis unit, and these are the, real pictures and the real statistics of 10 villages or 10 camps. And this was circulated to all the MLAs in in fact, this is a white paper. Though it looks colorful, this is the white paper. So I come to, leadership qualities. I don't know, I was lucky enough to get GDC Nagpur as, my, alma mater, and I concentrated for the well-being of Vidarbha people. This is my, students, and I'm very happy 3 of my students are still there in the gathering. They, just disappeared for few. I was worried. They are strong followers. What you need, what leaders need? They need followers. What leader needs? Kajal, they need followers. So we are good leaders. Anyway, so this is, we have done. I started in 1997 in a small pre-cancer unit at GDC Nagpur, inaugurated by then Palak Mantri Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. Then we kept on doing all these awareness program, and 2012, we have the champions or were the key leaders in banning gutka. 2016, I have told you the story. So from 2016, 10 years, we have spent understanding the problem, doing the strategic thinking and implementation. This is what is required in all the scenarios. So, and I'm sure mission is an acronym. Again, I'm fond of using mission acronyms, motivating young individuals against and smokeless ill effects on nation. This is what we have gone to the community with our van, and you can see this was one of the bazaar. So I'm very happy. All the dental young professionals are well trained in this city. They are very well sensitized. They are very well trained, and I'm really proud of dental interns. They really do a wonderful job. So I just shared my, something I was told to talk. I said I must talk. So I remembered, I think Lokmanya Tilak ji said, "Kelane hota hai re adi kelechi pahiye." So first, do it first. Of course, madam, we lacked the, although their abstracts are there, we lacked the full paper. 3,000 population, 3 lakhs population, so much of, it's a wonderful paper for cancer oncology. And I must compliment your management. I just had visited, library, and I think it needs cancer oncology on the shelf. Small suggestion anyway, but it's beautiful. All of you are so my, beautiful friends, and I have acquired new friends, and this morning I am very happy. And yes, Dr. Ajit, I think Mona's question was that, can the best practices be localized to your college only? No, this is the, effort, or this is a module we have tested and implemented. So this module should be implemented by other colleges. So this is, I think, one of my take-home message, that whatever we have done, and of course there is an opportunity under MUHS. Team leader is Dr. Savji. Blossom effect, what dental people can do, I have just communicated to you. I once again thank all of you, and of course thank my good friend Dr. Ashish Deshmukh. He is a visionary. So thank you, Dr. Kajal, Dr. Mohana. I don't know your name, but you have been since morning. Sir, Dr. अरे तसं मी सगळ्यांना ओळखतो तिकडे. माझ्या मित्राचा मुलगा बसला आहे न्यूरोसर्जन. Okay, coming to, it has been a wonderful meeting. I think I have, expressed myself. I am still available 24/7 and for forthcoming camps or any activities. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your elaborative talk on oral cancer control. Really, the tobacco chewing and kharra chewing they produce 3 major hazards to our society. One is told by you, that is the oral cancer. The another one is that the ambience, the roads and the walls, they are made dirty by spitting that kharra and tobacco. And third one is more prone for accident by spitting kharra in a running vehicle. So yes, you focused on the tobacco and oral cancer is under, you can control it, it is under our will, and if we want, we can control such disasters. Definitely our chairman, Dr. Ashish Deshmukh sir, is wholeheartedly involved in that anti-tobacco campaign. Our PSM department is also regularly involved in taking out rallies for anti-tobacco campaign. Thank you, sir. This valuable talk is a result of your huge experience and the wholehearted dedication towards the oral cancer. Thank you. The session is open for discussion.
Actually, सर ने जो प्रोजेक्ट दिखाया, I was a part of it. तब मैं नया डीन बना था, in fact. तो आशीष बाबू तब नए नए MLA बने थे, ये प्रोजेक्ट लिया था हमने, और सर इतने हम्बल हैं कि सर ने सबको क्रेडिट दे दिया. एक्चुअली सर का बहुत बड़ा रोल था उसमें. ही वॉज देयर एवरीवेयर. एंड हम लोग बहुत सारे गांव में आशा वर्कर्स सभी जाते थे, और वहाँ से फिर पेशेंट लेके दे वुड कम टू द सम सेंट्रल लोकेशन लाइक नरखेड़, काटोल, ऐसा. फिर वी वुड गो देयर एंड स्क्रीन देम, और देन वी वुड रेफर देम. तो ये इतना बड़ा काम शायद ही हुआ है कहीं, मुझे तो नहीं मालूम. 3 लाख पॉपुलेशन, 3,76,000 हाउस होल्ड्स. एंड अभी सर हम वही सोच रहे थे कि वी फेल टू एनकैश दिस एज इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिस्टिंक्टिवनेस. बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस के बदले शायद डिस्टिंक्टिवनेस.
आई डोंट नो इफ द टाइम लिमिट इज 2016 से
हमने डाला है. वी फेल टू डू दैट.
आई कैन गिव यू लॉट ऑफ इनपुट्स फॉर दिस.
नहीं, अभी क्या हुआ सर, अभी यूज नहीं कर सकते. We can carry it forwards.
Under the blossom, you can do this.
Blossom we can do.
Yeah, blossom.
Blossom we can take up blossom as institutional distinction. और कैसे करेंगे देखना पड़ेगा उसको. और we can have some part of this again.
Yeah.
फिर से कर सकते हैं इसको.
अभी I think dental and medical planning हिंगना में अभी कुछ अक्टूबर में some camps they were discussing. So this module I suggested them. 20th this month they are meeting, all the sarpanch and all those asha workers. So maybe this can be included in.
Population can be covered.
Yes.
But if there is a scope for retrospective, you can add. I mean, I have learned to.
ये तो अभी नहीं कर पाएंगे सर, वो 5 year cycle हमारा चले गया है.
Okay.
अभी next 5 year cycle में वो नहीं आएगा. So we have to do something else related to this or related to something else.
We do. We are.
Yeah, blossom we can probably we will think about it how it can be used for our.
Yeah, blossom में breast cancer भी है and other cancers are also there. Yeah, I have briefed Dr. Savji about it.
Oral cancer is also a part of.
हाँ ठीक है ना. नहीं, ओरल कैंसर तो हो गया है. ब्लॉसम इज ए वेरी बिग थिंग ना, तो इसको हम यूज कर सकते हैं.
Local population a part of population.
इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिस्टिंक्टिवनेस करके उसमें कर सकते हैं.
This can be called as a incubations module.
The same model what we use in
Yeah.
Yes, sir is just like my elder brother. We have been associated sir के साथ. सर जब GDC में नहीं सर ओरल पैथोलॉजी के प्रोफेसर हैं HOD थे, तब से we know each other and we have been very close, and I'm very happy sir you came, delivered a lecture in person. Thank you very much.
I am not used to virtual. वो इधर का उधर हो जाता है. So she asked me, मैं बोला नहीं मैं physically आता हूँ. Yeah, good.
I would request Dr. Omkar and Dr. Dehankar to present the memento to Dr. Vinay Hazare. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I would request Dean Dr. Kajal Mitra to please present a token of appreciation to our chairpersons. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am and sir, for chairing the session wonderfully. I would request all the participants to please fill up the feedback form. We have put the link in the chat box. Please fill up the feedback form. I would now request Dean Dr. Kajal Mitra to felicitate Dr. Aniruddha Devke, MMC Observer, for this conference. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Aarti Kasulkar to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa. Good afternoon, one and all. I feel honored and privileged for having this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, Dr. Aarti Kasulkar, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Devendra Kavade, who honored the occasion with his inspirational views. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Guest of Honor Dr. Sanjeev Chaudhary for gracing us with his kind words. I am very much thankful to all the esteemed faculty for their valuable contribution in the conference. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape the conference. I thank the Naac authorities for sponsoring the event. I am thankful to our management for permitting us to organize the event and for their support in all possible manner. I thank Honorable Working Chairman Dr. Ashish Deshmukh for being with us today. My sincere thanks to Honorable Dean Dr. Kajal Mitra for always being the fulcrum of any kind of activity in our institute and for pushing us to do our best. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to chairpersons and MOCs for today's sessions. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence and for making this event a successful one. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a power-packed team of very motivated and dedicated members of the organizing committee. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. I am running short of words to express my thanks to Dr. Lokesh Gotmare, SAO, Mr. Jitendra Mule, PRO, Mr. Himanshu and his team, interns, IT department, electricity department, transport department, artist Mrs. Julie Verbat, photo artist Mr. Anil Mamilwar, IKSC staff Mr. Praveen Ghotkar and Mrs. Lata and the other ground staff. Thank you to all of you for making this event successful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. My heartfelt thanks to MMC Observer Dr. Aniruddha Devke, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti. I request all the faculties and delegates to rise for national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. I would now declare the conference has concluded. Thank you.